Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
Chapter 1. Is everyone ready for an entire weekend of poop socking? Greg's voice rang out through my otherwise silent apartment. Babe, that's so gross, his wife groaned through my phone speaker. What? He chuckled. We already have snacks at the ready, the kids are at your parents' house for the weekend, and we have nothing but 48 hours of full-on gaming coming our way. I'm not going to take bathroom breaks. I'm not even on call at the hospital. It's time. Well, I'm going to take bathroom breaks, she snorted. And if you expect to get any love anytime soon, then you will too, because that visual will be hard to get out of my head. Laughter rang through the line as the rest of the guys teased Greg about being cut off, and for good reason. There was the usual ribbing about how they couldn't understand how he'd managed to get such a great catch, which he immediately countered with way too much information and advice for the other married guys. It's not my fault Lucy realized my amazing potential way back in high school, Greg sneered, and I could just picture the smug expression on his face. You losers were lucky we kept you around after we started dating. I even kept up with you when I was in medical school. Oh yeah, Jared snorted. I remember once in junior year how you came crying to my house because you hadn't hung out with me in 3 whole days. You were MIA forever, Greg defended. I was worried. You just disappeared. I thought you'd died watching an anime and your corpse would just be melting into your bed. Babe, he was studying for his computer science final, Lucy snorted. You know how he is when he gets focused on something. It's like we all disappear. I bet it helps with his work. It does, Jared confirmed. I'm better at balancing now, though. About time, Stephen laughed. You're better at talking to people now, too. First of all, our resident introvert started and then stopped. Fair. I still let Kiko do most of the talking, honestly, but I've never had your silver tongue, Mr. Marketing. Christina doesn't complain, Stephen shot back in a smug tone. Gross, I said. That was my mistake. They started in on me about if I had asked the girl I was talking to about whether or not she liked to game, but she and I were still getting to know each other, so I honestly didn't have much feedback. That earned me a round of groans, and I wasn't surprised. Greg's wife had already grilled me about every detail of our few casual dates, right down to how many shots she took in her coffee. The guys mostly badgered me about whether or not she could keep up when we had our annual get-together where we ate enough food to feed a small country, but the overall consensus was clear. I needed to get a move on with this girl. I'd heard it plenty of times. Does everyone know what class they're going to pick? I interrupted as I grabbed a few bottles of water from my fridge. Lucy, you still planning to be our resident barbarian? Someone has to save Greg's ass, my friend Stephen chuckled. Don't knock your support class, bro, Greg said. I'm not sure, Lucy said as she ignored the bickering. You know I love to run right in the mix, but weren't you planning on switching it up and going with a paladin this time? Wait, what? Stephen gasped. No way! Not our famous assassin going for the goody two-shoes role. Hey, paladins are amazing, I said. I'm definitely leaning toward it, but the ads have all been kind of vague on the class descriptions, and they've been talking about a lot of changes being made, so I'll probably finalize once I'm in-game. I wouldn't mind having someone in our group with a little faith, Greg added, and we all know an extra warrior class is a good idea. First of all, we all go to church every Sunday, Stephen said. Maybe not Jared. Are there a lot of churches in Tokyo? You don't need to worry about me, Jared said. You need to worry about yourself. I didn't move to L.A. I'm clearly still an amazing person because I've waited 16 whole hours just to log in at the same time as you." "Yes, you're a saint," Stephen said. I could practically hear the eye roll through the phone. "You are holding up the game," Lucy said. "It's not my fault the game is being released at sunrise," he huffed. "I think it's a good idea," I said, and double-checked the green light on my VR headset to show it was fully charged. "This is the first time the company is releasing an open-world game, and it's going to be the first VR game they've ever had. There's bound to be overload issues." "It's so cool," Lucy said. "Jared, have you heard any reviews yet?" "No," he said. "I've been specifically avoiding any spoilers. I want to see all the changes firsthand with you guys." "If we end up in the same city," I pointed out, "they said the city assignment is randomized." "But why?" Greg whined. "I don't want to have to travel all the way across Corrales to link up." "That's what the tracker function is for, fam," Stephen snorted. "I think I'm going to be an assassin if Josh is going to be a tank." "Do it," I said with a huge grin. "I'm sure you'll take to it like a duck to water." "We still need a mage," Lucy pointed out. "Greg's going with the cleric, so he'll have the same healing spells, but we need a wizard, a necromancer, or a druid." "Do we, though?" her husband asked in the same tone as Thor had in Thor Ragnarok. "Yes," she said. "Preferably a druid. I like the cute animals." "Why don't you try it out?" I suggested. "Druids are tougher than most mage classes." "Yeah, but I can't just rush right into the middle of a battle without putting too much stress on Greg," she said. "Maybe I'll do a solo at some point." "You'd leave me all alone to play with animals?" Greg gasped. "I should have seen it coming. She let the kids get 3 new kittens." "Potato, tomato, and juicy fruit are amazing," Lucy said. Yeah, he laughed. "I do like the little buggers. Can't say I'm going to miss them this weekend, though. Your parents are going to spoil those cats and the kids so much, they'll be ungovernable for a year." "As they should," I snorted. "That's their job." "Speaking of this weekend," Jared said, "are we about ready to log in? It should officially be live in LA. "I'm ready if you're ready," Stephen said. "Did you actually download it already? Or are we going to have to wait again?" "It was one time," Jared shouted, "in high school. You really need to let that one go, man." "Never," Stephen declared. "I still need to tell your sweet, considerate wife about it." "Does Kiko know you made us wait hours for you?" All right, I interrupted their argument before it could really get out of control. "Let's hang up and log into the game. We still have to pick our classes and design our characters." "I really hope we end up in the same city," Greg sighed. "Or at least close to each other." "We better be," Lucy said. "We're sharing an IP address." "I'll talk to you in-game," I said. "Logging in." Everyone said their quick goodbyes, and I made myself comfortable in my favorite spot on the couch. I could get up and run around later, but Friday had been leg day, so Saturday involved very little standing or walking. My water bottles were all stacked on the coffee table within reach next to some snacks, and I'd plugged my longest charging cable into the nearby wall. Bright white light blinded me for a few seconds as I turned on the VR headset, but soon the normal greeting center waited for me. I made my way over to the Living Veil Reawakened logo and logged in. "Welcome to the Living Veil, Reawakened. Please note there have been many changes to the Veil and to Corrales." Right, no surprise there. The ads at the E3 convention had shown the only species we could choose were humans, there were new cities, and it had shown a few changes in the classes. The whole thing was supposed to be set thousands of years after the original video game, but it had just enough from back in the day that those of us who played it when we were younger were more than willing to come back, at least for opening weekend. I shifted on the couch and maneuvered through the character creation screen. My old account had been automatically grafted into the new database, but they'd deleted all the old characters, so it was time to make a new one. I would have anyway, though. It wouldn't be fun to drop into the new world with all the armor and gear from when I'd been the #1 assassin in the game. A new message popped up as I got started. All previous characters have been deleted. You may keep your old username, but we encourage you to try a new class. You will have to build from the beginning, just as you did in the first Living Veil. Once you finish the game, you may choose to create another character with a different class, but not before that. Yep, already knew that. I rolled my eyes at the message, but not everyone watched clips from the E3 convention, so maybe it wasn't as redundant as it felt. Then again, none of the videos I'd seen had mentioned how you couldn't create more than one character. Not that I ever changed once I'd committed to one, or like I'd have time to after the one weekend we'd all allotted for the opening. Man, how things had changed. It had been years since I'd taken video games so seriously. Adult life just crept in. It was a minor miracle all of us had managed to get an entire weekend dedicated to the new game. I half expected Jared to leave at some point to go hang out with Kiko, but she'd always been really supportive when it came to him keeping in touch with everyone back in the States, and she'd probably tell him to go right back in. Stephen's wife, Christina, had informed the entire group chat that she was thrilled the game was coming out and that we better keep her darling husband busy all weekend because she was going to curl up with girly romance movies he hated and enough snacks to, and I quote, feed a nation of starving gremlins. I shook my head at the memory and focused on creating my new character. Usually the paladins all looked like brick houses, but this one had a lot of options, and the game had already logged my height from the VR's imported user information. I stared at the lanky figure in nothing but jeans and a t-shirt and debated whether or not to widen his shoulders a little and really lean into the warrior build, but I had to admit, it was kind of cool having my avatar look so close to who I was. It was completely different from the wraith-like assassin I'd had as a teenager. I swear I'd poured every ounce of edgelord teenage angst into that character, but I wasn't the same guy from back then. My entire being cringed as I glanced up at the username in the corner, Josh of the Shadow Clan. Ugh, how could one guy be so full of himself and emo all at the same time? Teenagers. I debated changing it so no one would know who it was, especially since people still talked about me on Reddit, but I was already logged in, and the crew would search for that username specifically, so it was best just to keep it. I was still very much committed to being a paladin, but it was still a good idea to know what the other classes had to offer. I liked knowing exactly what my party would be able to do, and since they'd changed the classes, it was better to read everything and log it all for later adventures. The warrior drop-down was first, so I pulled it up and started to read through the class traits. Warrior. Warriors are the basic fighting class. Those who choose one of these classes like to be in the middle of the battle. Shared traits. All warriors in a party will aggro monsters before the other party members are given consideration. Have a higher affinity with weapons and will deal more damage. That checked out for a warrior class. It wasn't what I was used to, and it would be harder to have everything looking at me after years of being an assassin, but it would be nice to just run in and kick some butt. I moved on to the class I would actually be playing. Paladin. Paladins are both shield and sword. This class is for those with a need to follow their faith and save those weaker than them, whether that is by entering into a battle to kill enemies or by standing in front of a storm and protecting those in their care. Class perks. 10% boost to defense for the entire party. 15% bonus to offensive attack when in a party. 15% bonus to armor when below 50% health. Class flaw. Loses 5% strength for 10 minutes for every party member who is slain. Loses all strength if they commit an evil act and only regains it after atoning. Aggro's 40% more than the other warrior classes. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I would be the center of attention for any enemies in the area. They were definitely leaning hard into the idea that everyone should be in a party. It had seemed as if that would be the case when the ads came out, but it was even more obvious now. Good thing I intended to play in a group. On to the next class. Barbarian. Barbarians are the fists. This is the class for those who want to work out their aggression. Their sole goal is to find and fight as many enemies as possible. Class perks. Barbarians gain a 5% boost to endurance for each party member. 10% boost in chance to hit with one-handed weapons. 15% boost in damage with two-handed weapons. Class flaws. Cannot use shields. Cannot equip long-range weapons. Vulnerable to spells. Yep, Lucy was going to absolutely love it. She'd never carried a shield when we were playing the first game, and ranged weapons had never been her style, which was exactly why she'd stick to Barbarian even if she wanted to play with cute animals as a druid. I could already picture the petite woman swinging around a huge warhammer as she dove head first into whatever monsters awaited us. On to the last warrior class. Hunter. Hunters are the class responsible for scouting. This class is for those who want to know what they're getting into before they begin fighting. It is their primary responsibility to climb walls and cliffs and take out any who would harm those in their party before they even reach the area. Class perks. Hunters gain a 5% boost in speed of movement for each party member. 50% boost to personal stealth when in a party. Enhanced stamina. Class flaws. Loses 5% defense if spotted. Once spotted, they aggro everything in the area unless another warrior is present. Cannot equip two-handed weapons. It sounded like the ranger class, but with an extra boost when it came to the aggro function. The last one was new and exactly the type of class Jared would love with his entire soul. Fighter. Fighters are the ninjas of the group. They're quick and smart and will stab an enemy before they even realize the fighter is behind them. Class perks. 10% boost in stealth. 10% bonus damage for melee weapons. Fighters gain a 5% boost to fighting speed for each party member. Class flaws. Cannot equip ranged weapons. Vulnerable to cold spells. Low affinity to shields. Overall, the warrior class had some decent potential. No one in my group would want to play a hunter. We weren't really the scout-ahead crew, more like the kinds that just kicked doors down and killed anyone in our way. I'd been the more stealthy member, and honestly, assassin was just cooler. Or at least it had been. There was no telling what changes they'd made, but Stephen definitely wouldn't give up trying it out for the hunter class. On to the mages. They'd always been the best support, even if they tended to die from even the smallest damage. It was definitely a pain to try and keep them alive, but the minions and spells they had made up for it, especially when we were overwhelmed. Mage classes. Mages are the basic magic casters. Those who choose one of these classes prefer to stand back, cast AoE spells, and let their minions do all the heavy lifting. Shared traits. While in a party, all minions will work to protect the other members. deal 10% more damage with magical staffs and wands, are more vulnerable to physical damage. Yeah, no thanks, but I still scrolled through the other descriptions. Wizard. Wizards are the Stormbringers. This is the class for those who want to feel the power of the elements. Their primary goal is to turn nature against the party's enemies. Class perks. Has access to all elemental spells. AoE nature attacks. 5% mana boost to the entire party. Class flaws. Vulnerable to fear spells. Low stamina. Cannot carry two-handed weapons. Okay, the access to all elemental spells was new. Back in the day, wizards had to pick a specialization. Almost everyone picked lightning because who wouldn't want to summon whole thunderstorms? A few picked fire, and honestly, fireballs were pretty awesome. They'd be even cooler with the upgraded graphics. I couldn't wait to see what it looked like, though we'd have to find someone else to join our crew or maybe join a raid with a wizard. Next up, necromancers. Some of the coolest and creepiest people on the planet. My ex used to play a necromancer. Maybe I could reach out and see if she wanted to play the next time we all logged in. Then again, maybe not. I'd gotten over the crap she'd put me through when we left for college, but I couldn't say the same for everyone else, especially Lucy. We may have been taught to forgive as Jesus forgave us, but Lucy had trouble with that one. Man, she could hold a grudge. On second thought, we could find another necromancer. I still read through it really quickly. Necromancer. Necromancers are the Deathbringers. This is the class for those who want to bring a family together and won't let a little thing like death get in the way. Their priority is to use the fallen in order to defeat enemies. Class perks. Can make any dead into a minion. Can siphon health from enemies. Necromancers gain a 5% boost to intimidation for each party member. Class flaws. Loses health to cast spells. Low strength. Cannot equip shields. A smirk crawled across my face. It definitely sounded like my ex. Maybe I wasn't as over my past as I thought. I'd pray about it later, but for the moment, there was a game to get to, and one more mage class to read about. Druid. Druids are the animal lovers. This is the class for those who want to make friends with every single animal they've ever met. Their primary goal is to send those new friends to the battlefield to help the warriors. Class perks. Does not aggro animal monsters unless they attack directly. Can use wild form to take on the form of a were-animal. 15% stealth boost to the entire party. Class flaws. Vulnerable to fire and poison spells. Loses 10% intelligence when fear spells are cast. Cannot equip metal armor. Lucy is definitely going to make a druid at some point, I snorted to my empty apartment. I scrolled on to see the last mage class and started laughing to myself before even reading the description. Bard. Bards are the ones who just want to sing. They can boost a party's stats and can heal everyone while singing and playing their instruments. They're lovers, not fighters. Class perks. 5% increase to speed when casting spells. Strong affinity for any musical instrument. 10% healing speed boost to the entire party. Class flaws. Cannot equip two-handed weapons. Must have some kind of instrument equipped at all times. Lose all stealth when casting spells. They were a great class, and they were great at boosting stats during battle. Bards could also heal their party, so we might try to find one eventually just to take the load off Greg, but there was no way my friends would choose to sing and play instruments the entire game. On the plus side, the game would have songs they would be able to play just by clicking a button, but the last thing any of us would want is for our resident bard to start singing along, especially since not a single one of us could carry a tune. The next classification I saw was new, Hexblade. It explained where the cleric, assassin, and rogue classes had gone. They were usually considered solo classes since they could use magic and fighting skills, though clerics almost always ended up as a party's support. At least, they did in my friend group. Greg didn't mind, though, and the guy was in his residency to become a full-fledged doctor, so it kind of worked out. The most intriguing part was the addition of an artificer. It seemed as if the game was still set in the Middle Ages, so there wouldn't be any real bombs or steampunk options, but there were plenty of games and movies that still used artificers to upgrade weapons and give people something close to a gun or grenade without breaking too many rules regarding the time period restrictions. Hexblade classes. Hexblade classes are the mixed nuts of the game. This is the class for those who want to punch and cast spells. They primarily give backup to their party members. Shared traits. 10% boost to both weapons and spells when in a party. 15% boost to armor when in a party. Are weak outside of a party. Mixed nuts. Yeah, that described Greg and Steven to a T. Jared had been relatively quiet when we were talking about what classes we picked. He'd always played a rogue. He was quick-witted and smart, so the role fit him perfectly, and it kind of reminded me of the ninjas he was always so obsessed with. One more reason he moved to Japan, I was sure, but now that there was a fighter class, he'd definitely pick that. Rogue. Rogues are the master thieves. This is the class for those who want to get in, get the loot, and get out. Their primary goal is to help the party when there is an object that needs to be found. Class perks. Speed boost to any small weapons. Does not aggro humanoid monsters as long as stealth is equipped. 15% boost to stealth for the entire party. Class flaws. Can't use heavy armor. 40% decrease in speed if spotted by humanoid monsters. Cannot carry two-handed melee weapons. That was different. Stealth was always a rogue's primary mission, but the old game had given them persuasion boosts. It was going to be a lot harder for anyone who wanted to play one, especially since so many people had relied heavily on their ability to talk their way out of trouble if they got caught. Guess they'd just have to learn how to sneak in, grab the stuff, and get out without getting caught. Next on the list was Greg's absolute favorite. Cleric. Clerics are the healers. This is the class for those who want everyone to come home alive. Their primary goal is to cast spells and ensure the party stays alive, but they can also swing for the fences when needed. Class perks. AoE healing spells that affect the entire party. 10% block chance for shields of all kinds. 10% HP for the entire party. Class flaws. Loses mana when injured. Aggro higher than other mages and hexblades. Needs to eat 20% more than other classes. That was Greg, all right. No changes there. At least, none that he couldn't handle. Losing mana when he was injured would suck, but the doc tended to stay in the background and let his lady take care of the enemies. Next up, Assassin. The class that had gotten me through all the hard days in high school. Not that my life had been all that bad. My parents were great, I had decent grades, but it had been hard sometimes, and every teenage angst had been poured into my alter ego. Assassin. Assassins are for the stone-cold killers. This class is for those who want to sneak up on a target and put them out to pasture. Their primary goal is to thin the herd and make a path for the warriors. Class perks. 10% damage increase for all poisoned weapons. 15% boost in accuracy for ranged weapons. 15% boost to poison resistance for the entire party. Class flaws. Cannot equip shields. 20% decrease in stealth if party members are injured. 5% decrease in fighting speed if seen by the opponent. Stone cold killers. Yeah, that definitely wasn't me anymore. I remembered the long hours playing in the first Living Veil where I'd become a poison master. I'd sliced, stabbed, and poisoned my way to the top of the worldwide leaderboard, but I couldn't be that guy anymore. I was older, less sweaty, and, well, I didn't have as much free time as I did when I was a kid. I could still kill enemies and keep my friends safe, but the mindset was completely different. Stephen, on the other hand, would be fine. He could still compartmentalize, and honestly, he had a mean streak in him that would thrive when it came to destroying any enemy. Very Old Testament. I just couldn't live like that anymore. It was tied to all the ways I'd imagined myself burning the world down to rebuild it. Now, all I wanted to do was save my friends and heal the world that was suffering. All the more reason for me to be a paladin and leave the assassin role up to Stephen. On to the last one, and the most intriguing addition of all. I didn't think my friends would give up their favorite classes to try it out, but I couldn't wait to see how it played out in-game. Artificer. Artificers are the tinkerers. They like to play with gears, explosives, and any weapons they can get their hands on. Class perks. 10% increase in damage with their own created weapon equipped. Can create their own weapons and trade with party members. 5% boost in loot for the entire party. Class flaws. Spells cost more mana on weapons below rare. Loses 5% intelligence for 3 minutes when a ranged weapon fails. 10% decrease in damage if using an item made by another artificer. I was glad they could trade weapons with party members, but it probably meant the only way to get a specialty weapon was to have an artificer in the crew, since it didn't mention anything about selling. Not that they wouldn't be a welcome addition. Stephen and Jared would love it. All right, I said, and rolled my shoulders so they didn't tense up too much. I think we need to find a necromancer, but I'll talk to the crew once we're in. For now, let's go be a total bossin' paladin. I finalized my character creation, took a long swig of water, and then entered the game. Bright white light blinded me for what felt like forever as a thrumming noise rang in my ears. It was like the whole world spun around me, and even the couch seemed to disappear in the sensory overload. But right before I was about to toss off the headset, the light disappeared. "What the heck?" I grumbled and took a deep breath. My heart thundered against my ribcage as I forced myself to calm down. The game clearly had bugs still, but it was opening weekend, so there were bound to be a few things off. Besides, it was kind of a great way to force us into the game. Almost like I'd been dragged through the veil. It took a second for me to get my bearings, but soon the world stopped spinning around me. I was on a white sand beach with bright mid-morning light shining off the nearby waves like the water was made of 1,000 tiny diamonds. The roar of the ocean crashing against the shoreline cut off for a long second, just like it did at an actual beach, and just as quickly the sound rushed back in. I could even smell the briny tang as a breeze ruffled my hair. "Wow," I whistled. "How did they manage to make it so realistic?" My brain had to be filling in the gaps. There was no way they'd managed to make the VR headset actually give off a scent. I made a mental note to look into it later, but for the moment, I wanted to let myself really believe that I'd landed squarely in Corrales. It was like every dream I'd ever had as a teen had come true, and there had been a lot of them. I played so much that it bled into my subconscious, and now it was so real it felt like there was sand sticking to my hands and arms as I stood up a little shakily. As soon as I was steady, a message appeared in front of my face in a slightly transparent box. Welcome to the Living Veil, reawakened. The veil has been torn. Your life belongs to Corrales. You have chosen the Paladin class. There are many options for advancement within the game. However, termination is now absolute. We hope you enjoy your time here. What? I stared at the box and reread the message. Termination is now absolute? What in the world did that mean? That we couldn't respawn? No, that'd be crazy. I didn't hear anything about a hardcore mode. It would take way too long for everyone to finish the game if we all had to start from scratch the second we died. A strange clacking sound broke through my confusion, and I quickly waved through the box to see what was going on, but there was nothing that could prepare me for the giant crab running right at me. It looked like a giant blue-shelled crab as big as Hummer had been dipped in rock candy. Crusty hardshell, level 3. The life bar above it was a lot bigger than the one on the left side of my field of vision. I quickly tapped the inventory button on the right side and saw the only armor I had were the basic shirt, jeans, and boots. A single weapon showed up, but it definitely wasn't going to do anything to help against the monstrosity barreling in my direction like the sand was solid land. Name, basic hunting knife, gray. Type, stabbing. Damage, 5 points. Attack speed, moderate. Bonus damage, NA. Yeah, okay, I snorted. There was a small city in the distance, but the crab was between it and me, and there was no way I had the stats to outrun a level 3. I also didn't have the stats to fight it, especially not with such a terrible weapon. The little pig sticker in my right hand was not going to pierce through its shell. I started bouncing up and down on the balls of my feet as different plans raced through my brain. How good were crabs at swimming? Better than me. Could it burrow under the sand? I really hoped not. Cities act as safe zones from monsters. The message box popped up and blocked my vision for a second. Yeah, I figured that out. I huffed and swiped at it with my right hand. The message box dissolved right as the crab's pincer darted toward my neck. Holy shit! I screamed. I dropped to the sand and rolled toward the waves a second before the claws snapped together right where my head had been. I could feel the sand getting in all the wrong places, and cold ocean water seeped right through my jeans. What is happening right now? I grumbled. How do I actually feel drenched? What are you doing? An unfamiliar voice shouted. Get up! It's about to get you! I looked up to see the crab had pivoted and was about to stomp down on me with one of its massive legs. I rolled through the waves again, hopped up, and darted back to the nearby dunes, and the man standing there waving his arms like a lunatic. The Grey Avenger, Rogue Level 3. You almost died! The Grey Avenger snapped as I reached him. I know, I panted and bent down to catch my breath. That thing moves too fast. Maybe we should work together? We can both level up faster. It's either that or we're crab food, he said, and then tugged me to the side as another pincer launched right at my neck. You must have just logged in. How can you tell? I laughed as we darted around the crab's back. I'm meeting my friends here, but this guy popped up first. Isn't there supposed to be a tutorial zone? It's weird we are fighting level 3s right off the bat. The rogue gave me a look that was both pitying and frustrated, all at the same time. His mouth opened and closed like a fish on a boat deck, but whatever he was going to say was quickly put on the back burner as our opponent spun around and came at us again. "There's a chink in its armor," he said, and pointed to the crab with one of his daggers. "Just like a normal crab. If I can get behind it, then we can end this." "I'll be the distraction," I said, and jogged backward in the sand. "These things are supposed to aggro against me anyway. You go left and I'll go right?" "Sounds good," he said. I was glad I'd been hitting the gym more, because my thighs were burning like we were actually running on a beach. Of course, I'd be overexerting myself after leg day, because why not? This was the exact reason I was supposed to be sitting on the couch to play. But it was kind of cool. The rogue went to the left as the crab tried to take both of us out in one swing. I could feel the air wash over me from where the pincers snapped together, but there was no time to wonder how it could feel so real, because the aggro against paladins was in full effect, and the massive monster had turned its sole attention on me. That was great for the plan we'd come up with, but it would mean dodging a lot more. Still, the thrill of how real everything was currently outweighed my worries. "Here, dinner," I chuckled and bolted toward the dunes so it would have to turn its back to the rogue. "Keep it busy!" my new acquaintance shouted as the crab let out a hiss that made my skin crawl. "Doing the best I can!" I dropped down to miss being cut in half. My lungs burned like I was running a marathon, and every muscle in my body ached like I was actually in a battle. Sand had gotten into places it really did not belong, and the knife in my right hand was tinier than the rock spikes coming off the monster, now towering over me. I just had to hold out long enough for the rogue to do his thing. If I was very, very lucky, then the monster would drop a new weapon as part of its loot, or maybe enough gold for me to buy something better in the city. "How are you doing?" I hollered and rolled to the side as the crab's leg slammed down into the sand next to me. "I need you to hurry! Not sure how long I can dodge, and I'm pretty sure my HP isn't good enough to take a direct hit." "It's not," the rogue grunted just loud enough for me to hear. Sand sprayed up to block my vision as the crab tried its best to stomp on me, but I scurried beneath it, rolled, and did everything possible to keep it from hitting me. My health bar was slowly taking damage despite my awesome ability to avoid the monster's claws and legs, but I finally caught sight of the rogue. He'd climbed up on one of the spikes on the crab's back legs. The Grey Avenger held on tighter than a rock climber whose belay was failing. He reared back and then slammed his dagger right into the chink in the monster's armor. The health bar above the crusty hard shell dropped halfway in an instant, but there was still a long way to go, and it was officially pissed. It reared up and shook violently until the rogue dropped to the sand. The aggro function had officially been overwritten by the damage the rogue did, and I'd been completely forgotten. I tried to scramble to my feet as the monster went after the Grey Avenger, but the sand beneath my feet was shifting so much it was hard to stand upright. Level 1 sucked. I needed to hurry up and kill this guy so I could at least get a boost of some sort. "Keep him distracted," I said, and forced myself to run forward even as the ground tried to disappear beneath me. "Just a few more hits and I think I'd barely caught up to the crab and the rogue when a pincer slashed through the air. The Grey Avenger's eyes went wide with fear and shock as he looked down to see his lower half in the waves while his upper half held on to the monster's claw. Blood poured onto the white sand like a waterfall, and he coughed one last time before collapsing in a pile of his own internal organs. The Grey Avenger has been terminated on all planes of existence. The text box flashed in front of my face, but I numbly waved it away to stare at the horrifying scene in front of me. Time seemed to stand still as the rogue's eyes stared blankly ahead of him, and the metallic tang of blood filled the air as a wave crashed into the red sand beneath him. It was so real, too real. My legs gave out as I sank to the ground, but the clack of a pincer above my head was enough to bring me back to the moment. I could think about everything else after the crab was dead. I had to avenge the Grey Avenger. It was only right. I gripped my knife so hard the rough hilt bit into my palm, but the pain anchored me to the moment. Everything moved in slow motion as I pushed off with every ounce of strength still left in my body. Then I slid beneath the giant crab's stomach, popped up behind it, and stabbed the gap in his shell so hard my entire arm was inside it. A hissing sound filled the air as the monster's health bar plummeted to 0, and a wet, squelching sound echoed in the silence that followed as I yanked my arm free. Congratulations on killing your first monster. You are now a level 2. You may now use Hard Pass. The stats for my new skill scrolled in front of my face, but honestly, I didn't even see them. Whatever skills I'd just gained were secondary to the fact that I could literally feel the wounds healing on my arm from where the shell had sliced through the muscle. It was normal for all HP to return to 100% once a player leveled up, but there was no way I should have been able to feel it. No VR experience was that good. What just happened? I whispered to myself. Some part of me expected the game to answer, but there was nothing but the sound of the waves crashing and that moment between them when silence filled the air like a void. I stumbled over to where the Grey Avenger had landed in the sand, and to my slight disgust, there was a loot body option right above him. Loot body, right, I said and took a deep breath. I swallowed hard against the bile, trying to rise up my throat, and then I knelt down. Because this isn't actually real, no matter what your senses are telling you. Because that would be impossible. You need to calm down and get better gear. Plus, the only way a body disappears is if you loot it. At least, if they haven't changed that mechanic. Part of me wanted to say no to the looting offer and head for the city, to somewhere safe where I could process what was going on, but I couldn't just leave him lying there like that. The remains were so horribly real-looking that it genuinely seemed wrong to leave the body there. The game ads had said this was the most realistic version ever, but I wasn't sure that was a good thing. This all seemed too real, to a scary degree. And while I really, really wanted to believe they'd just done some revolutionary designing, my brain was starting to struggle with processing what was reality and what wasn't. I need to get to safety and get my bearings, I muttered as I looked down at the player in front of me. I'll use these things well. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Thank you for saving me. The loot screen immediately popped up when I clicked the button. There was now an extra 70 gold in my account, some from the crab and some from the rogue, and a pair of pants hung in the air as if they were waiting for me to accept or deny them. Name: I do look good in leather, green. Description: leather pants. Strength: 0. Dexterity: +1. Speed: +1. Stamina: 0. Bonus: NA. His dagger also appeared in the air, and I immediately replaced the hunting knife with it. Name: Fancy Pants, green. Type: stabbing. Damage: 10 points. Attack speed: moderate. Bonus damage: NA. It wasn't the best, but it was at least a little better, and it was green, not gray. There was usually a color system for how these things worked. Gray was standard for anything common, and the stats for the green items weren't so good that they would jump more than one level, so it had to be uncommon. My mind raced with how many levels there would be, or whether equipment and armor could be upgraded, but those questions would have to wait a little longer. Another text box appeared as I finished with the collection, and my head spun with even more questions, especially as the body dissolved into sparks that drifted into the sky. This user's body may now rest for eternity. His family may mourn. A cold, prickling feeling poured down my back as I reread the words a couple times. What kind of twisted setup was this? Okay, this is getting really dark really fast, I said, and ran a hand through my hair. It was slick with sweat, but it was also caked together in some places from the sand I'd rolled through. This was only slightly less worrying than the fact that I didn't feel anything else up there. "Where's my headset?" I gasped. Panic coursed through my veins as I ran my hands over my face, my ears, my hair, and all the way down to my neck. The headset was gone. How was I supposed to log out? Was this another trick of the game, like the way the ocean smelled and I could feel the sand? It had to be. It's fine, I told myself and clicked the menu button. It's totally 100% fine. I just need to find the camp button. Then I can log out. Where is it? The menu was structured a little differently than it had been before, but no matter where I clicked, there was no place to camp. I couldn't even find the save button, or the communication button, or the search function. How am I supposed to log out or find my friends? I asked the game out loud. I didn't really expect an answer, but then another text box popped up in front of me. The communication, search, and camp functions have all been disabled. We hope you enjoy your life here in Corrales. Remember, cities are safe zones. Chapter 2. "Ha ha ha!" I said, but it came out in a high-pitched voice since I was 1 second away from absolutely losing my mind. I reached up and waved away the text box. "Very funny. Sure, I'll enjoy my life here without being able to log out, message my friends, or even track where they are. But hey, the cities are safe zones. No problem." Frustration bubbled up in my chest, but I forced a deep breath to keep myself calm. Every inch of my body was itchy. So itchy, I couldn't stand it. I raked my nails across my arms, through my hair, and down my soaked-through leather pants. The chafing was going to be unbearable. I briefly debated changing back into the jeans, but the leather pants had better stats. Not much better, but better. I'd have to reevaluate later if it was too uncomfortable, or maybe I could find a better pair of pants in the city. There had to be vendors still, right? Maybe there would be a map somewhere that showed where everyone was. Or maybe someone who logged into the game from Japan would be able to tell me. There would have to be some English speakers around, and if I wasn't the only one stuck in this game, who knew how long they'd been in the video games world? Time always passed differently in them. My mind reeled with how long it had already been. Maybe an hour? It was probably closer to half an hour, but it definitely felt longer than that. Was it the same in the real world? Was I just sitting on the couch comatose like something out of a terrible sci-fi movie? Every curse word I knew flew across my mind until I could practically feel the conviction to get my temper under control. Right. Losing it wasn't going to make anything better. At this point, it was impossible to keep lying to myself about the situation, especially with the sun beating down on me and the sand still making me itch everywhere. The crusty hard shell had disappeared, just like the Grey Avenger had, but the stench of warm blood and salty entrails still hovered in the air like the smell of gasoline. It was nauseating, and it was getting harder and harder to think with every passing second. "All right, Josh," I said, and tried once again to get the rest of the sand off me. "You need to clean off." My gaze shifted to the glittering waves still crashing into the bright white shoreline. Then a shadow moved beneath the surface, and my heart slammed against my rib cage as a health bar popped up. Alluring eel, level 13. I don't need to clean off that badly. I put my hands up like that would ward away any upcoming battles. I reached up to run a hand through my hair again, as if the headset would suddenly reappear and I'd be able to log out and go back to the real world where my biggest issue was getting a paper cut, or the printer jamming for the 50th time in a single day. Never thought I'd miss that printer. "You will not panic," I told myself in a firm tone. "You've already panicked. No more. You keep it together. What you need is information, and to stop talking to yourself like a lunatic." A tail slapped the water where the shadow lurked under the surface, as if the eel was just waiting for me to get closer. I couldn't see what it looked like, but there was a turquoise glow every few seconds, as if it was charging up a magical attack. Nope. It was a minor miracle it hadn't attacked me already, especially since paladins were supposed to aggro everything, but it wasn't moving along either. Glowing yellow eyes blinked up at me at the same time the turquoise lines along its sides lit up, and I realized it was in the shallows, waiting. "You can't come out of the water, can you?" I asked, even as I gripped my knife a little tighter. I'd never been so glad for video game boundaries in my entire life. The giant crab had been so hard someone had actually died, and it had only been a level 3. I wouldn't stand a single chance against a level 13 eel, especially not in the water. My eyes met the monster's gaze as the whole beast started to glow again, but it didn't move forward. Sand shifted beneath my feet as I turned away from the shoreline and back to the city. It was only about a mile or two away, but that was a lot of ground to travel without any backup or a decent weapon. I heard a clacking noise from somewhere in the nearby dunes and didn't stick around to find out if it was another crusty hardshell. Running on a beach pushed my legs to their limits. I didn't work out as consistently as Jared or Greg, but at least I'd started going back to the gym. It helped that there was a men's group at church that specifically focused on working out and improving our bodies. We barely talked outside of asking someone to spot us, but it had kept me accountable enough to hit the treadmill and weight room at least once a week. Still, my lungs were burning by the time I finally saw the "Welcome to Shellendar" sign. It was made from recovered beechwood, and the letters were burned into the surface. Pink lichen clung to the edges, and sand covered the side facing the bay like it had been pelted by a strong breeze. Still, it really did feel welcoming as I jogged closer. "You have reached Shellendar. This city is a safe zone. You will not be attacked by monsters while here." "Yeah," I panted and bent over to put my hands on my knees. "Got that." It took me a few seconds to fully catch my breath, and I made a mental note to add an incline to my jogging routine if I ever made it out of the game, but at least I'd managed to make it without falling down or getting attacked again. The boundary around the city of Shellendar wasn't as obvious as the castles I'd seen in the last Living Vale game. Every city had a unique design that mimicked places all over the world, but the one thing they'd all had in common was some kind of wall surrounding the place to show where the safe zone started and where you were on your own. But there was nothing like that now. I could see a cobblestone road between the buildings where the first street started, and I slowly trudged toward it, though my legs were screaming in protest the entire time. The city itself didn't look so big that people could get lost in it. Long wooden docks reached out into the bay where the water frothed with unknown monsters just waiting for someone to attempt to go fishing, but no red health bars popped up for at least half a mile. It was hard to be sure if I was actually seeing health bars or if the light was glinting off red scales, but the bright lines were pretty solid, so it was a safe bet to assume they were creatures. "At least everyone can go fishing in the shallows," I said, and turned my attention to the buildings. They were all wooden structures with steepled roofs and lichen-covered balconies. I could make out a few cobblestone streets beyond the one I was headed to, but they were only big enough for 3 people to walk side by side. A gondola with crates was headed from the docks up waterways that looked as if they ran through the entire city, and I paused my walk to watch it for a few seconds. A few arched bridges were visible from where I stood, and I could hear the hustle and bustle already. The man steering the gondola shouted up at someone at a docking station, and a jolt ran through me as I realized they were both players. "What the heck?" I muttered and put a hand over my eyes so I could see better. They were the first people other than the Grey Avenger that I'd seen, but neither of them had any weapons or armor on them. They looked like everyday dock workers, but they had gamer tags above their heads, along with their class and level, so they had to be real people. They were too far away for me to shout out to them, but I watched them closely for any signs they might be preparing to go on a quest, or that they were just as freaked out as I was. It had been almost a day since the first users had logged in, and there was no doubt in my mind that most of the other players would decide to stay where it was safe if they were also trapped here, but the 2 guys didn't even seem bothered. In fact, there was a fish burned into the sides of the crates like they were just bringing in supplies and not coming back from a fight at all. It was as if this was the only life they ever knew, while I was doing everything in my power not to freak out about not being able to log out. This wasn't making any sense. How much time had passed in the game world? It couldn't be that long, right? My mind raced with every RPG game I'd ever played as I tried to calculate how much time usually passed in-game versus the real world, but it always varied. An 8-hour session could be anywhere from a few days to a whole week. Not sure if that would be enough time for me to be as chill as the 2 guys I'd spotted seemed to be. Then again, people did have a tendency to adapt fast. Heck, I'd just killed a giant crab with spikes all over it like it was just another Tuesday. I'd have to unpack that later, but for the moment I needed to find out if everyone else hadn't been able to log out either. It would make a lot more sense for the guys to be chill if they'd been popping in and out. Maybe it was just a malfunction with my headset. Unlikely, but not impossible. A guy could dream. Still, the text box about the search and camp functions being disabled definitely fought back against the small glimmer of hope bubbling up in my chest. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and realized just how exhausted I was. My health bar had dropped almost a quarter of the way during my little jog in the hot sun, but it was slowly inching back up. Clearly, I would suffer real damage from overexerting myself. I stared at it for a few seconds and tried to tell if I could feel any difference, but the only change was my eyes feeling a little less tired. "All right, Josh," I said to myself. "Those guys can't be the only ones in the city, and they may just be faking their chill. We need to talk to people. We don't avoid things. We face them head on. You're a paladin now, not an assassin. No hiding in the shadows." My voice cracked a little as I talked, and my throat ached from how dry it was. I tried to swallow what little saliva I had as I started forward again, but that only resulted in a coughing fit that almost brought me to my knees. I needed water and a bath, because the stench was not helping me catch my breath. To my surprise, the game had actually given me a few water supplies and a single ration. A brand new leather flask appeared in front of my face when I clicked the droplet symbol in my inventory, and I eagerly popped the cork to chug the sweet-tasting water until it didn't feel like my throat was made of brittle glass. I used another one to wash some of the gunk off me until the only obvious smell was salt water from the ocean spray, but that was a lot better than blood and things I really didn't want to think about from the crab's insides. Besides, I needed to talk to people, and if I smelled like the inside of a crab boil that had been left out for 3 days, then everyone would avoid me like the plague. Noises around the city drew my attention back to the two men right as I finished washing off the last of the gunk from my leather pants. I squinted in the sunlight and noticed the two men unloading the gondola didn't look as content as I'd originally thought. Worry furrowed their brows as their mouths moved in a conversation I couldn't quite make out. My lip-reading skills had never been on par with Jared's. One of them reached up to touch where his headset should have been, and the other patted him on the shoulder. Fear pulsed through me as they seemed to confirm my suspicions. The guy who'd touched his head tried again, almost like it was an impulse at this point, but then a few seconds passed and they went right back to work. It was as if they had just accepted their fate and had no intention of fighting to be free. Couldn't be me. Wouldn't be my friends either. One thing I knew for sure. If we really couldn't log out of this game, everyone in my friend group would fight tooth and nail to get back to their families, and I would do everything in my power to help them. I didn't have a wife or kids waiting, but the crew was my found family, and I'd move heaven and earth to help them. First, I needed to get some answers. My throat was good to go after drinking the entire water jug, and I smelled, well, I still smelled like sweat and salt, but not entrails, so hopefully no one would avoid me. The sand next to my left boot shifted as a crusty hard shell the size of my hand dug its way to the surface, and I instinctively clutched my dagger tighter, even though I was supposed to be safe. The crab glared up at me with pure black eyes and snapped its pincers together in a warning, but I was in the safe zone, so it wasn't going to do anything, and it wasn't big enough to actually hurt me. Not yet. "Go on," I said and motioned for it to head outside the safe zone. "Go grow big so I can fight you later and get some decent loot. Make sure not to kill anyone in the meantime." It let out a hiss that sounded like an angry kitten more than the terrifying sound the level 3 had made, and then it scuttled away while waving its pincers in the air. I rolled my eyes and strolled onward, but nervous energy raced through my veins like I'd just chugged 2 Bang energy drinks back to back. Studying the guys at the dock had already visually confirmed my theories, but now it was time to actually talk to people and get more information, and I was scared about what I might find out. "Welcome! You're just in time. I received a new shipment recently," a merchant NPC said as I neared the first bridge over a waterway. The older man's skin was dark brown from too many years in the sun with no protection, and he had enough wrinkles to make a pug look like a fresh jar of smooth Skippy, but the merchant's smile was warm and welcoming. He waved a calloused hand over to his ramshackle cart and motioned to all the baubles. "My name is Carabas Indigo," he said and motioned to the table. "My wares are the best in the city." "Nice to meet you," I said and looked down at the items spread out in front of me. There was everything from farming and fishing equipment to armor that had definitely seen better days. I touched a dagger with a wavy blade, and a text box popped up above it. Name, wave goodbye, blue. Type, stabbing. Damage, 15 to 20 damage. Attack speed, moderate. Bonus damage, NA. Cost, 50 gold. I only had 170 gold in my account, and the one ration the game had given me wouldn't be enough to cover adventuring. There was only one water left too, so I'd have to buy those, and there would probably be a charge for the inn. I'd have to find out how much everything else costs before upgrading my armor and weapons. The blue dagger didn't do much more damage than the green one I already had equipped, so it had to be the third tier. If the game went with the normal ranking system, then there would only be a few more levels, and their prices would definitely be higher. My eyes lingered on the blade for just a little longer before I sighed and forced myself to be more practical. I could upgrade once I knew more about the world's pricing. The caravan barely made it through the Deadlands. It gets worse with every passing day, the merchant said as I pulled my hand away from the dagger. I'm sure, I said on autopilot, the way I always responded to NPCs' random comments during gameplay. Do you know what's going on around here? The caravan barely made it through the Deadlands. It gets worse with every passing day, he repeated with the same bright smile. Right, I said and tilted my head to the side. There was no prompt next to him about anything going on in Corrales, no signals that he might have a quest for me. I only had the option to buy, sell, or trade items with him. I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. Welp, I wasn't going to get any information from him. It was as if he only had the 2 responses. Maybe there would be more after I leveled up a few times. It was normal enough for information to come with quests, so I could just come back and test it out again. I'm going to go now, I said and turned back to the cobblestone road. He didn't have a response for that. Then I made it to the city square, and I slowed to a confused stop as I took in the sight ahead of me. Several bridges arched over canals, and the waterways formed a moat around a massive circular platform where a few people danced on a straw mat, while musicians with gamer tags above their heads played on overturned crates and makeshift lyres. More crates and a few wooden tables were set up in front of stalls where more players grilled fish or stirred giant pots filled with what looked like seaweed soup. Everyone made small talk, but their smiles were tight, and every laugh was filled with tension. A couple of people had found bones of some sort and were playing a dice-like game. I shook my head in bewilderment. It was as if everyone was carefully avoiding talking about the elephant in the room. Those people were definitely not going to be helpful. If they wanted to bury their heads in the sand, then that was on them. I intended to find out just what was going on and what I needed to do to fix it. The healer and alchemist shops were on the other side of the city center, and I had to cross 2 bridges to get there. They were the only other NPCs I'd seen so far outside of the merchant, and some part of me was hoping they'd have more information, but they'd probably have nothing but the same few lines. My best bet would be to talk to actual people who weren't scripted. A man with a bleeding scratch across his face stood in front of the healer, and I watched him fork over 20 gold to refill his health bar. The nasty mark across his left cheek knitted itself back together, and the tension drained from his shoulders. "Hey," I said and lifted my hand in a friendly gesture. "Hey." He sent a wary glance up at my username. A questioning expression flitted across the man's face, and I groaned internally. Josh of the Shadow Clan was well known in the Living Vale subreddits, and I could imagine the string of questions the man would have, including why I was now a paladin instead of an assassin. But he just shrugged and offered a hand for me to shake. "Ignore the username," he chuckled and motioned to his own head. "Chaos Griffin, Barbarian level 6. "Same," I laughed and shook his hand. "Have you been outside the city much?" "Sadly. he grunted as he gestured for me to head toward one of the food vendors. "It's not great there." There was a slight English accent in his tone, and I did some quick math to figure out he must have been in the game for maybe 8 or 10 hours already if he'd logged in right as the sun rose in London. "Do you know if anyone has figured out how to log out?" I asked as casually as possible. "You just logged in, huh?" he asked and gave me another long stare. There was a haunted look deep in his purple eyes, and it took every ounce of my self-control to tamp down on the panic threatening to bubble up again. "Nobody can log out, my guy." There it was, the full-blown confirmation. More than what I'd seen with the dock workers. There was no denial anymore. I was stuck in a video game. The camp and search functions were disabled for everyone, not just me, and it sounded as if nobody had figured out a way around it. The barbarian must have seen the panic in my eyes, because he gave me a sympathetic smile and put a hand on my shoulder. "What time zone did you come in?" he asked as he withdrew his hand. "LA," I said and glanced around as a younger woman laughed hysterically at a nearby table. "Kittens and stabbing, assassin level 2. I had no idea why she'd started laughing, but she was snorting and leaning back so far she almost fell off her bench. "Ignore her," Chaos Griffin said. "Some people have fully lost their minds." "Of course I have!" the woman snapped and sat back up with a suddenly sober expression. "We're all trapped in a video game with no way to get out. We don't even know how much time has passed out there. I logged in from Paris on my honeymoon. We were supposed to just be here for the day because it was rainy, but no. Now my husband is dead, and I can't get out of here." Another manic giggle burst out from the woman's full lips, and she chugged a pint-sized ale so fast it would make a frat boy jealous. A few other players all shouted and banged on the table in agreement, while a tired old man rushed around to fill their drinks. "I just wanted to play with my grandson," he muttered to himself. "We logged in at the New York time zone because that's where he lives, but he's not here. He's got to be in another city, but I'm too old to go out there and fight." "You should have played a younger player," Kittens and Stabbing declared. "You're lucky you made it to the city." "Don't take it out on him because he wanted to play a realistic character," the barbarian next to me growled. "None of us are happy about this. Don't make it worse." The woman looked like she was about to argue, but then tears welled up in her eyes. The old man patted her shoulder and went back to filling empty pints while the assassin sobbed into her ale. "We've all been trying to find a way out," Chaos Griffin said and turned back to me. "Some people have just accepted things as they are and are trying to make it work in the city, while others, like me, have been trying to level up and figure out how to finish the game. Most don't come back. It's rough out there. Have you seen anyone die yet?" "Yeah," I said and gulped hard at the memory of the Grey Avenger being cut in half. "I saw the message, too. Do you think it's true?" "What? That if we die here, we die everywhere?" Kittens interrupted with a bitter chuckle. "I really, really hope not. I'm not brave enough to find out, though. Not yet. I'll need to be much drunker for that." The other players all nodded in agreement and nursed their ales. I wasn't going to get much more from them, but they'd been able to tell me infinitely more than the merchant. Not that I was excited about what they had to say, or how hopeless they all seemed as they drank themselves to death. "People handle their freakouts in different ways," Chaos Griffin sighed. "I used to be a trauma therapist back in the real world. Thought about opening a place here. There's plenty of people who would need it. Everybody, really, but it's not an option. So I'll keep leveling up and trying to figure out what the hell is going on." "Not an option?" I asked and glanced over at him, but the big man was already strolling off down the cobblestone street. "Right. Okay, I guess." I turned to study the healer and the alchemist. They wouldn't be able to give me much information, and I didn't need their services at the moment. My health bar was at 100%, and the potions would either be level-locked or too expensive. My attention shifted to a group of people whispering in an alleyway with wide eyes. None of them were higher than level 3, and their faces were pale and drawn as if they hadn't slept in weeks. One reached up to slap his forehead, and I barely heard him mutter about how the headset just refused to appear before laughing nervously like a villain's henchman. Okay, they definitely weren't going to be helpful. I kind of wanted to call Chaos Griffin back and have him do his therapy thing, because the guys were giving off Hannibal Lecter vibes, but the barbarian was gone, and I didn't waste time putting distance between the creepy men and me. There were at least a few hundred players scattered around Shellandar as I made my way toward a large building with balconies and enough rooms that it had to be an inn. A swinging wooden sign hung above the door with 2 clinking glass ale mugs. "Drown your woes" was burned above the glasses, and a drunken cleric sat out front with her head between her knees. "You okay?" I asked as I walked up. "Huh? Yeah, fine," she grumbled and waved me away. "I'm stuck in a video game with no way to log out. There are real monsters, and apparently I don't even get the awesome benefit of not getting completely hammered after a few ales. But sure, I'm fine." I opened my mouth to respond, but what was I supposed to say to that? "You want me to buy you another ale?" I offered instead. "No," she gagged and then sucked in a deep breath. "I'm going upstairs to the room I rented. I'm going to sleep this off and then start figuring everything else out in the morning. There has to be a way for us to get out of here. There has to be. I need to log out." The last part was said more to herself than to me, but I still held open the door as the cleric went inside the tavern. She banked right, walked past wooden tables laden with ale mugs, fish stew, and crusty bread, and then climbed the creaking stairs up to the second floor. I was tempted to follow and make sure she made it okay, but it wasn't like anyone had been watching her, and no one had gone up the stairs with her. I pulled my eyes away from the stairs and the view of the docks from the window beneath them. I wasn't sure what to expect at the tavern and inn combo. Maybe a barkeep NPC or something, but everywhere I looked, there were names crowded together. Some part of me expected there to be a lag, like in most guild halls, as if the game wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand, but there were no stilted movements, no freezes followed by quick motions. Everyone was just staring at their drinks or trying to make small talk like they were fine, despite the haunted looks on their faces. Only a few people were above a level 2 like me, so they weren't likely to know much more about what was going on around Corrales. It was clear they'd made it to Shellandar and had decided to stay there rather than go out like Chaos Griffin had, but I couldn't exactly blame them after my run-in with the crusty hardshell. Still, I needed to find someone who'd logged in hours ago and find out what they knew. I'd already gathered that time passed differently in the game versus the real world, or at least it was a very strong guess given the way the barbarian talked as if he'd been there for weeks. Like he was a sage old warrior who'd been through countless battles in the 8 to 10 hours since he'd logged in. Hope flashed through me as I heard a laugh remarkably similar to Lucy's, but when I turned it was just another female player. The gamer tag wasn't the same, and I gritted my teeth against the wave of disappointment. "If I don't get out of here soon, I'm going to lose my shit!" a level 2 hunter snapped. He stood up on a bench and pulled on his hair like that would help, but then just plopped down with a defeated sigh. The guy next to the hunter patted him on the back as if it wasn't the first time the other man had screamed into the void, and a woman across from them slid a full ale across the pitted wood. "I can't do this anymore," A man whimpered from where he sat on top of the barrel next to the door. "There has to be a way out, but nobody has been able to camp. We've all tried. What if the game is telling the truth? What if we all die in the real world when we die here?" He turned pleading eyes up to me, and my heart ached from the fear reflected in them. I didn't have an answer, but I was going to find one. Chapter 3. I studied each gamer tag for any signs of my friends, but nothing. Honestly, I wasn't expecting them, but up until that moment there was still hope. If any of the crew had actually been in Shellandar, then they would have made their way to the tavern just like I had. Chaos Griffin and everyone near the healer and alchemist had confirmed already that no one could log out, and the people in the tavern were clearly drowning their sorrows in ale. Couldn't exactly blame them. This was beyond insane. A bard was propped on a barrel in the far corner, the one furthest from the stairs and the door, and he strummed a beat-up lyre with more dense than smooth wood and one missing string. The guy seemed to be attempting a jolly song to lift everyone's spirits, but it was off-key, and every note felt like it was trying to destroy my eardrums. This was apparently my new life, even if just for the moment, and I needed more information. The bard thankfully set the lute down in favor of a full pitcher of ale. I watched the young man tip it back until he was practically draped over the barrel like a discarded hoodie. He popped back up when the dark liquid was all gone, let out a belch that would have made the guys proud, and then stared hatefully at his instrument. I was just glad he didn't pick it up again. The last thing I needed was to try and talk to people while the drunkard coaxed notes out of the strings that reminded me of a dying funhouse speaker in a horror movie. My attention shifted back to the bar, but there weren't a lot of people looking around. Almost everyone was focused on their own table or their pint glasses, and the few who did make eye contact with me immediately looked back down like wounded dogs afraid of being beaten again. I definitely wasn't getting any information from them. Besides, no one knew more about what was going on in a game than the barkeep. I studied the large woman behind the bar and then glanced up at her gamer tag. Rosie the Barbarian, level 3. Promising, I said. I started forward, but spun around when the man on the barrel next to the door tipped over. I'd barely seen the man out of the corner of my eye, but my reflexes were just a little faster than they were in the real world. Nice. My heart thudded against my ribcage as I slowly lifted the guy back up and leaned him against the wall behind him like a house of cards waiting for a strong wind to blow it over. "Thanks," he hiccuped and let out another sob. "Have you heard anything? Can we log out now?" "Sorry," I said. The drunk bobbed his head and hiccuped again as silent tears spilled down his cheeks. "My brother just wanted a bath," he whispered, and then tipped his head back and started snoring. A dull ache throbbed in my chest as I watched the guy crying in his sleep. There was no doubt in my mind his brother had gone into the water where the eel was. The guy wouldn't have stood a chance. My sympathy shifted to anger as the hunter let out another rage-filled scream. What the actual heck were the game developers thinking? Why did they trap us here? Did they just want us to suffer? Why did they drop us in an area filled with monsters and no skills? I balled my hands into fists and vowed to find the answers. I double-checked the drunk to make sure he wouldn't slide off the barrel, and then made my way through the crowd up to the barkeep. The barbarian had a new-looking scar across her shoulder that hadn't been an aesthetic option in the character design, so she must have gotten it since she'd arrived, but the healing potion Chaos Griffin had used hadn't even left a red line on his face. She was a wide-set woman with ample breasts and hips, but there was a hard expression in her gray eyes that was in distinct opposition to her looks. "What can I do for you?" she asked with a lifted eyebrow. "Can I get an ale and one of those fish stews?" I jerked a thumb at the table near the door. "It's 15 gold, she said, and reached under the bar for a glass pint. "Just for an ale and a fish stew?" I asked, but accepted the trade that popped up anyway. "That's as low as the game will let me charge," she said. "They set boundaries on that kind of stuff?" I pressed, as I wondered just how all this worked, since the barkeep position was usually an NPC. "Yep," she said. "Most people charge the minimum." Rosie didn't say anything else as she grabbed the ale and stew and slid them over to me, but the barkeep didn't move away either. Something in the way she pressed her full lips together said she knew the questions I wanted to ask, but the tough woman wasn't in a rush to answer them. I took a swig of the ale and was surprised to taste a deep, rich brew. "Wow," I said and stared at the dark liquid. "This is really good." "Thanks," she said. "The game makes it. I just buy the barrels. I don't make the stew either. I have to buy the supplies from the fishermen and combine them. Don't even need a kitchen." "How do you do the dishes?" I asked. "Dishwasher is in the back," she said, and jerked a thumb to a doorway behind her. "She's a hunter, moves faster since we're technically a party." "Huh," I said as I processed the new information. "So you guys can become a party even though you're staying in the city?" "Yep," she said. "Guess it's the game's way of letting us have a family, since they stole us from our real ones." There was a deep-seated bitterness in her voice, but I couldn't blame her. I was pissed too. "What time zone did you log in?" I repeated Chaos Griffin's question. "Australia," she said. "You don't have an accent," I pointed out. "You sound American." "I was visiting," she said, and didn't offer any more information. "You should eat. Your HP will go down if you don't, and you give the impression you're going to be stupid and go out looking for answers. Might as well be at full health before you let something kill you." Rosie's words were harsh, but the barbarian's gray eyes softened just a little as she wiped the counter and cleared her throat. I took another sip from the ale and then a healthy bite of the fish stew. The fish was silken, and the broth was full of flavor like a bone broth. I was surprised the salt level was actually pretty decent, and soon I'd devoured the entire thing like a starving man on death row. "Thanks." I slid the now empty bowl back across to her. "You didn't say I was wrong," she said, and cleared the dirty dish. "What?" I asked and blinked up at her. "Oh, right. You weren't wrong. I am going to find out more, but I need to figure out what I can from the people around here first." "None of us have any answers," she snorted. "How long have you been here? What time zone did you log in?" "Los Angeles." I answered the time zone question first. "I think I've been here maybe an hour." "An hour?" She blinked a few times. "LA was one of the last to load, right?" "I think so," I said. "Australia was put in with the Tokyo login, right?" "We were." She frowned and wiped the counter like the dirt had personally offended her ancestors. "As far as I know, people who logged in at the same time were still put in different cities. Even being in the same general neighborhood back home didn't mean you'd be assigned to the same city." "What about IP addresses?" I asked, as panic flashed through me like a lightning bolt. "Don't know," Rosie shrugged. "Haven't met too many people who were logged into the same Wi-Fi. Not many people who arrived in groups survived in those groups, if you know what I mean." "I get it," I said with a look over my shoulder at the drunk on the barrel. I didn't want to think about the possibility of Greg and Lucy not being in the same city. Lucy was a tough woman and an even better barbarian than Greg was a cleric, but they needed each other. They were like strong coffee and sweetened condensed milk, perfect when combined and a little rough by themselves. "How much time has passed in-game?" I asked to pull myself out of the spiral my mind was going through. 6 days, she said, and threw the rag on the bar. 6 long, long days. If you logged in at LA, then you would have been about 18 hours behind me. "That's a day every 3 hours, I said, and drummed my fingers on the pitted wood. "Not too bad, but not great either." Rosie bobbed her head, and I could see the calculations going behind her eyes. "What?" I asked. "A body can live without water for at most 4 days, but on the low end it's only 2 days, and I don't trust a bunch of gamers to be at peak hydration levels," she said with the same tone Greg used when he was reciting medical terminology. "There's 24 hours in a day. 3 hours for 1 day. That's 8 days in the game for everyone in the real world. So if our bodies are still back in the real world, people are going to start dropping dead anywhere between 16 to 32 days. I hadn't even thought about that. How long did it usually take for me to complete a game? It usually took anywhere between 30 to 50 hours, but it wasn't set in stone, and I'd spent over 100 hours exploring a game before finishing the main storyline. Of course, I hadn't been trapped and fighting for my life, so things were bound to be different. "What did you do in the real world?" I asked, with a vague hope she didn't actually know what she was talking about. "I was a mathematician," she said. Rosie refilled another ale for the guy who'd stumbled up next to me and slammed his glass pint on the bar like Thor demanding more coffee. The barbarian's frown deepened as she slid the dark liquid across to the man, but she also didn't cut him off. "Are you absolutely sure about a body without water?" I asked. "Positive," she said. "I used to go hiking and camping once a month by myself, and my mother had a tendency to worry and share all the worst possibilities. Told me more than once, if I got lost without supplies, that I'd only last 2 to 4 days max." "Mothers," I laughed, but there was no joy in it. "Well, at least we have a timeline for when we need to finish the game. That is, unless we actually are here, and our headsets dropped wherever we were." "Maybe," the barbarian said. "It wouldn't be more impossible than everything else going on, but it would be safer to err on the side of caution, since the timeline for our bodies dehydrating would be a lot faster than us actually being alive in the game. At least, for those of us who aren't going adventuring." She gave me a pointed look, then took a deep breath when I shrugged silently in answer to her obvious disapproval of anyone going on quests. "Most of us had families, husbands, wives, kids, friends," she continued. "People who would check in on us when we stopped texting. If we're lucky and our bodies are just comatose, then they can force liquids and nutrients." "Lucky?" the man to my right snorted. "Lucky? That's what you call lucky? Being stuck in a bed for the rest of our lives? Subsisting on nothing but saline drips and those nutrient injections? Stuck in our own minds like one of those horror stories you hear about. We don't even know if we'll be able to get out once we complete the game." I turned to look at the man as he slurred his words and swayed like a strong breeze could tip him over. There were red rings under his eyes, as if he'd never known a day of sleep, or had cried for hours straight. Honestly, given the situation, I wouldn't be surprised if either of those were true. My eyes flitted up to the gamer tag above his head. "Bitches Can't Catch Me, Rogue Level 4. The name rang a bell in the back of my mind, but it had been forever since I'd played the first Living Veil. All the people I'd made friends with online had all drifted away as the years went by, and I couldn't be sure if we'd actually known each other, or if he was one of the guys who'd become a fan when I reached the top of the leaderboard. How do I know that username? The rogue asked as his glazed eyes flickered up to my gamer tag. Then they narrowed in an instant of recognition. You've got to be fucking kidding me! I knew you'd come here! Shit! Didn't think we'd be in the same fucking city, though. I was about to point out that no one with anything worth saying needed a curse as much as he did, but then he took a wobbly swing at me. It wasn't hard to catch. There was barely any force behind it, and the guy looked just as surprised as I was that he'd actually tried to hit me, but then he jerked back and tried again. This is your fault, he snarled and attempted to punch me in the face. I dodged, but caught him before he could sprawl out on the dirty bar floor. He may have tried to hit me, but we were all going through a lot, and the last thing the guy needed was to plant face first on the ground. I helped him to stand back up, but then he wrenched away like I was venomous. Don't you fucking touch me, you son of a bitch! He shouted so loud it drew everyone's attention. Silence descended on the bar as all eyes fell on me. I tamped down on the anger building in my chest. It took a lot to get me mad, but the guy was seriously pushing every button I had, and there weren't many that weren't already pressed. I was hanging on by a paper-thin thread ever since the beach had loaded, and it had become obvious the game was real. This is your fault, he repeated and jabbed a finger into my chest so hard there would definitely be a bruise later. If it weren't for you, then none of this would be happening to me right now. Whispers started, and I saw a few people reach for their weapons as their faces hardened. The first Living Veil hadn't allowed player versus player action, but the sequel was clearly going to be different. And I couldn't fight all 50 people now glaring at me like the rogue was right, and it was all my fault. We were stuck in the game. No fighting in my bar, Rosie said in a quiet voice that sliced through the tension. Her hand was on something beneath the bar. The barbarian was only a level 3, but she was a barkeep and probably had enough money to buy a better weapon than anyone else had. The mathematician also looked ready to vent her own frustration on anyone who moved. You get yourself together, she warned the rogue. Unless he's a game developer, then it's not his fault we're here. Understood? Like hell, it's not his fault. The drunken man snarled so hard, spit dribbled down his chin. He swiped at it furiously and then narrowed his eyes at me. If it weren't for you, then I wouldn't have even bothered logging back in. Josh of the Shadow Clan, I was so eager to see what you could do in the sequel that my girlfriend and I blew off everything this weekend to try and earn a way into your party. Now I'm trapped in this hellscape with no way out. Someone scoffed, and the tension broke just like that. Conversation started up again, and everyone went back to nursing their ails or playing poker with torn paper scraps. I heard another guy say something about how even legends like me were still stuck like the rest of them, so it wasn't like I was any different. I'd still die the second I went on a quest. He didn't make you log in, Rosie told the man. You did that all on your own. Stop blaming other people for your actions and get a hold of yourself, or I'll cut you off completely. That seemed to get his attention. The rogue's shoulders drooped a little, and the fight left his stance, though he still shot a hate-filled glare in my direction. Rosie, come on, don't be like that, he whined, and then chugged his ale before she could take it back. It's his fault I'm here. If it weren't for him, then I wouldn't have logged in. And Krista, just look at him. He was supposed to be an assassin, the GOAT. But now he's what? A paladin? Don't knock paladins, a paladin from a nearby table said with a pointed look. I may have lost my strength, but I still have enough left to beat your ass. Said like someone who shouldn't have picked the paladin class, the rogue shot back. Why would anyone want to play one anyway? You lose all your strength if you do anything wrong. Assassins, though... Man, you used to be so cool. Not as cool as us rogues, but you were the shadow with the blade. Now you're just another tank. Tanks are the ones who keep everyone else alive, I pointed out. Besides, I only lose my strength if I commit an evil act. You can mess up plenty, just don't be evil. Hear, hear, the paladin said and lifted his mug. I should have been a hunter or something. I've known you for less than a day, and I know you don't have what it takes to be a paladin, a hunter snorted and motioned to the paper scraps. You've cheated me 3 times already, and I 100% believe you'd ditch me in the middle of a battle. There's no way you could stand in front of all this shit and keep everyone safe. I mean, is cheating really that evil? The other man chuckled with a wicked glint in his eyes. It's self-preservation, and being a paladin is only great on paper, not in the real world. I'm not actually going to risk my life to keep everyone else safe. This game is real now. I'm not pulling aggro. I'm sitting right here and drinking until someone figures out how to fix all of this. Like I said, you don't have what it takes to be a paladin, the hunter said. Right, I said and cleared my throat, turned back to the rogue, and then frowned when I saw he was still burning holes through my username. Are we good now? No, he huffed. Why did you switch classes? I thought you'd be an assassin for the rest of your life. Things changed, I said. I wanted to be better, and I thought being a paladin might help me follow my faith more. I needed to get out of the mindset an assassin has. Ha! He shouted and banged a hand on the bar. Faith! There's no faith here, just blood and death. Tears pricked his eyes, but the man swallowed hard and started to blink and look up. He wouldn't be the only one who felt that way, and honestly, if I hadn't been going back to church so much over the last year, then I'd be in the same boat. But I had to believe the Lord had a plan. Evil liked to work in the shadows, but he could use it for good, and I'd do everything I could to be his sword. I'm going to find a way out, I vowed. When I do, I'll figure out how to free everyone else, too. God, you really do sound like a paladin, he scoffed and rolled his eyes. I can't stand it. Just give up like the rest of us have. Drink yourself into oblivion and accept that this is now our new normal. No, I said firmly. I have friends in this game, and I'm going to find them. I'm not going to give up. You're more than welcome to join me if you want, but I won't. The rest of my sentence was cut off as he grabbed the glass pint off the counter and tried to slam it into my face. I blocked without any issue. The guy was so drunk he was struggling just to stay standing, and it wasn't like his attack was lightning speed, but it still pissed me off. I gritted my teeth, wrenched the mug from his hand, and thrust it toward Rosie's waiting hand. The barkeep sighed as if this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, motioned to a few guys at a nearby table, and then turned her attention back to the rogue. Kyle, get your shit together, she said, and then looked at the other guys. Take him to his room. Maybe dunk his head into some water, let him sleep it off. I don't need to go anywhere, Kyle shouted as the 2 barbarians just dragged him backward toward the stairs. Let me go, you giant muscle-bound sons of bitches! I bet you were Marines on the outside, weren't you? Muscles are required, intelligence not expected. Better than the chair force, a guy snorted from somewhere behind me. Not that he would have gotten into the military. He's too weak. I watched the rogue be dragged up the stairs, kicking and screaming obscenities at everyone and everything. He'd definitely lost his mind a bit, but I didn't think he was as hopeless as he liked to pretend to be. No one so angry was ready to lay down and die. Don't be too mad at him. Rosie pulled my attention away from the stairs. We've all had a rough go of it. It hasn't even been a week, but it might as well have been years, and don't take his comment about your faith too seriously either. He's just angry and bitter." "I get it," I said with a reassuring smile. And I did. It was hard to hold on to faith, given everything going on, but that was all the more reason for me to latch on to it more. Of course, my beliefs weren't going to change anything without action, and the best way for me to move forward was to keep asking questions. "You're a level 3, I pointed out with a nod to Rosie's gamer tag. "Have you been out adventuring?" "No," she said and pressed her lips into a thin line. The barbarian reached up to touch the scar I'd seen, and I debated whether or not to ask her about it. The healer hadn't left a single mark on Chaos Griffin when he'd forked over money, and we all had enough when we entered the game, so why hadn't Rosie taken care of it? "Your face is really loud," the larger woman said, with the first smile I'd seen on her face since entering the bar. "My bad," I chuckled as I ran a hand through my hair. "It's been a problem my entire life." "It means you're trustworthy," she said with a wistful smile. "My fiancé was like that. He couldn't lie to save his life." "Did he?" I asked. "No," she said quickly. "No, thankfully. He had a work trip but told me to go ahead and have fun. Only good thing about this whole situation." "The scar?" I asked as gently as possible. "It looks kind of new." "That's because it is," she said and picked up the rag to start wiping the counter again. "I got it when I first arrived. Came in around the same time as a few other people. We met in the dunes, just wandering around trying to find a safe path to the city and figure out what was going on." She paused, grabbed a pint from a nearby cleric and chugged it until there wasn't a single drop left. "We didn't stand a chance," she said. "There was one of those infernal crabs. It slaughtered one of us right off the bat. The other guy and I partied up just for the boosts, and I managed to kill it." "The other guy?" I asked. "I made it fine," the cleric snorted in a thick Japanese accent. "He did," she said with an affectionate grin that could only come from people who'd been through some things and come out the other side together. "He didn't have enough mana to heal it completely, but we made it to the city, and my HP boosted when I reached level 3. Didn't get rid of the scar, though." "Glad you guys had each other," I said. "I would rather have logged out," the cleric said, but nodded at Rosie when she glanced over at him. "Glad you lived." "Me too," she said and refilled his pint. "On the house." He grunted, slid off the stool, and then strolled over to the small window under the stairs to stare out at the bay. I watched the cleric for a few seconds and saw him clasp his hands behind his back like an old man. He very well could be. It was impossible to tell anyone's age since we'd all picked our own characters. Very few people ever chose to look old, even if they were. The man I'd met earlier at the outdoor bar had been the exception. I looked younger than I actually was, and my shoulders weren't nearly as wide in the real world, but I had tried to build my paladin true to form. I slowly shifted my attention to study the other patrons. A group of level 6s were sequestered in the back with empty bowls stacked high and the biggest pitcher I'd ever seen. It was empty, but the grim faces around the table said they weren't nearly drunk enough yet to forget whatever was troubling them. "They will be able to tell you more about what's going on out there," Rosie said and slid one of the massive pitchers toward me. "It's 30 gold for this one, but it'll help you loosen their lips." "Thanks," I said, and made the transfer. I only had 125 gold left, but Rosie was right. I needed to talk to an actual adventuring party for information about the world outside Shellendar. I grabbed the pitcher, double-checked the transfer went through, and then headed over to the table. Next round is on me, I said, and set the gigantic pitcher on the table without sloshing a single drop over the edge. Mind if I sit with you? An assassin with the username Gregory the Killer Whale glanced up at my gamer tag and narrowed his eyes. No recognition flitted across his face, so I doubted the guy had heard of me before, but something about what he saw irritated him, because the guy was frowning so hard his lips literally turned into an upside-down U.
"You can sit with us as long as you don't plan on going out there," he said, and slid the pitcher to himself. "I don't feel like telling a greenhorn all about the monsters we faced. It's not like you can handle them anyway."
"Be nice," a female hunter said, and shoved the assassin. "It's not his fault that any of this happened."
"It's no one's fault," a wizard said, and snatched the pitcher. "It's this game's fault. They tricked us, and now there's no way out. All we can do is fight and die just like everyone else."
"We'll get better," the hunter said with determination. "We have to. I'm not going to stay stuck here, are you?" Her two companions glowered into their ale for a few seconds, but then they finally nodded, and the hunter scooted over to make room for me. "My name is Mallory," she said with a warm smile. "Or you can call me Mistress of the Hunt. I do like the username." Mallory's grin was easygoing and soft in a way that immediately put me at ease, but the hunter's soldiers were still tense, and there was a deep sadness she couldn't hide in her eyes. "I think I recognize your gamer tag," she continued and refilled her ale. "My older brother—" There was a long pause, and she pressed her lips together and blinked rapidly before smiling even brighter than before. It was clear she was struggling, but the hunter just plastered a grin on and acted like it was just another day in paradise. "My older brother used to talk about you," she said, and then cleared her throat. "Anyway, he said he was hoping to see you in action. I guess you were kind of a big deal back in the day, with the first game." I didn't want to ask where he was now, but everything in me wanted her brother to be in a different city, safe and sound, waiting for her to come find him so they could live as happily ever after as the game would allow.
"An assassin, huh?"
the assassin said with a dubious expression.
"Funny. Says you're a paladin."
"Life happens," I shrugged. "Things change." I didn't feel like going into the whole explanation. My teen years had been filled with angst and feeling misunderstood. Not that my family hadn't been great, but the church kids I'd grown up with had all been two-faced and treacherous. Everyone except for my crew, of course, but it was the main reason I'd strayed from my faith after going to college. I still believed, but it wasn't nearly as strong as when I was a kid doing all the tournaments for Bible study. Being a paladin was supposed to help, but at the moment it felt like what little bit of belief in God I still had was being tested. No, he would use this for his good, no matter what the game designers intended.
"Are you going to sit or are you going to just stand there?" the wizard asked as he poured the last of the ale into his mug.
"I'll sit." I forced all my questions about my faith back into a tidy box for the moment. That was a not now problem. "How far have you guys traveled?" "About halfway to Wenkar," the hunter said, with that same smile that didn't reach her eyes. "My brother logged in before me, so he should have been here for 2 days or so. He didn't end up here, so I'm on my way to find him in the other cities."
"And she roped us in for the ride," the wizard grumbled into his glass. "We had a barbarian with us, but after the last monster ambush, he decided not to party with us anymore. I think he's going to try and go solo."
"He'll die the second he steps outside," the assassin said. "He already had that huge gash across his face, and we were there to save him." "Are you talking about Chaos Griffin?" I asked. "You know him?" Mallory asked with wide brown eyes. "I met him briefly when he was getting healed," I explained. "He didn't stick around."
"Of course he didn't,"
The assassin snorted. He did say a bunch of people were trying to get out, I said. He was trying to get out, Mallory said. We were trying to find my brother. I'm just here for the ride, the assassin said, and then offered me a hand. Gregory the Killer Whale. You can call me Whale. I lifted an eyebrow but reached out and shook his hand. He loves to do that, the hunter rolled her eyes. Everyone is always expecting him to say, call me Greg, and he loves messing with their heads. Fair enough, I chuckled. Guess you have to find your joy where you can. Julio, the wizard grunted and then polished off his ale. You can call me Julio. I glanced up at his username to see it really was just Julio 1992. That's what I thought, Whale said with a disgusted look at Julio's gamer tag. Wizards are supposed to be the fun nerds, but ours is as straightforward as they come. It's important to be straightforward and say what you mean, Julio shrugged. You wouldn't want me to slur my words while I'm casting a spell, would you? You don't even have to recite spells, the assassin boomed so loud Mallory flinched. You just press a button and bam, spell cast. Absolutely ridiculous. So, I said and glanced around at everyone. You guys are looking for Mallory's brother and have made it about halfway to the Swamp City. What kind of monsters have you run into? Have you learned anything? I've only been here for a day, the hunter confessed. We headed out immediately after we formed our party. There were a few level 15 creatures wandering around closer to where the dunes and the swamp meet. We barely made it back alive. Because you and Chaos Griffin pulled aggro on everything, Julio pointed out. Having 2 warrior classes among us is both a blessing and a curse. A paladin might be a good addition now that Chaos Griffin is gone. They're better tanks than the rest of the warrior class, not that we've met many. At least none that survived their arrival. If you join us, then you could be the bait while the rest of us fight. The wizard gave me a pointed look, and Whale started laughing hysterically. There's one good thing about being straightforward, the assassin gasped and tried to catch his breath. He doesn't pussyfoot about. You would make good bait. The question is whether or not you're actually tough enough to be the tank that's needed in this game. It's one thing to say you can stand in front of the monsters and distract them while the rest of us kill them, and another thing entirely when it happens, and you could actually die. Now, what should I call you? I'm definitely not going to call you by your tag. Josh, I said, and forced a smile despite the irritation bubbling up in my chest. They were just bitter and angry, and they were probably right about a lot of people who picked the paladin class not actually being able to fulfill their duties, but that wasn't me. I chose this class because I knew I was meant for it. At least, I did when I still thought I'd only be playing a VR game. Now, well, all I could do was hold on to that faith. Thanks for the heads up about the higher-level monsters, I said with a short nod. I'll think about whether or not I want to join your party. Who said we were inviting you to join our party? Well asked. I just said you'd be useful if you didn't chicken out. We could use a tank like him, Mallory said and nursed her ale. Like Julio said, it's hard to find paladins who've survived the game's entrance. He's clearly strong enough to perform as a tank, and he seems like a good guy. Thanks, I said as my irritation started to dissipate. Bah, Whale waved his hand dismissively. We'll be fine without him. You're just worried that he'll be an amazing paladin and assassin, Julio said. Don't let your pride keep us from a teammate who can distract the damn monsters. I might try to build my own team, I said quickly before the 2 men started swinging at each other. I have a bunch of friends who are logged in too, and I need to find them. We might be able to find your brother along the way, but I'll need to keep going. I think I'd rather stay in a city once we find my brother, Mallory confessed. I'm sure you'll be able to find plenty of people who want to partner with you, though. Paladins are like the diamonds in the rough around here. Everyone who's brave enough to go out is going to want you on their team. You'll need to be careful who you join hands with. Don't let anything Julio or Whale said get to you. They don't trust very many people. I'll choose wisely, I said. Any other advice for me?
Yeah, don't die, Whale said, and then tipped back his drink. I'm going to bed. I'm still game to go back out with you, Mallory, but apparently getting drunk lowers your HP, so I'm going to need a little rest. I don't think we should leave at night, Julio said, and stood at the same time his party mate did. There's no telling what monsters will come out once the sun goes down. There's still hours of daylight left, the assassin pointed out. Not after you sleep, the wizard countered. Then it'll be dark. The two men left without a goodbye, and I turned my attention back to Mallory. The hunter was studying me with an intense stare that I couldn't quite read. Her lips were still a thin line, and the warrior drummed her fingers on the table thoughtfully. My brother's gamer tag is Lobsterfoot312, she said. I'm going to go back out once we find another warrior to join us, but it might be a while. The last trip was rough. I understand that you need to leave sooner rather than later. Remember what I said about being careful who you party up with. You're a legend after all, so people are going to want to see what you can do. You've gone from being an assassin to a tank, and I really wouldn't want to drop the ball in this game. I hope you can handle it. I'll make it work, I said with a reassuring smile. I'll keep an eye out for your brother. Appreciate it, she said, and then chugged the last of her ale. I'm off to sleep, too. Good luck out there, Josh. I'll be keeping an ear out for all your adventures. I look forward to hearing what you're going to do. The hunter patted my shoulder as she stood to leave, and I watched her head up to the second floor where all the rooms were. Mallory, Julio, and Whale were pretty jaded, but then again they were already level 6, so they'd probably seen more than most. At least no one in their party had died, which was more than most of the players I'd met. Learn anything? Rosie asked as I returned the now empty pitcher. Just that paladins are more fought over than the crown jewels, and there are massive monsters where the dunes and swamp meet, I said. The barbarian sighed and then gave me a long once-over. You're going to have to be careful who you end up with. Mallory isn't bad, but the two men are not my favorite. You seem like you have a good head on your shoulders, though. You'll find people who will have your back. You do need to be extra careful since you'll be the main tank of the party. These could be our real bodies, and the game has made it clear we die outside if we die here. I'll be careful, I promised. Well, as careful as anyone can be in a game like this. I believe you, she said. You kind of remind me of my fiancé. Once he set his mind to something, there is no turning back. Just remember the timeline we came up with. It's better to be safe than sorry, just in case our real bodies are on the outside and are currently dehydrating. There's a very good chance someone will find you before the deadline, so you'll have water and nutrients pushed into your body, but there's no telling what that'll do to your mind. Nothing good, a necromancer said from the stool the Japanese cleric had abandoned. I was a thoracic surgeon back in the real world. And let me tell you, the longer we're in a coma, the harder it'll be to wake up, even if someone finds us and gives us the bare minimum to survive. All the more reason to work fast, I said, and then glanced over my shoulder as someone walked in. How long do you think I have before dark? Not enough for you to find a party and go hunting, Rosie said, and slid me an old brass key. Here. It's 20 gold a night, room 302. 3rd floor, all the way at the end. Get some rest. You're going to need it. Thanks, I said, and made the transfer, took the key, and headed to the 3rd floor.
My mind raced with everything I'd learned over the last hour. Giant monsters in the dunes. People actually die in real life when they die in the game, or at the very least they never respawn. Paladins were coveted like diamonds, and 3 hours in the real world was a full day in the game. The stairs creaked beneath my feet as I trudged up to the 3rd floor. Room 302 was all the way at the end. It sported a double bed, a window view of the bay along with a small balcony just big enough for me to walk through, and thankfully, its own bathroom. "Please let there be hot water. Please let there be hot water," I whispered to myself as I turned the faucet in the tiny shower. The pipes stuttered and banged against the wall, but then water poured through the shower head. It took almost a full minute, but finally steam billowed all around me, and I wasted no time hopping in. I found a single bar of lavender soap in the shower, but it lathered well enough, and anything was better than the smell of seawater and sweat still clinging to me. I even washed my basic shirt, my jeans, and the leather pants so I'd be fresh and ready to go first thing in the morning. "Okay," I said as I came out of the bathroom. "Now that we're feeling human again, it's time to really go through everything." The gabled ceiling was just tall enough for me to walk under as long as I didn't walk too close to the walls. The whole room was barely 15 feet wide and long, but that was all I needed to pace and start processing. It still seemed insane that I was actually in a video game, but the truth was as plain as the wooden boards and threadbare rug beneath my feet. The real question was, how did I get out? No one else had made it very far, or at least no one in Shellandar had. I paused to stare out of the window and saw a man running from one of the crusty hardshells. He was so close to the city I was sure he was about to reach the barrier, but the blue monster reached him just in time to slice him in half. I turned away as quickly as possible, but the image was now seared into my brain. "Oh, I got a level bonus," I said as I tried to distract myself. I plopped down on the lumpy bed and pulled up my inventory. Any boosts I got would help me survive, and if I wanted to find my friends and free us from the game, then staying alive was my top priority. Hard Pass was going to be very helpful since I would pull aggro on everything first. Being an assassin for so long had taught me how to quickly switch between fighting and spells, but if everything and its mother was out to get me, then I'd need to be more aware of the cooldowns than ever. The 20% defense boost for 3 minutes wasn't exactly groundbreaking at my level, but it would definitely help out later, especially if I could find a party. Paladins really had more boosts when we were with other people, but the class was designed specifically to help others, so it made sense. The spell was easy enough to equip. There were 2 spell bars with 4 slots each off to the side of my vision. It was more than I'd expected for a warrior class, but hopefully some of them would be innate and would activate on their own. I dragged the Hard Pass icon over to the first spell slot, dropped it in, and then poked it with my finger. It went dark right away, and a shield icon appeared on my HUD to show the extra defense. The spell had a 30-minute cooldown with only 3 minutes of use, but anything was better than nothing, and it would be helpful when I was in a party and became the official bait. I would create a party from the people in Shellandar, but hopefully I could find my crew fast. It wouldn't be too bad to hang out with a bunch of random people, but my friends and I had been playing together for almost 10 years. We were a well-oiled machine at this point, and if there was a way to get out of the game, then we'd be able to find it together in no time flat. Worry pulsed through me as I thought about Stephen and Jared out there on their own. Stephen would be able to figure something out and find a new crew with ease. The guy was in marketing for a reason, but Jared was a little more reserved. Our resident rogue was good at looting, and he'd be able to transfer those new judo skills into surviving, especially since I was very sure he'd change it up and be a fighter. But it was very unlikely that he'd actually meet a new group of people. If it hadn't been for us dragging him into our friend group freshman year, then he probably would have gone through high school without making any friends. Not because he wasn't completely awesome, but because he was shy and had a tendency to forget the rest of the world existed when he was focused on something. Greg and Lucy would probably be in the same city since they were literally using the same IP address. Right? No, I had to believe that. There was a small possibility the game sent them to different locations, but if they were together, then they'd be an unstoppable duo. Sadly, no one I'd spoken to yet had been able to confirm anything for me. Kittens had come in with her fiancé, and they were probably on the same Wi-Fi, so there was hope. I ran a hand through my newly clean hair, took a deep breath, and rolled my shoulders to relax the tension. "Okay, Josh," I said. "You've learned quite a bit from just a few people. Granted, most of them seem to have given up hope, but you're not going to let that get you down. You're going to find a party, kick some monster butt, find your friends, and then finish this game so you can log out. You've got this." The pep talk lifted my spirits a little, and I grinned as I pulled up the quests. "Let's see what we'll need to do to win," I said. Chapter 4. "At least this layout hasn't changed," I said as I scrolled through the quests page. There were 5 chapters in total. They were all listed in Roman numerals at the top of the text box I was studying. The first 2 glowed bright gold like beacons waiting to be noticed, while the last 3 were a dull gray. I already knew chapters 3 through 5 wouldn't be available since they were grayed out, but I still clicked on them just to be sure. It was always better to be safe than sorry, especially in a video game that had become real life. I didn't want to leave anything to chance. A notification popped up as I tried to click on Chapter 3. "This chapter will be available once you have completed Chapter 2. All right, I conceded and moved back over to Chapter 1. "Complete the main quests in Chapter 1 in order to move on to Chapter 2. You will not begin making progress in the next chapter until you have completed the quests for your current chapter." Great. I'd kind of been hoping there would be some overlap between them, but the first Living Veil game had been the same. It would take a lot more time to finish all the chapters, time I might not have if Rosie's calculations were right, and we might start dropping dead after 16 days. Some part of me wanted to believe the other players would all be well hydrated, or maybe their family members would find them and send them to the hospital, but there were a lot of gamers who liked to isolate themselves while they lived off nothing but pizza and energy drinks. They weren't exactly the pinnacle of health or socialization, though it seemed as if a bunch of the people I'd met seemed to have significant others or friends who might check in on them. Either way, it would be better for me to try and finish the game in 16 days rather than pushing it to the limit. I shook my head and reached up to touch my hair as if the VR headset would suddenly appear. It didn't, and I realized the dock worker had done the same thing. I'd seen a few of the guys in the tavern do it too. It was as if all of us needed constant reassurance that we were in fact trapped, and this wasn't all just a very, very good video game. But the conclusion remained the same. Focus, I told myself, and zeroed in on the Chapter 1 quests. There were 7 quests in total, and it didn't look like I had to do them in order as long as I completed each one. At least there weren't any numbers next to them, and no text box popped up to tell me they were sequential. I clicked on the first one and read the quick description. Purge the land, kill 50 monsters. Pretty self-explanatory, but not an easy feat given how hard it had been to destroy the crusty hardshell when it was only a level 3. I glanced at the counter. 1 out of 50. Awesome, I snorted. You're doing great. The game had to have weaker creatures I could run around and kill to up my count faster. Definitely not in the water since the eels were waiting, and Mallory and her crew had been adamant about avoiding where the dunes and swamp met. Still, there had to be squirrels or tiny monsters I could destroy. That would have to wait until after I left the city and could explore, which brought me to the next quest. Merchant Road. Visit 3 cities. I switched to the map to see most of it was completely blacked out. The beach where I'd come in and the immediate area around Shellandar had been revealed, but the rest was still hidden. The only markers were the other 6 cities, and the roads between them were currently invisible. Guess I'll be exploring a lot, I muttered. Usually it was fun to go through a map and discover every nook and cranny until there were no black spaces left, but I had a time limit, and there was no telling what kinds of monsters were waiting out there. I wouldn't even be able to see the roads traveling through the land until I'd actually reached it. I'd aggro everything in the area the second the monsters noticed me, and it wasn't like I could respawn if they overwhelmed me. It would be a battle to survive, and I couldn't take the usual chances. Maybe one of the rogues would party up with me so they could use their stealth. I couldn't remember the exact boost they had in a party, but I remembered there had been one, and honestly, anything was better than nothing. The options weren't ideal, but I wouldn't let something like a blacked-out map and a bunch of monsters stop me. Ready for the winter. Collect 20 pelts. Lovely. I frowned. Pelts were easy enough to come by. I just needed to kill something with fur. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought about using my hunting knife to skin an animal, but the loot box from the crab hadn't asked me to dig through its shell to find things, so maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't have to collect the pelts myself. I could handle clicking an accept button. The next quest would probably take the longest. I'm in this for the long haul. Reach level 20. The highest level I'd seen so far was a level 6, and those particular adventurers looked like they'd been through the ringer. Reaching level 20 would be a minor miracle, but if I worked together with a party, it might be doable. It was always easier to share the burden from quests in a party. Of course, being with a bunch of people would make the next quest even harder. Gotta make that money, make purse, earn 10,000 gold. I'd made 70 gold already, so that was something. Thankfully, the quest counter still read 170 out of 10,000, despite the money I'd given to Rosie for ale, fish stew, and my room for the night. It even counted the 100 gold I came into the game with. Nice. Maybe not as surmountable as it seemed, though it would still be harder in a party since everything would be split up, but I'd survive a lot easier with others around me, so it would be worth it. On to the 6th one. Easily distracted. Complete 15 side quests. You know what? Fair, I chuckled. Side quests are the best part anyway. I thought about why they'd want us to complete side quests. Were the later chapters going to be so difficult we'd need to have the armor and weapons we could find completing them? I was usually pretty easily distracted when it came to side quests, but with the looming time restraints it seemed less important. Of course, there wouldn't be any way to know if we'd die when our bodies died, or what the heck was going on with us back in the real world. Not until we were free and could go back home. But I didn't want to take the risk that Rosie was right and people would die in the game when the dehydration won the fight outside. Whether my body was in the game or not, I'd die in the real world if I died here, and having a timeline to complete the game would push me harder to finish it. 15 side quests wouldn't be too hard. They didn't usually take too long, and I was determined to find a party who would help me push through them all as quickly as possible, preferably while we kept an eye out for our friends and family who'd also logged in. I turned to the last task in Chapter 1 and let out a long whistle. Check my fit. Have an item in every armor slot. It sounded easy enough, but some items were so hard to find in the first game that it had become a joke in the subreddits. Rings especially were hard to come by. Finding two would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. It's fine, I told myself. It's totally 100% fine. You have to go to 3 other cities. Maybe the merchants there will have pieces you can buy. That has to be why you need to earn so much gold. I reread the 7 quests a few times, but there wasn't any more information to be gleaned from the titles with their short descriptions. On the plus side, it did leave a lot of wiggle room. Some of the gold I'd gotten had been from looting the Grey Avenger. It felt strange doing it in real life, but I hadn't lost all my strength, so clearly the game didn't consider it an evil act, and the process had released his body so his family could mourn. The question about whether our bodies were really in the game or if they were comatose in the real world kept nagging at the back of my brain, even if there was no way to know until we were all free. I remembered the flash of light when I logged in, but there hadn't been any tingling sensations or pains like in anime. The glow had faded, and there was the beach. Rosie seemed pretty convinced our bodies were on the outside, and she'd seen people die, so the barbarian would have seen the same message I had from the game about their families being able to mourn. Maybe it was just too hard for the mathematician to believe someone had figured out a way to subvert physics and pull us into a VR game. Honestly, it was a lot easier to believe we were just trapped in our own minds. Still, I wondered about what the game meant about our families being able to mourn. Did we wake up for a second in the real world before we died? No, that would be too messed up. Maybe our bodies stopped functioning and passed away completely. That would make sense. It would give the families a dead person to mourn instead of hovering around someone who would never wake up. But also it could be as simple as our bodies reappearing. It was like a never-ending vicious cycle in my mind of proof either way, when none of it would matter unless I could actually get out. I was pretty sure trying to work it out like a puzzle was how my brain was dealing with the trauma of it, but I had to stop myself before it fully drove me crazy. This shit is fucked, I gritted out. Damn it. I ground my teeth together for what felt like a full minute straight, but then I took a few deep breaths. Cool down, Josh, I reminded myself. You get yourself under control. A cool head is a clear head, and harsh language isn't going to help with that. I'd started swearing more in college, and it was a hard habit to break. Sometimes the best way to express myself was a solid fuck, but I could practically feel my mother's frown every time words like that left my mouth, and I'd promised her to do better. It didn't bother me too much when other people did it, at least not unless every other word was a swear. That just felt crass and unnecessary to me. Harsh words made harsh impressions on people, and there was no reason to subject everyone who happened to be nearby to that. Basic self-control and common decency were a good standard to uphold in my book, and no matter how pissed off I was, there were more constructive ways to let it out. Even in a video game where my mother would never know about it one way or the other. Okay, let's take this one thing at a time, I decided as I focused on the quests again instead of the maddening, unending cycle of wondering whether I was comatose on my couch or actually in the game. Chapter 1 is definitely doable, more so with the help from a party. I'll need a mage or someone who can cast spells. A cleric would be preferred since there will obviously be a lot of fighting. I could check for a bard, but I'm not sure if I can handle all that singing and lute strumming. I started to pace the room again, and the screen with the quests followed my gaze everywhere like a silent reminder of everything I needed to do in order to move on to Chapter 2. I stopped long enough to click on the glowing Roman numeral and then stared at the next 7 tasks. He's not that big. Complete 3 raids. You gotta get the set, though. Complete a full armor set. I'll trade you for it. Make 30 trades. We're better together. Complete 20 side quests with a party. Legendary, I'm lactose intolerant. Kill 5 legendary creatures. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Upgrade primary weapon 3 times. I'm on my way. Reach level 30. What in the actual? I bit back the rest of my sentence. Stay calm, Josh. It's totally fine, absolutely fine. This is manageable. I could feel the heat crawling up my neck as rage washed over me. I swiped away the text box as if it had personally offended my ancestors, stomped over to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on my face. If that's Chapter 2, then what could they possibly have in store for the other chapters? I asked the man in the mirror. How could it have such a gigantic jump in difficulty? He didn't have any answers for me. He just stared back at me with a bewildered expression. I shook my head at my clear loss of sanity and then walked back into the bedroom. Late afternoon light poured through the window, and the sun was starting to set on the bay. Exhaustion washed over me, and a quick check showed my health bar had started to dip. We'll deal with everything tomorrow, I promised myself. First things first. Let's get some sleep so your health can recover. You definitely won't be defeating monsters if your HP is at 0. Also, my guy, really, stop talking to yourself. The fam would never let you live it down. On instinct, I checked to make sure the chat wasn't live. Years of playing with my friends had taught me that talking to myself would only get me picked on. It had always been so embarrassing, but now I missed Lucy's jokes about my need to consult myself, followed by Greg's digs about how consultations were supposed to be done with experts, not crazy people. I had to find them. I needed to make sure they were okay. My heart ached as I thought about my niece and nephew waiting at Lucy's parents' house. Would they know what happened to their parents? How could their grandparents possibly explain that Mom, Dad, Uncle Jared, Uncle Stephen, and Uncle Josh were never coming back because they were stuck in a video game? No, we'd find a way out. We had to. The bed somehow became even lumpier when I laid down on it. I shifted a few times, wiggled, and finally gave up trying to find a comfortable position. My eyes burned from exhaustion as I turned to gaze out of the window at the quickly setting sun. There wasn't really time to waste on a nap, but my lowering health bar made it clear I still needed to take care of the everyday tasks of being alive. One more tick for the "we're actually in the video game" column. It doesn't matter, I grumbled, and ran a hand down my face, frustrated that my mind kept gnawing on the issue like a dog with a bone, even though it didn't matter one way or the other. We're going to stick to Rosie's timeline no matter what's really going on, because whether we're physically in the game or mentally, not many of us are going to survive more than a couple of weeks. Not with the monsters running around out there. What I really needed to do was find a team who could help me complete the game and help free everyone. In the morning, I'd explore a little more and start putting together my party. The Japanese cleric probably wouldn't want to join me after what he and Rosie went through, and the woman I'd met coming into the tavern had been 3 sheets to the wind. If all else failed, I could team up with one of the other classes, buy a few extra healing potions, and then hit the road. I could also find a bard, but that particular choice would have to stay on the back burner, because if I was stuck with someone who sang and played an instrument every second of every day, then I'd become homicidal and lose all my strength. There was no way the game wouldn't consider killing a teammate an evil act, and it would be, no matter how annoyed I was. Sleep must have taken over at some point, because the next thing I knew, bright, buttery morning light was pouring through the window and falling right on my face. A bell chimed somewhere in the distance, and I could hear people shouting about fresh-baked bread, the best breakfast in Shellandar, and fish that had just been brought up from the docks. I hate mornings, I grumbled and sat up to glare at the joyous day outside. Offensive. I threw off the thin blanket I must have snuggled beneath at some point, teetered into the bathroom on legs that were still half asleep, and then went through the process of waking up. My clothes were officially dry, so I donned the leather pants, basic shirt, and my boots. The dagger strapped right to my thigh with a complicated belt that would keep it from falling down my leg as I ran around. "All right," I said, and tugged the window open for some fresh air. The smell of salt water and freshly baked bread wafted up on a gentle breeze. I closed my eyes and let the morning light warm my skin. The waterways sloshed against the docking stations as other players went about their new daily lives. It was actually pretty peaceful, and for just a moment, I wasn't worried about getting out of the video game. But then I thought about the trip the crew had taken to LA to see Steven's new office building, and a dull ache throbbed in my chest. There wasn't time to enjoy the view. I needed to find my friends and then figure out how we could get back to the real world. My stomach rumbled so loud it felt like a grenade had gone off, and I instinctively put a hand over it while glancing up at my health bar. It had already dipped a little, but at least I'd been able to drink the water in the sink, so dehydration wasn't a problem. The question about whether we were physically in the game or not popped back up in my mind, but I shut it down, stuffed it into a box, and pushed it to the back of my thoughts. I'd given the issue enough thought the day before, and there was no way to know what was true until we escaped. That was my priority. Actually, food first, I said, and then trotted down to the first floor. A few players were scattered around the tables with bread and more fish stew. Someone had cleaned up the spilled ale from the night before, and there was sawdust on what looked suspiciously like a pile of vomit. "Good morning," Rosie said as she came out with a mop bucket. "How'd you sleep?" "Okay, I think," I said and ran a hand through my hair. It was like I was conscious one moment and then waking up. I don't even remember falling asleep. "It's the same for all of us," she said, and started to clean up the vomit and sawdust. "No one dreams." "That's because there's nothing to dream about," the Japanese cleric said over a bowl of fish stew. Rosie stared at him for a few seconds as complicated emotions played in her gray eyes, but then she pulled her attention back to me and gave me a once-over. "You look better cleaned up," she said. "Hopeful." "I'm going to start looking for a party today," I said, and then glanced around the hung-over players. "Any suggestions?" "You won't like them," she snorted and then started to wheel the mop cart into the back. I watched the large woman go. The barbarian probably wanted to tell me not to leave Shellandar at all, and she was right. I wouldn't like it. I knew she was scared, but there was nothing we could do but try to find a way out. The Japanese cleric shook his head and held up a hand before I could ask him anything. He muttered something I couldn't understand. Watching anime had taught me a little, but not enough. The stern expression on his face was clear enough. He wouldn't be helping me. "There's a bakery across the street," Rosie said as she came out with a tray filled with cleaned glass pints. "Might be some sober players there willing to help you out." "He's a paladin," Julio said as the wizard trotted down the stairs.
There's going to be a line out the door as soon as anyone hears he wants to party up with someone."
"As long as he doesn't go with you and your cynical bestie," the barbarian said, and then turned back to me. "I know I can't convince you to stay, but keep in mind what I said about making sure you pick the right people to be with." "Thanks," I responded, and then headed across the street. The bakery was filled with everything from freshly baked croissants to tarts filled to the brim with strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries. My stomach growled again, a little more insistent this time, and my HP bar took a bigger hit, like just sniffing the food had brought it down. A few tables with umbrellas were scattered just outside the front windows, and players sat around the shop with tasty treats and varying lattes, teas, and iced drinks that sparkled in the morning sunlight. It struck me again how peaceful Shellandar was, despite the threats looming just outside the city's barrier. "Good morning," a jolly woman said from behind the counter I was standing in front of. "What can I get for you this morning?" I glanced up at her gamer tag. Poisonous Kisses. Fighter Level 2. "Don't worry," she said and pulled an almond croissant from the case. "Only my kisses are poisonous. My food is delicious. Technically, the game's food is delicious, but I'm going to take credit for it since I clicked the button that brought it into existence. Here, you look like an almond croissant kind of guy." "Thanks," I said. I had no idea what that was supposed to mean, but she wasn't wrong. They were my favorite in the real world, so I forked over the 10 gold and then glanced up at the board behind her with a list of coffees. "Can I just get a plain black coffee?" I asked. 5 gold, she said, and filled a white porcelain mug almost to the brim. "I can make you a salmon bagel if the almond croissant isn't enough protein for you." "Salmon?" I asked and took my coffee. "Yeah," the fighter laughed. "I think it's one of those oversights from the game. You know, they can't get everything exactly right. We have to suspend our disbelief about some things. There's not many of them, but technically salmon is fresh and saltwater, so it kind of works for a seaside town." "Makes sense," I said, but my mind was already racing with all the other inconsistencies the game might have. "Have you noticed anything else?" "Not really." She shrugged and then turned as someone asked for another chocolate croissant. "I'm sure you'll figure some out yourself." Then she was off, and I was left with my almond croissant, a black coffee, and about 1,000 more questions. "Right," I said and headed back outside. I eased down into a high-backed wrought iron chair and stared at the glittering sea in the distance. There were still a few red lines out past the waves and the docks, but they weren't any closer, so the barriers were still good. I couldn't imagine them breaking down since they were a game staple, but I hadn't expected to find myself inside a video game where death was actually final. "Good morning." The rogue who'd literally tried to punch me in the face not 10 hours ago plopped down in the chair across from me. "I have the worst hangover of my entire life. Worse than the one after I went to that triangle fraternity party. Let me tell you what, STEM guys know how to drink." I stared at him blankly. I hadn't been able to get a very good look at him in the tavern the night before, but in the morning light he looked rough. The red rings around his eyes were like a permanent fixture, and there was scruff on his chin as if he hadn't shaved since coming into the game. I could smell the lavender soap that had been in my bathroom, likely an inn staple, but the stench of ale still clung to him like it ran through his veins instead of blood. The rogue was thinner than most of the other players, and almost a head shorter than me, but even hung over his movements were lithe as he made himself comfortable, tested how level the table was, and even propped a boot up on a vacant seat. Yeah, I could definitely picture him being a master thief, especially with the sheer audacity and confidence with which he sat down and started talking to me like he hadn't tried to fight me the night before. "What do you want?" I asked outright. The man visibly snapped out of his cockiness. His eyes bulged a little, but then his gaze dropped fast to the tabletop. Yeah, fair response, he mumbled. I just wanted to apologize. That's a better start, I said. The rogue nodded. I mean it. I'm so embarrassed, man. I'm not usually a complete drunken idiot, and I don't know what I was thinking coming after you like that. I'm not holding it together well. I eyed the way his hands gripped the edge of the table. The knuckles were going white, and his eyes burned with intense regret as he looked up at me again. Understandable, I replied. I don't think any of us were prepared for what would happen in here. I came in with my girlfriend, he said in a low tone. We were both so excited to meet you. We actually bonded over watching old playthroughs of Living Veil, and you kind of became her hero. Not jealous about that at all, by the way. Glad to hear it, I said with a slight smile. Anyway, we went out to fight one of those eels. He let the sentence drop, but I didn't need to hear the rest. There was no way they would be able to take on a level 13 eel, not unless they were in a larger party, and even then it would be almost impossible in the water. I did kill it eventually. He broke the heavy silence. Almost killed me, but I had a couple of potions, and I leveled up, as you can see, so the rest of the damage was healed. I'm sorry, I said with genuine emotion. Truly. Me too. He managed a shaky chuckle. I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking lost right now. I've just been drinking and hating myself for what happened for days, and then I saw you and I hated myself even more. That won't help anything, I said. You know that. Yeah, I'm realizing that. He nodded. That's why I wanted to come in here and own up to being a pathetic piece of shit. I could have taken my anger out on anyone, but my hero? That's just diabolically embarrassing. Yeah, well, I grinned. I'm not too judgmental, don't worry about it. Things happen. His shoulders relaxed a little as he saw I really meant this. Then he eyed my coffee, and I chuckled as I slid it his way. You need this more than me, I said. The guy dragged my coffee closer like it was truly a port in the storm, took a huge swig, and then grimaced. Ugh. First you're a paladin instead of an assassin, and now you drink black coffee? He gagged. The hits just keep coming. Beggars can't be choosers, I replied with a grin. The man didn't argue as he kept on drinking, and I offered him some of my croissant, but he waved it away. Please, no one deserves a croissant after a belligerent outburst like that, he snorted into his cup. Allow me to retain some dignity. Fair, I agreed. You can call me Kyle, by the way, the rogue offered. I'm guessing I can call you Josh? Maybe Joshy Poo when we're closer? Josh works, I said. He nodded. I appreciate the coffee. Haven't really figured out what to do for money yet. Questing solo is as dumb as a barbarian, but don't tell Rosie I said that. And ale costs so much. Guess the game really wants us to find a party and go out and hunt. It does, I agreed. And that's what I'm planning on doing. A tall barbarian with shoulders as wide as the doorframe came into the building, and I eyed the bags under his eyes. He looked as stressed out as most people around here, and I didn't get the impression he was eager to travel out into the world at all. He shuffled like a man who'd been defeated in spirit already, and he ordered an ale for breakfast. I turned back to my own breakfast, only to find the rogue watching me intently. What? I asked, as I realized I may have missed something. Nothing. He forced a casual shrug. Just wondering if you had anyone in mind for a party yet, that's all. If you really are planning on going out there? I am. I cocked an eyebrow. What, you want to join my— Yes! He blurted out. Yes, I do. Please. Pretty please, in fact. Not many grown men will toss in one of those, but I'm confident like that. I smirked at that, but I had my misgivings. This guy had tried to knock me out less than 12 hours ago, and he was clearly the sort to drink himself under a table. I had too much riding on my own plans, especially where my friends were concerned, and I didn't want to risk getting slowed down or tripped up by an unpredictable party member. Look, I said, but the man cut me off before I could try and let him down easy. I know, he said with feeling. I know I'm not looking like too good of an option, but I have nothing. I'm drowning. That's why. His words hit me harder in the chest than I expected them to. His eyes were watery, like he was trying to hold back tears, and I couldn't deny I felt for him. He probably did feel like he had nothing after losing his girlfriend in such a horrible way. I need something to do, he continued. I can't just let myself waste away in here and drink myself into oblivion. She'd never forgive me. Krista would have wanted me to get my head out of my ass and fight to get out of the game, especially if it was with you. She's probably so ashamed wherever she is now, and I can't. You shouldn't be ashamed, I gently interrupted. You're grieving, and that looks messy sometimes. But I agree, drinking yourself into oblivion won't help. I didn't know what else to do. Regret flashed across his face. One second we were logging in and super excited, and the next... But I can still do something, right? I have to. I can't just sit here. I'll lose my mind without her. I had no idea what to say. There weren't any words that could take away the pain of losing his significant other, and my thoughts immediately raced to Greg and Lucy. I needed them to be okay, and I needed them to be together. So I thought about his proposal. A rogue wasn't a healer, so we'd have to find a cleric or a bard at some point, but it was better than going alone. I could use his stealth ability, especially since he'd have some bonuses that would apply to an entire party, and it would be better than trying to go alone as a paladin that attracts every monster in the area. His sloppy, drunken attack on me the night before was understandable too. The love of his life had died, and he hadn't been able to save her. That would mess with anyone's head. The fact that they'd both logged in with hopes of joining my party probably hadn't helped either. I do have some boosts that only come with being in a party, he added when I didn't say anything. Can you stay sober enough? I asked. I don't need a drunk rogue going out and causing problems. Kyle started to say something but then pressed his lips together. I could see the war going on behind the rogue's dark blue eyes, but then he finally nodded. I can stay sober, he said. As long as I'm in a party with you, then I'll leave the ale alone. You can drink, I replied. Just don't get so drunk you start fights. Oh, thank God! The rogue blew out a breath and ran a hand over his face. I was really worried for a second there. I can handle having just a few drinks. It'll be good for me anyway. Krista never liked it when I got drunk, but the last few days without her... The screams... A sob choked him for a few seconds, and he blinked rapidly and looked up as if that would stop the onslaught of emotions. He cleared his throat. I actually thought about offing myself at one point, just to see if I'd wake up and find her on the couch waiting for me, but if the message is real, then it would make her even more angry. Can't meet her at the pearly gates if I committed suicide, right? Right, I said, and then slid the rest of the almond croissant toward him. We'll finish this game and find a way out of here. With any luck, everyone who died will just be laughing at how serious we've been. I'll eat to that, Kyle said, and then stuffed the whole pastry in his mouth. Do you really think we'll be able to leave once we've finished the game? Hold on. He stopped trying to talk around the flaky croissant, grabbed the coffee, and chugged the last of it. Phew, that's better. The rogue laughed as I watched him stuff his emotions away in real time. "Those pastries will kill you if you don't have something to drink." Anyway, I was thinking about the message when we first created a character. It said we'd be able to choose a different one after we finished the game. What if we just have to keep playing until we die? That's a very real possibility. I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. We won't know for sure until we actually get it done. But the wording was suggestive. It says we may choose another one, not that we have to. "Who in the absolute hell would choose to come back?" he gasped with wide eyes. "Someone with a friend still in the game," I suggested. "Fair enough." He nodded. "I'd come back 1,000 times if Krista was still stuck in here." "I have some friends in the game that I need to find, actually," I said. "That's my main goal with creating a party. We all logged in at the same time, but we were all over the world. 2 of them were married and in the same apartment, so I'm hoping they're in the same city. But Stephen and Jared probably aren't." Kyle's eyes had widened at this news, and he nodded a few times as he processed the full situation. "4 people will be hard," Kyle said, "but we'll figure it out. As long as we don't die, we'll keep searching for them while we finish the game. Does that sound like a plan?" "That sounds like you already plan on me letting you join my party," I chuckled. Yes, it does." He gave a clipped nod. "Desperate times call for desperate reverse psychology. I can help you find your friends, okay? I'll work my ass off to find them. Just let me help you. Let me do something besides sit here, okay? I need some kind of purpose." I held his gaze for a long moment. I'd never deny a man a chance to find purpose in his life. I wasn't raised to be heartless, so I stuck out my hand. The rogue shook it with the biggest smile I had ever seen spread across his exhausted face, and I could practically see the sense of dedication returning to him all at once. "Now, we should find some provisions and head out before the day gets away from us," I said and stood up. "I've been hoping to find a cleric or a bard to team up with, too." "That might be hard," he said and followed. "No one around here's in any rush to go back out. We'll have to look in the next city for your healer. But I've got a little savings left from the eel. We'll load up on healing potions." "I thought you were going broke," I said. "That's why you needed my coffee." Kyle shot me a sheepish grin and then shrugged. "What can I say? I'm a rogue. We like to steal things. Now, let's go get those supplies. We have monsters to kill." Chapter 5. "Are you going to steal the supplies too?" I teased as we walked down the sidewalk. There was a long pause as the rogue fell back to walk beside me, and the sideways glance he gave me was all the answer I needed. Maybe partying up with an actual thief was a bad idea. The last thing we needed was for me to lose all my strength in the middle of a battle. I was not trying to hang out with Abu in the Cave of Wonders. I didn't have a magic carpet to help me escape if everything started to collapse around us. "Like I said, I do have some savings," he finally said. "Krista and I hit up some of the smaller crusty hardshells before we went after the eel, though we did have a bigger party for the level 13. We weren't idiots. Okay, we were definitely stupid." He gritted his teeth as his shoulders tensed, and his eyes darted to the beach outside the boundary where another long red health bar bobbed up and down in the waves. "We really thought 5 people would be enough," Kyle muttered more to himself than me. "Krista was a wizard. She liked casting spells. She looked so cool, but the damned thing was immune to the lightning strike. It's a water creature." "I did see it start glowing," I pointed out. "You've been that close to one?" He whipped around to stare at me with wide eyes. "And it didn't attack you? You're a paladin. I thought everything was supposed to throw hands with you on sight." "I guess it was bound to the game's rules." I shrugged. "It didn't leave the water, but it was clear it wanted me to get closer. The thing even came to the shallows to glare at me with those creepy yellow eyes. A shiver ran through my body as I thought about it. Some part of me had expected it to make the same charging noise Godzilla made in the movies, but honestly, the silence made it so much creepier. "Huh," my companion said blankly. "I'll be damned. You're right. I don't think it came after us until we stepped foot in the water." The guy went pale as he processed this information, and his steps slowed to a stop right in the middle of the street. Everyone else rushed around us, but the players didn't pay too much attention, although one guy with a wheelbarrow grumbled about rogues and their reckless behavior. Not that Kyle seemed to care. All his focus was on the scraps of paper he'd tugged out from his pants. "Where did you get those?" I asked and pointed to the paper in small pencil. "Needs must, my guy," he answered distractedly. "I'm keeping track of the things I learn about the way the game functions." "Good idea," I said, "but I don't see why you had to steal the stuff. It's just paper. You could have easily bought that, I'm sure." "It's not like stealing is evil," he snorted, stuffed the paper and pencil back into his pocket, and motioned to the nearby bridge. "Come on. We still need to go see the general store clerk. His name is Barnabas Kraken, and whoever gave him that name, it's even crueler than trapping us in here." "That is pretty rough," I chuckled. "Also, stealing is in fact wrong. It's literally one of the 10 Commandments." "So is thou shalt not kill," he countered, "and last time I checked, we're planning on killing a lot." "Pretty sure animals and monsters don't count." I grinned. I wasn't surprised about him knowing the 10 Commandments. He had a slight southern accent that popped up every now and then, and everyone in the Bible Belt had one of those signs with the tablets in their house, or at least their grandmother's house, so he'd probably have it memorized. Not that it seemed to be giving him any guidance in anything. "What did you do on the outside?" Kyle asked. "I was just a normal office worker," I said as we reached the bridge over the nearest waterway. "What about you?" "An office worker?" He stopped to stare up at me. "Do you look like this on the outside?" I thought about it for a second. My shoulders aren't as wide, but I tried to build it as close to my actual body type as possible. "Explains why you're not built like a brick house." He shook his head and then slapped his hand against my shoulder. "Most paladins are like barbarians, all muscle and no brains. But you're actually pretty thin in comparison." "Still managed to avoid your punches last night," I pointed out. "I do have some muscle. I work out enough to hold my own, so you don't have to worry about that." "I'm not worried." He waved dismissively and then hopped off the bridge onto the cobblestone. "I've seen you play. I'm just surprised you don't have some super cool job, like a special ops thing or something cryptic and government-related." I frowned. "I'm not some movie character, I'm just a normal guy." "Right, normal," he chuckled. "Because there is anything normal about the way you utterly annihilated in the last Living Veil game." "Annihilating in a game means I'm special ops?" I chuckled. "It should, with the way you played," he scoffed. "But fine, be a casual office dude. Sleeper builds are cool too." We both laughed at that as we crossed the street and stepped aside for a passing wagon. "What did you do on the outside?" I asked. Kyle studied me for a few seconds, and then nodded as if agreeing with some silent conversation he was having with himself. "I'm a computer programmer," he said. "I write code. May do a little white hat work, some black hat. Guess it really depends on who you're asking." He chuckled to himself and then rolled his eyes when I didn't join him. "Normies," he grumbled. "Anyway, my main job was computer programming. I used to write a lot of code for this tech company back in the real world." "Do you think you can help us out here?" I asked, and motioned at the city around us. "No," he said. "I've tried. It doesn't work. No way to hack it from the inside. I might be able to find a flaw somewhere and exploit it, but I need more information on the system. Like lore? I asked. The first game had a lot hidden throughout Corrales. Maybe we can find some. That's actually a good idea, he said and clapped his hands together. If we find enough lore, then I might be able to learn what the setup is and exploit it. See, this is why I assumed special ops for you. You sure it's just office work you do? Or is it more office work? He nudged me with his elbow and gave an exaggerated wink. Just normal office work, I snorted. Okay, so we'll keep an eye out for lore while we're completing the quests. We should try to find any breaks in the system, too. Poisonous Kisses mentioned how she has salmon bagels, but we're a port town. Technically, it fits since salmon are freshwater and saltwater. But do you think you could work with an inconsistency like that? Not with salmon, he said thoughtfully. But if we find a bug or a gap somewhere, then I might be able to work with it. Great, I said. Our first priority will be to try and complete the chapters and quests, but we'll keep digging too. We'll need to be careful with whoever we pick to join our party, he added. I don't want anyone who's too scared to actually go for it with us. Also, I may have to keep things from you because you're a paladin, and the game will definitely consider hacking it to be an evil act. Valid point, I laughed. You're a good teammate already. See? That's where that extra pretty please comes from, he said and puffed out his chest. Real quality over here. You'll be glad you picked me. You'll probably never even remember that I full-on begged you to do it. In fact, I'm not even sure that's how that went. I feel like you kind of begged me. Yeah, that's how I remember it. I nodded. Definitely. He shot me a grin, but as we walked on, I noticed he deflated pretty quickly. He kept his gaze locked on the ground, and his brow furrowed deeper and deeper with each passing minute. You all right? I finally checked. He shrugged and didn't look my way. I almost forgot about my stealth boost during the eel fight, if I'm being completely honest here. Krista shouted at me before she was ripped to shreds. I wasn't a very good teammate then. I put my hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Every instinct in me wanted to tell him I was sorry, that it would be okay, that he'd be okay. But would he? The guy had literally seen the woman he loved killed by an evil monster he couldn't defeat alone. One of the guys in the veterans' home I used to volunteer at would tell me stories about how he'd been the only one to survive a battalion attack in the Vietnam War. He'd lost a leg and about 10 years of his life to liquor and drugs, but the way he talked about it, it was as if the guy had abandoned every one of his friends in battle. I heard from one of the volunteers that he had a Purple Heart from trying to save one of the guys after an attack. His friend hadn't made it either. The nurse called it survivor's guilt. Something told me a lot of people in the game would have it. Of course, that would require me to find a way to break us all out. They had to be alive and free to feel bad about being alive and free. We can't change what happened, I said gently, but we can try to do better in the future. Sometimes that has to be enough for the time being. Yeah. Kyle nodded and straightened up a little. I'll do better. I can. We'll find your friends. Don't you worry about that. I believe it, I said with a smile. I'll find them, and then ask them why the absolute hell they didn't convince you to stay an assassin. He chuckled as we continued on our way. I mean, really, you were one of the best, but you seem set on this paladin thing. I am, I agreed. It aligns with my faith, and I admire the class for all it endures in the face of a challenge. I think it suits me better these days, although I obviously didn't plan on deaths being permanent here, but as I said, we endure regardless, right? He smiled at me. You really do sound like you're one of those divine warriors. You a Christian? Yes. I cocked an eyebrow. Yeah, Probably one of those Christians who actually would lay down their life for people, he decided. That makes sense. Not that there are many of them. Most people are all God loves you and just have some faith, while they literally step right over you and your struggles. The rogue spun around to stomp closer to a nearby shop, and I had to admit, I was conflicted. He did have a point. I'd met my share of fair-weather worshippers, and I had heard plenty of similar statements passed around with little intention of really helping the less fortunate. My family had never been that sort, but I understood how that would make others feel about the faith. The rogue glanced back at me as he reached the door, and his expression was strange. It wasn't malicious, more like he was searching for something in me. Maybe proof that I'd really live up to my class. Maybe faith. It had to be hard to be in a game like this one without something to hold on to, and he'd said himself how lost he felt after losing Krista. He needed a purpose, something to fight for, but it wasn't my place to point out how faith itself could help him there. I barely knew this man, and I'd learned to only talk about things like that when someone asked me to, though being a paladin would probably open that conversation a lot easier than being an assassin would have. And while I wouldn't push him, I also wouldn't renounce my own beliefs. I followed the rogue into the shop, and the general store was exactly what I'd expected it to be once we got inside. The thin wooden shelves looked to be made from reclaimed wood, and rows of mismatched items lined them. A few players milled around looking at fishing equipment, but no one spared more than a glance in our direction. Barnabas Kraken was as ridiculous as his name. The thin man was barely tall enough to see over the counter, and he teetered to the side as if the general store clerk was standing on a box or a stack of books. Massive Coke bottle glasses made his eyes look buggy, and a giant bulbous nose filled most of the man's face.
"Welcome to my store. My name is Barnabas Kraken. What can I get for you today?"
he said in a squeaky voice. "Hi," I said with a wave as we came up to the counter. "He's an NPC. He only has like 3 lines," Kyle said. "For now," I said, "we don't know what will happen when we level up. There might be quests when we're further in the game. What if we need to have a good relationship with them? Also, it's polite." "Have you always been like this?" he asked. "I don't remember you talking to NPCs in the old game." "I did," I said and crossed my arms over my chest. I just kept my microphone on mute during competitions. No reason to let everyone hear me. Besides, my friends made fun of me enough. I didn't need the entire internet to join in. "Fair enough," he said, and then turned back to the clerk. "We need rations for 3 days, for the both of us. We'll also need water supplies for that many days, too." The text box must have popped up in Kyle's vision, because the rogue started clicking on things and then sighed heavily. It was strange to see him doing things that I couldn't see, and I looked away just to distract myself. Life had really gone crazy in less than a day.
"Going on another adventure? I have a special on bandages today,"
Barnabas said as Kyle started to turn away. Yeah. He waved a hand dismissively. "You just took plenty of my money. Calm down." "How many did you get?" I asked as I turned back to my new companion. "About 6 each," he said. "1 for each day." "That should work," I said. The rogue went silent for a moment as he stared ahead with a blank expression. Confusion and frustration crossed Kyle's face, and then he threw his hands in the air with an annoyed huff. "It won't let me make the trade until we're officially a party," he grumbled. "I've made plenty of trades with Rosie and the Poisonous Kisses." "Maybe it's because they're technically vendors now," I said. "You've been in parties before. How did you make it happen?" "I just said I want to party with whatever their username is." He sighed and rolled his shoulders. Okay, I'll play the game." The rogue cracked his neck, each one of his knuckles, and then scowled at nothing in particular, as if the game was a huge inconvenience just for making him say it out loud. Kyle opened his mouth, but no words came out. He reached up to touch his Adam's apple, swallowed, and then tried again, but it was like he just couldn't spit it out. "I wish to party with bitches can't catch me," I said to save my new friend before he really started to get pissed. A text box appeared in front of me to ask if I was sure, and I quickly clicked the accept button. Kyle poked something in front of his face, and I assumed it had to be the same request, because there was a new, smaller box that popped up with our names, health bars, and mana bars. "Thank you," he said and cleared his throat again. "Don't know what happened there. I should have been able to say it just fine, but I don't know. Panic, maybe? My last team up didn't really go to plan, you know? And you're you, so yeah." He laughed and shrugged as if it didn't bother him, but I could see the worry in the rogue's eyes. "We'll get through it," I promised and clapped him on the shoulders. "I get it. I'm an extremely impressive and intimidating guy. You'll adjust." He chuckled. "All right, I'm cured. That did it." "Figured it would." I chuckled. "Come on. We should go check with the alchemist and get some more potions from them." I led us out onto the cobblestone street and glanced around at all the bridges, waterways, and gondolas slicing through the city. It was hard to tell which direction was which, but finally I spotted the large circular area that marked the city square from yesterday. I strolled toward the nearest bridge with Kyle right behind me, and a smile spread across my face as I spotted the alchemist a few stores down. "You buying this time?" he asked with a sideways glance. "I'll buy a few," I said. "I don't have alluring eel money, just crusty hardshell. I also have a little bit from the rogue who helped me. If it weren't for him, then I never would have survived." "You killed a rogue?" Kyle gasped and put a hand over his heart. "One of my own? How could you?" I chuckled at his dramatics. "The crab killed him. I just looted his body when it was all said and done." "Ah, yes, reuse and recycle." The rogue grimaced and then shuddered. "Pretty callous thing for the game to say, but here we are." "Wait, what?" I asked. "The message," he said with just as much confusion. "When you loot the body, it says, 'Ah, yes, reuse and recycle.'" "No." I shook my head and stopped right at the edge of the bridge and the cobblestone street. "It says this user's body may now rest for eternity. His family may mourn." "Wait, what?" Kyle parroted me. "It really says that for you? Wow, that's some paladin-level stuff right there. Now the family may mourn? That's more fucked up than reuse and recycle." "Can you not curse so much?" I huffed. "This is hardly the appropriate topic for it." "Ah, yes, the great paladin shall not hear such terrible words." The rogue almost smirked, but then cleared his throat and sobered up. "Sorry, I'll do my best. I'm a passionate man, and I find the most colorful words tend to be very effective at conveying my feelings." "Naturally," I deadpanned. "You're definitely colorful." Yeah. He crossed his arms over his chest and then studied me. "What's up? You look like you were thinking about something." I thought everyone had the same message as me when a body disappeared. It was one of the things bothering me about whether or not we are physically in the game, or if it's just our minds. "Who cares?" Kyle asked with a shrug. "Really, the only thing we need to know is that we're stuck here, and if we die here, we die there. It doesn't matter if it's some vegetable body back in the real world, or if our corpse gets teleported back so our families can bury us." His voice hitched on the last sentence, but the rogue quickly cleared his throat and plastered on another smile. "Listen, it's all messed up. The important thing is to live and complete the game, right?" he asked, and I saw a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Yeah," I said, "we'll push forward regardless. Although I'm not sure I should fully agree with a man so drunk he was starting bar fights less than a day ago. Meh. He shrugged and continued on to the alchemist. I had a good long nap and a coffee from a paladin. Things feel different now. Was that divine coffee or just regular old black and bitter? Regular, I chuckled. But I'd love a divine coffee boost. That sounds like it'd hit the spot. Must have been the sleep then. He shrugged but fell into a contemplative silence for a moment. You know, I don't think I had a dream last night. No one has since they've entered the Vale, and hear me out, it felt like maybe Krista was trying to send me a message. How so? I asked. I woke up feeling like she wanted to kick my ass for being a drunk and trying to fight her hero, he said and sent me a sheepish glance. It's like she wanted me to stop feeling sorry for not being able to save her and to get out of here and move on with my life. Not with another woman, of course. She'd resurrect from the dead to beat me up. Which... Kyle's eyes shifted to a nearby necromancer with enough curves to make a supermodel jealous. But then he shook his head violently, like that was the worst idea in the entire world. You're sure you didn't dream? I asked. That definitely sounds like you had a dream about her. Very sure, he said. I was drunk. Not full-on blackout, but pretty close. There's no way I had a dream, but I know without a doubt Krista would have wanted me to get my shit together, party with you, and find a way out of this hellhole. Then that's what we have to do, I said, and clapped him on the back, starting with getting some healing potions. The alchemist's booth was covered in crystals and tiny vials filled with suspicious-looking liquids. One, for real, had a skull and crossbones on it like some Disney villain, but there were several with hearts on it and a deep red mixture that reminded me way too much of blood. "Welcome, traveler," the silver-haired woman behind the booth said in a scratchy voice, like she'd spent too much time over the fire. "I've been waiting for you. My name is Alina Starfall." "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered, but mustered up a smile. "Nice to meet you." Alina's irises were as black as her pupils, and the way she stared up at me reminded me of a cat who was 2 seconds away from attacking me. It was unnerving, and the smell from the nearby incense was starting to give me a headache. "I'd like to buy a few healing potions," I said, and tried to ignore the goosebumps prickling my skin. "All magic comes at a cost. Here is my price list," she said in response. A new text box popped up in front of me, and I slowly scrolled through the potions list. Most were grayed out, but there were a few that glowed the same golden color as the Roman numerals in my quests bar. I clicked on one with a red bottle next to it. "It's just a scratch, healing potion, plus 10 HP, 5 gold. "Not too bad, I guess," I sighed and then glanced over at Kyle. The rogue was staring at a rose quartz as if it had the answers to the universe, but then his attention shifted to me. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Is buying potions an evil act, Paladin?" "No." I fought the urge to roll my eyes. "I was wondering if you had access to anything other than the basic healing potion." "Nope," he said. "I've heard some of the level 6s say they were able to buy one that healed for 15 HP, so I'm guessing it unlocks after level 5. "Guess we'll have to buy better potions in the next city," I said, and then clicked the buy button. They were cheaper than I expected them to be, especially after how much everything had cost so far, but the game did seem to be pushing us to leave Shellandar and go on adventures, and the only way most people would do that is if they had no choice. Hiking up the prices for basic food and lodging would do the trick, and it would help to have healing spells super cheap so everyone would feel like they might actually survive. I ended up buying 8 of them and tried not to lament being down to 40 gold. It was less than half what the game gave me just to enter, but I reminded myself we were about to go adventuring, and we'd be able to get more gold when we looted monsters. Here you go, I said, and traded 4 healing potions over to Kyle. Try not to use them all in one battle. I'll do my best, he said. You just make sure you don't aggro everything in a 10-mile radius the second we're out of the city. I'll do my best, I snorted, and then glanced around. Anything else we need before we go? Have you gotten your travel pass yet? He asked. No, I said. Didn't know we needed one to do quests. You clearly haven't been close to the judiciary yet. He laughed and gestured for me to follow him. Come on. It doesn't take long, and it's one of the only things in the whole game that's actually free. You just have to fill out some paperwork. Actually, you just click accept, but they say you have to, so I like to go along with the nonsense. Right, I said. I haven't heard anyone else mention it. Of course not, he waved dismissively. Everyone around here had to buy vendor passes. Now those they make you pay for. This game really wants to push everyone out, but they still need people to run the city. I'm guessing it's why we only have so many NPCs. I've counted 5. They want some players to stay behind and make the place functional while the rest go out and die. I nodded along as if everything was perfectly clear, but it took me a few seconds to process everything. Kyle's southern accent had become a little more prevalent as he ranted and waved his hands in the air, and my brain didn't translate the words right away. I talked to a few adventurers last night, I said as we walked over another bridge and wound our way through the streets. They didn't say anything about it. You mean Mallory's crew? He asked. They don't share much. She's nice enough, but the rest of their group is a bunch of assholes who wouldn't know where their dicks were if someone kicked them right in it. It was hard to understand the last part as Kyle's accent went into overdrive. The rogue's ears had gone bright red, and a muscle twitched in his jaw as he ground his teeth together. They must have been the group he fought the eel with. I didn't want to ask, but it was the only reason I could imagine for his uncanny hatred for them. Krista had died during the fight, and it seemed like Mallory and her crew had survived, though judging by Julio and Whale's drinking, it had cost them part of their sanity. So, this travel pass, I said to fill the heavy silence. Can you not see quests without it? You can, Kyle said and slowed down a little. The rogue's legs were shorter than mine, but he'd walked a lot faster. It was as if he'd tried to outrun the anger, but then he'd deflated and fell into step beside me. The pass is mostly to make sure you can go into other cities, he said. The quests will still pop up, and you can accept or deny them, but if you want to enter a city, then you need one. I didn't get questioned about it when I first came to Shalendar, I pointed out. We'd weaved through most of the city already, and the sweet smell of decaying plants had started to compete with the briny ocean breeze. The swamp had to be close, and as we rounded a corner, I saw a low, gray cobblestone wall. It was barely high enough to reach my hips. There was no way it would be able to hold back any monsters, but the barrier around the city would do all the heavy lifting. There he is, Kyle said and jabbed a finger at a short, pudgy man with a shaved head and thin glasses. The judiciary. Not bad as far as NPCs go, but he definitely won't let you back in without a traveler's pass. You're fine coming in the first time, but after that any entry has to come with a pass, or you have to stand outside the barrier while he files your paperwork. I thought you said you just have to click a button, I pointed out. Oh, you do, the rogue said with a sideways grin. But the time between clicking the button and the traveler's pass going into your inventory feels like an eternity when you're running for your life. Said like a man who's been there, I said. Only the once, he said. I'd rather not try it again. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Which is exactly why you'll be learning from my mistakes and will be getting your traveler's pass before heading out. Got it, I said. Do we need one for each city? I don't think so, he said. I haven't made it to the other cities, though. Guess we'll find out. Guess so, I said. The cobblestone road gave way to a muddy dirt path leading straight to the gray cobblestone wall and the judiciary. He looked up with a nervous smile and waved awkwardly as we approached, and I double-checked the words above his head to make sure the bald man was actually an NPC, but any doubt I had disappeared as he started to speak.
"Hello, my name is Craven Isles," he said. "Welcome to City Hall. How can I help you today?"
I need a traveler's pass," I said. The text box popped up immediately, and I quickly accepted the pass so I could look around our surroundings. The scroll appeared in my inventory, and I waved away the whole thing with an irritated huff. There was no City Hall anywhere. A small shed stood a few feet behind him, but it was hardly the place I expected the city's government to meet. They'd be lucky to fit 4 people in there without a table or chairs. "Yeah, I know," Kyle said. "I don't get it either. Maybe he was supposed to be somewhere else, or maybe that's really Shellandar's City Hall." "We'll keep it in mind and check in with the other cities as we go," I said. "It might be one of those things that gets upgraded as we go through the chapters, or it might be one of those glitches we were looking for. I don't see anything suspicious, do you?" "Other than Craven and his shed?" the rogue asked. "No, there's no obvious signs the code is malfunctioning. It all looks real and perfectly normal. Well, as normal as this place can be." "Right," I said. "There's a chance Craven is just the guy sent to greet us, and he calls it City Hall because he wants to sound more important." "Ah, like the captain of the guard in the first game." My companion clapped his hands together. "I almost forgot about him. He was a real blowhard. I like Craven better." "Me too," I said, and then turned to the small road leading out into the swamp. "Let's go kill some monsters, shall we?" Chapter 6. The distance between Shellandar and the swamp was further than it seemed from the gray cobblestone wall. I could still smell the sweet decay from the plants, and the briny sea was barely noticeable, but the first tree wasn't for half a mile. Brightly colored leaves marked it as a red maple with a trunk almost as wide as I was tall, and its thick branches created a natural arch with the tree next to it, like the forest was welcoming us in, though the crimson leaves' reflection in the nearby pools made them look as if they were filled with blood. "Let's go kick some honey buns!" Kyle shouted and pumped his fist in the air. "Honey buns?" I pulled my attention away to scan the area for any red health bars. There weren't any obvious ones, but we were still close to the city. "You've never watched Mulan?" he asked with a shocked Pikachu face. "I can't believe this. How could anyone our age not have seen Mulan? It's like a staple of our childhood. That's like saying you never watched The Matrix or Lord of the Rings or Star Wars. You have seen Star Wars, right? Because I will disband this party so fast." "Of course I've seen it." I rolled my eyes. "I've seen Mulan, too. Maybe not as many times as you, but I've seen it." "Oh, thank God," the rogue put a hand over his heart. "It's hard to believe you don't know the honey buns moment, because it's iconic, but it's fine. I'm going to make it my personal mission to teach you movie quotes. What do you even do with your time? Wait. You're a paladin. You go to church all the time, right?" "Not all the time," I said. "I work and go to the gym sometimes. I've been really into cooking competition shows lately. Not that I've put it into practice, but it's kind of cool to see everything you can do with ingredients. I haven't watched a Disney movie in a long time, though." "So, you're single," he said with a sage nod. I wanted to refute him, but it had been a long time since I'd had a real girlfriend. My new friend and I were still in the talking stage, and we'd been out on a couple of dates, but it wasn't like we'd decided to become official. I liked her, sure, but we hadn't actually taken that step yet. It would be the first thing I fixed once I was out of the game. "Don't worry," Kyle said and stuffed his hands in his pockets. "I'll be your wingman when we get out of here. Krista was always very good at picking out ladies for my friends. My entire friend group found their significant others because of her. She'd make it her personal mission to find you somebody, and I'll do the same." "Not necessary," I said. "You have a girlfriend?" he asked. "And you don't watch Disney movies? What kind of woman is she? I don't trust any woman who doesn't watch Disney movies or sappy romance movies. Okay, maybe criminal podcasts and true crime documentaries." "I think she does watch Disney movies," I said. "She's not technically my girlfriend. We just started getting to know each other." "Ah," Kyle said. Of course, you're cautious. One of those once bitten, twice shy types, right?" "Sure," I said. The rogue lapsed into silence, and we both kept our eyes on our surroundings as if a monster might pop up at any moment, but it was surprisingly quiet even as we neared the swamp forest. Like all the creatures wanted to give the city a wide berth just in case there were any adventurers out and about. I saw a red health bar pop up way over in the dunes. It belonged to something that was as long as my forearm, even from a distance, and it looked like a giant centipede with those terrible jaws horror movies always liked to exaggerate. I didn't see anyone running away from it, and the monster quickly dove beneath the sandy mound and buried itself from view, as if it wanted to surprise its next victim. "Nope," Kyle said, and put a hand up like I was about to suggest we check it out. "I have a thing against bugs. Small, big, ginormous, and ravenous for my flesh. All of them are an absolute no from me, dog." "Noted," I snorted and squinted in the late morning sunlight. I wouldn't want to take it on with just the two of us anyway. Did you see that health bar? It was huge. It has to be at least a level 10, and it would literally eat us. "All the more reason to say no," my companion said, and then stopped, put his hands on his hips, and stared up at the trees separating the beach city from the swampland. "There are going to be bugs in here. I can feel it in my bones. You better not aggro any of them." "We are in a party," I pointed out. "Don't you have something for stealth? That might help us navigate through without drawing attention to ourselves, at least until we find something we actually want to kill." "Oh yeah!" he exclaimed, and then started waving his hands in front of his face. "I should equip the spells I got for leveling up. Level 3 has Now You See Me, Now You Don't. It's a stealth spell for the whole party. Lasts 3 minutes. I'll have to keep recasting it every 30 minutes, but it might help us past a few bigger monsters. Just try not to make too much noise and get us caught. I lose speed around humanoid monsters who actually notice us." I watched as Kyle's hands moved methodically and his face twisted with concentration. I'd probably looked the same the night before as I tried to organize my HUD until it would be easy to recast the spells. The rogue would have more slots than me since he wasn't a warrior, but it took him forever before he finally nodded in satisfaction. "Are you done yet?" I teased. "You mentioned your stealth spell. Do you have any other boosts?" "There's an innate 15% stealth boost for my party," he said. "I don't have to cast that one. It just runs constantly. That should help us get through in between me casting Now You See Me, Now You Don't. What about you? I didn't really pay attention to the Paladin class during the read-through. It's not like I could ever make it with your no evil acts rules. Especially since you seem fond of accidentally acquiring items that aren't yours." I chuckled. "First of all, it's not stealing. It's item reallocation," he said and held up a finger. "Second of all, fair. Now, about those boosts for your class. The only party boost I have at the moment is a defense spell, but it only helps me," I said. "Not particularly helpful, but I think I got a party spell at level 3, so you might too," Kyle said and glanced up at my stats somewhere above my head. "It looks like you'll be ready to level up soon enough. Maybe just a few more kills, unless we find something big, but let's avoid that for now." "Please," I said and gestured to the dagger strapped to my thigh. "My weapon isn't exactly the best right now. I think our best bet is to grind and kill our way to Wenkar for now. We can use your stealth spell to slip by anything that can actually kill us." "I'm down for that," he said. "Just give me a second to cast the spell. These things take forever at lower levels. It's like they want us to die." I kept my eye out for any signs there were monsters on their way, but it was still relatively quiet. There were a few centipedes over by the dunes, and a couple health bars popped up in a nearby puddle, but nothing outright attacked us. I guessed they were stuck in their own territories, or they would have come after me already. It wouldn't be the same once we were in the swamp, not unless a monster was specifically trapped in water. "All righty then," Kyle said as his eyes refocused on me instead of his display. "How do you feel?" I glanced down at my arms and body, but it didn't look like there was any difference. "Normal?" "Huh," he said and walked around me like a cowboy studying a new Mustang. I half expected him to slap my butt or poke my muscles, but thankfully he had some boundaries. "I don't see any difference either. Guess we'll just find out when we run into something." "Did it give any warnings?" he asked. "Anything about being quiet? I had one that said something about needing to be the shadows." "Nope," I said, and then jolted a little. "There's a cloak symbol with a timer on it. It says I still have 2 minutes left." "Nice," he said with a thumbs up. "Shall we?" I asked. "We should both keep an eye on the spell timer to make sure we have it up as much as possible. Your innate ability will help too, but I'll feel better with any extra stealth we can muster." "Oh, I got that," he said and practically skipped into the swamp's forest. "I'm used to playing games where I have to keep track of spells. Besides, I'm a computer programmer. I have like 17 screens open at any time." "You sure that isn't because of your hat fascination?" I teased and followed behind him with a hand on my dagger. "Do you prefer being a black hat or a white hat?" "Depends on the job," he said. The rogue shot a smirk over his shoulder as his answer, and then skidded to a stop to stare at a pink oyster mushroom on a fallen log. The decaying tree crossed the soft red road we'd followed beneath the canopy, and its once bright red leaves had curled in on themselves as death took over. A few had drifted into a small puddle, and a health bar popped up for just a second before it disappeared. I didn't catch the name, but I saw it was a level 17 well enough. Absolutely not. How did it even fit in such a small puddle? Were all of them connected? I made a mental note to stay away from any puddles wide enough for a giant monster to jump out of. "I think the stealth might be working," I whispered. "Oh?" Kyle looked up and around for whatever monster we'd managed to avoid. "I don't see anything." "There was something right there." I pointed to the puddle. "It was level 17. "Oh, shit!" He hissed and instinctively stepped over the log like that would stop a charging monster. "For real?" "Yeah, I was hoping we'd fight some level 3s. Maybe a couple level 2s, just stuff to help catch you up to me." "I'm not looking to fight a level 17 either," I agreed, and then noticed some of the oyster mushrooms were gone. The spot where they'd been cut from the log glowed a little, but then it faded to a deep black, like the game had accepted the collection, and it wouldn't be available again. "Did it say if those were edible?" I asked as I climbed over the log. "They didn't say they weren't," Kyle snorted. "Oyster mushrooms are usually edible." "They are," I nodded. "As far as I know, they aren't pink, though." "You do make valid points," the rogue said and stuffed his hands in his pockets. "The game has been pretty good at letting us know what will kill us, though, so I feel like it would have warned us." "True," I said. "Guess we'll find out if we bite into one and our HP goes down." "That's the spirit," he laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. "We have those health potions we can take if it's really bad." A few birds sang from the low-hanging branches, but none of them had a health bar. They were just normal animals in the game. That's all. I still flinched whenever one flapped its wings or flew over to hang out with its friends. I was not a fan of birds, not unless they were cooked or caged. I forced myself to focus on my surroundings instead of the feathered menaces above me. If they were alive and well, then there would be monsters around too. The spell timer was just about to click down to 0. "How long until you can recast?" I whispered when it disappeared. "Almost 27 minutes, he said. "I think that'll go down once I'm a higher level, but for right now we just need to be quiet. We still have the extra boost from my innate ability, but it might not cover much more than our footsteps." "I'll take it," I said. "I'm glad Living Veil kept it so the cooldown still starts when the spell casts and not when it lapses. 27 minutes without full coverage is a lot better than 30. "Damn right it is," he laughed. I focused all my attention on not making any extra noise. It helped that I had played an assassin for so long, especially since I'd taken to sneaking up on the crew to scare them when we were in high school. Lucy was the hardest to come up behind. The tiny woman could sense my presence, and she hit hard when I actually managed it, but honestly that made it so much more satisfying. I was so lost in my memories that I stopped watching for the cloak symbol to appear, but Kyle must have cast it again because it was there again when I finally checked. The trees and field outside the swamp were long gone, but it was still hard to believe half an hour had passed, and we hadn't been spotted by anything. My attention shifted to the puddles all around us, but no more health bars popped up. The monsters were probably waiting deeper in the trees, where it would be harder to escape them. The rogue's usually flippant chatter had died down as he tried to be as silent as the grave, and his eyes darted around like every rustled leaf or breeze would bring death on it. His last quest had to be going through his mind, and I fought the urge to try and comfort him. There was nothing I could say to take away his loss, and any reassurance that we'd make it out alive sounded flat even in my own mind. We would do our best, but sometimes that wasn't good enough, and neither of us had very good weapons and armor. I gritted my teeth and shoved the worried thoughts into a tidy box right next to the one where I'd put the memory of watching the Grey Avenger being split in half. Both boxes were right next to the millions of questions I had about whether we were fully in the game or just our consciousness. Dwelling on any of it wouldn't help. I just had to press forward, hope we made it all the way to the end, and that we'd find my friends along the way. "I think we might make it all the way to Wenkar without any fights if we keep the stealth up." Kyle broke through my rambling thoughts after a few minutes, as if he couldn't stand whatever was going on in his own head. "Which would be great for our survival, but not for questing, and definitely not your leveling up. Not that I'm eager to go without it. Those minutes between cooldown felt like years, especially with so many puddles. I really don't want to fight anything that can eat me." "I know." I sighed and ran a hand through my damp hair. "I haven't seen anything we can fight, though. Maybe most of the monsters come out at night? Like sharks." "Never liked Shark Week," he said. "Not Krista's Shark Week or the actual one on the Nature Channel. At least my girlfriend was easy enough to appease. One large pepperoni pizza with extra cheese, dark chocolate, and a heating pad designed to look like a giant yellow peep." "I don't think there will be any sharks out here," I said with a half smile. The air was thick with water and the sweet smell coming from the decaying leaves floating in the water. The red maple trees from the swamp's entrance had already started to thin out to be replaced with oaks and ash trees. Their trunks were all covered in bright green moss that glowed faintly, and neon-colored mushrooms grew from every fallen tree. It was as if the entire forest had been painted for a rave, and the small shafts of light poking through the canopy were from a giant disco ball instead of the sun. A few meadows beckoned us from the path with promises of soft moss to lay on and lots of warm sunlight. There would definitely be monsters waiting for us there, but my main concern was with the large pools and small tributaries that cut through the landscape. There was still plenty of dry land for us to hunt on, but every now and then I'd see a red health bar quickly pop up before it disappeared beneath the water again. I couldn't make out the name of the monsters because they moved so fast, and that made me even more nervous. They had to be relegated to the waters, but if we got close enough, then whatever was waiting would probably snatch us up faster than the alluring eel. I did not want to die by drowning or being eaten by something while drowning. Hard pass. "The map expanded!" Kyle exclaimed, and then immediately glanced around as if one of the monsters from the puddles was about to jump out. He must have noticed them too. He lowered his voice and continued. "I unlocked more areas on the map. I can see all the way to Wenkar and a massive chunk of the swamp." "Anything interesting?" I asked, and slowly pulled the dagger from my sheath, just in case. The innate stealth spell had to be helping more than realized, because we still had several minutes before the other one could be cast again. Kyle's outburst hadn't gotten us noticed, but it was better to be safe than sorry in a game where you only had one life, and death was real. "Not really," he said. "There are a lot of blank spots. Could be places that will show up when we're a higher level. Do you think they'll be there if we head over?" "Possibly," I said. "They're probably guarded by animals we'd be able to fight at a higher level, or that would help us level up faster. Ones that would kill us with a wink right now." He nodded sagely. "Oh, there's something called Rabbit Run about half a mile away. Maybe it has some lower-level monsters we can kill. Bunnies aren't usually too bad." "Ever seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail?" I snorted. "Look at the bones, man!" the rogue shouted and gestured everywhere. Something splashed in a nearby puddle, and the innate stealth boost couldn't cover the echo from his outburst. Long claws grasped wet ground around the water and dug into the rich soil, but the creature beneath the surface didn't rise up. Its health bar and name did, though. Mossy Ghoul, level 17. "Bro!" I snapped and gave him a dirty look. "My bad," Kyle said. The rogue was already backing up, but it was like he was moving in slow motion. Oh, no, he gasped and started to jerk strangely. Frickety fricking fuck! What? I asked as sheer panic filled his eyes. "I lose speed when humanoid monsters spot me," he said without looking in my direction. "So I should be okay as long as my stealth spell stays in place. What if it comes out of the water? What if it aggroes to me more than you?" "If it could, then it would have," I said, but started to back up as well. The ghoul's claws alone were as long as my entire arm, and I did not want to see how big the creature was when it was out of the water. It started to thrash and pull at the wet ground so fast that the hole was growing rapidly. It would be out in no time flat, and we definitely wouldn't survive that. "Let's go," I said. I whipped around, shoved Kyle toward the path, and kept pushing so he was forced to run faster. "It feels like I haven't slept in 2 days," the rogue grumbled as he pumped his arms like that would make him run faster. "There's still a timer on my stealth spell. I have 15 minutes before I can recast it, and I'm pretty sure the innate ability isn't going to help since we've already been spotted." "This way," I said, and yanked my companion closer to an oak tree covered in neon blue mushrooms. The glowing fungi cast plenty of shadows, and I shoved Kyle down and then ducked with him. I could hear the crashing sound and the roar from the ghoul as it tried to come for us. All we had to do was hide until the stealth spell could be cast again, or until the innate spell kicked in, and then it would get bored and go back to its hole. It was a normal video game mechanic, and I was really, really hoping it would be the same, even if so much else had changed. "It's ready," Kyle hissed, and then poked something in front of his face. Snapping branches and splashing water filled the air, but it was hard to hear them over my heart pounding in my ears. The tree next to us groaned as something shoved it, and I looked up to see the ghoul's claws digging into the bark. I quickly covered my mouth and Kyle's before either of us could make a sound, and the giant monster glowered around the forest with empty eye sockets. The mossy ghoul was a 15-foot-tall skeleton with moss and lichen covering every bone. Water dripped from vines caught on its ribcage, and somehow it managed to keep a constant growl going, even without the benefit of lungs. Pure terror washed over me, more than when I'd seen the alluring eel hovering in the shallows, just waiting for me to step in the water. A loud roar shook the trees around us, and leaves cascaded all around us like it was the first day of fall. Kyle started to sniff and take deep breaths as if he was about to sneeze, but the rogue held onto his nose so hard I was worried he might pinch it off. The ghoul gave one last frustrated scream, stared hard right at the spot where we were crouched in the shadows, and then climbed into a nearby puddle like an old man sitting in a hot tub. The innate stealth spell must have kicked in once we were in the darkness. There was no other explanation for why it looked right at us and didn't spot us. I'd hoped that would be what happened, but it had been a big gamble. Not that we had too many choices, since it would have caught up with us sooner rather than later. Neither of us said anything until the monster's health bar disappeared, and then we both gasped for air. I hadn't even realized I was holding my breath, but my lungs burned from the lack of oxygen. "No more yelling," I panted. "Don't have to tell me twice," he responded, and then clapped me on the back. He shot me a wide grin, took one last deep breath, and then stood up to stretch. "That was some pretty fast thinking," he said. "I honestly didn't expect you to drag me to the shadows and squat down like we were in Jurassic Park." "You said you got a message about sticking to the shadows." I shrugged and then pushed myself up to my feet. I figured being in the dark would help your stealth spell take, and we definitely weren't going to outrun it with your speed reduced. "This is why you were the best," Kyle laughed. "Man, I really thought I was going to pee my pants when it stared at us head on like that. I was so sure it could see us." "Honestly, same," I admitted. "If you'd sneezed, we would have been screwed." "Gasp!" the dramatic rogue exclaimed and covered his heart with one hand. "Does that count as a curse word from our very own paladin? Did I swear on thine blessed tongue? In this economy, whatever will we do?" "I don't even know what to say to that," I snorted, but mostly I glanced around to make sure his theatrics hadn't drawn the attention of any other monsters. Nothing moved in the forest. Not even the birds sang anymore. It was as if the ghoul had scared them all away, but at least we'd have a few minutes to calm down before we ran into anything else. "Why don't we check out the Rabbit's Run place you mentioned earlier?" I said, and pulled up my map. "It's closer after our little sprint through the trees. We could probably be there in 10 minutes. "I'll recast the stealth spell as soon as the cooldown is over," he reassured me. "Really, I am sorry I drew that thing out. If it wasn't for your quick thinking, it's no big deal," I said. "It happens. We just need to be more careful until we're at a higher level and have the gear to take on something like the ghoul. You know, I thought the bugs would be the scariest part of today," Kyle said as we started toward the meadow on the map. "Did not have a 15-foot skeleton with claws like Freddy Krueger on my bingo card." "You watch way, way too many movies," I snorted. "It was my favorite hobby with Krista," he said. "She took a few film theory classes back in college. Said she couldn't stand half the class because, and I quote, they were all pretentious little shits who thought liking noir movies made them smarter." I bet, I said. Stephen took one when he went to university. Actually, he ended up taking a few. Mostly for a girl, one he broke up with a month after they started dating. But I think he always planned to move out to LA for marketing, so knowing more about the industry would help. Tell me more about these friends you're hoping to find, he said. Are they all Christian too? All paladins? No. I laughed a little harder than I meant to, and then looked around with my dagger in hand, but nothing moved in the nearby puddles, so I cleared my throat and kept going. I mean, they're all Christian. Lucy and Greg probably go to church the most since they have kids, but none of them would be a paladin. I like them already, Kyle teased. I think you would get along great with them, I said. Greg is in his residency to become a doctor. He sticks with the cleric class, big surprise there. Lucy is our resident barbarian. She's petite like a gnome and just as ferocious. Though she be little, yet she be fierce, the rogue said. Always watch out for the dynamite in small packages. Krista was like that. Well, she was my height, but she was always super thin. She'd stab someone in a heartbeat if she thought they were picking on the little guy, though. Gotta love a woman who stands by her morals and will defend them, I said. Said like a warrior. He rolled his eyes, but his smile stayed in place, and it seemed just a little more genuine than the one he usually sported. Krista was always a firecracker in our relationship. Which says a lot because, as I'm sure you haven't noticed at all, I'm very energetic. You are? I feigned shock with the same enthusiasm he had earlier. Like an electric storm, he said, and then took a deep breath, swiped at his eyes, and blinked a few times. I really miss her, you know. She was only here for a day. It's officially day 7 in this game, so that means I've been without her for 6 whole days. Doesn't feel like it, though. I was drunk through most of it. It's understandable, I said. I pulled up the map to make sure we were going in the right direction and to give Kyle a little time. The rogue had shoved his hands into his pockets, and a muscle in his jaw twitched from how hard he was gritting his teeth. I wanted to give him enough space to grieve and gather himself. When I get out of here, I'm going to kick those assholes' asses, he vowed, and then pressed forward. Did you check the map? Yeah, we're almost there, I said, and pointed to a clearing in the distance. I think that's it right there. Think we'll actually find bunnies there? Probably, he said with a sideways glance in my direction. I really appreciate you not pushing, you know. Some people would have, or they would have said that my faith would see me through. Are you Christian? I asked. Not really, he said. I know a lot because I'm originally from the South. You could be atheist and still be able to quote scripture. To be clear, I'm not atheist. I just don't know where I stand right now. Fair enough, I chuckled. I try not to push too hard. Granted, I think Jesus is the bomb, but if you don't want to hear about him, then me talking about him constantly is just going to put you off. True, he said. Not a lot of people get that. I know. I sighed. How is your faith holding up? He asked as we climbed over a fallen log. It's doing okay, I answered. Some part of me knows God will use this for his benefit, but it's still really messed up. I thought about my response. The part about God working it out was just automatic at this point. Anytime anything bad ever happened, it was the first thing people in church would say, even if everything really was going to hell in a handbasket. But honestly, it was true. I knew no matter what happened in this game, the Lord would be there, using it to bring people closer to him, even if he wasn't the one who created it, and even if he wouldn't have wanted it to happen. We were almost to the meadow now, and Kyle seemed lost in thought. I couldn't tell if it was because of our conversation or if the rogue was thinking about his girlfriend. Either way, it wasn't something I needed to give my input on, so I stayed quiet and watched for health bars. "I bet demons created this game," he finally said. "It's the only reason this place could be so awful. I bet when we get through the chapters there will be one ugly-ass demon just waiting for a paladin like you to smite him in the name of the Almighty God." I couldn't help it. I let out a bark of laughter as the rogue thrust his hand into the air and shouted at the top of his lungs about taking down a demon. We both realized our mistakes at the exact same time. I twisted around to stare into the forest, but there weren't any ghouls climbing out of puddles. "I think we should be okay," I said as I turned back around. "It doesn't look like we drew anything's attention." Josh?" Kyle said and pointed to a mist drifting through the meadow. It broke off into smaller, swirling orbs as the sky above us darkened with a sudden storm. The wind started to howl, and bright red eyes appeared in each swirling circle. Health bars began to pop up above every one of them, and I gripped my dagger so hard my knuckles turned white. There were at least 15 tiny monsters staring right at us, and they were slowly forming into rabbits with red eyes and fangs. Little Puff of Doom, Level 2. "Well, shit," he said. "There's so many. I bet it's a side quest." "It has to be," I said and rolled my shoulders. "Go ahead and accept it once it pops up." "You got it," the rogue said. "At least they're level 2. "Come on," I chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. "We have some evil bunnies to take out." Chapter 7. Adrenaline raced through my veins as I stepped into the meadow. A text box popped up instantly. "Welcome to Rabbit Run. Quest available. Hop into Doom. Quest level 5. Loot payout 300 gold. I quickly read the description to know what we'd get from it and make sure it wasn't going to be a higher level than we could handle. I had the feeling we wouldn't be able to back out once we confirmed we wanted to do it, but it was good to have the mental preparation if we were about to get whooped. It was one thing to go into a side quest a few levels higher than me when I was chilling in my apartment, and another thing entirely when my life was literally on the line. I felt pretty confident we could take on a level 5 with just the two of us. It would be intense since it was one level higher than Kyle, but the XP we'd get would bump me up to a level 3, and the gold would definitely come in handy with the quest counter. I glanced over to Kyle to see if he was planning to accept it, but he was already poking the air. The higher-level party member was the one in charge of confirming or denying quests, and the thief glanced over at me as if he was calculating how long it would take me to be on the same level so he could pass the responsibility off. To my surprise, the box didn't immediately disappear when my teammate accepted the quest. I had about 5 seconds to read through everything again before it faded and left nothing but the meadow in front of me. The tall green grass and tiny white flowers were suddenly shrouded in a thick gray mist that swirled around my ankles. Above us, the relatively calm gray sky had been replaced with black, raging clouds with bright white lightning, and wind roared as it bent the tall oak trees closer, as if they were nosy neighbors trying to listen into the fight about to take place. "What's the plan?" Kyle whispered from right next to me. "I can recast the stealth spell, but I don't know if it'll take since they're already looking at us." I glanced up at the spell slots. Kyle's innate stealth ability didn't show up, and since they were staring at us, I was pretty sure the effects had been voided. I knew from the first game that stealth spells wouldn't take if you were already spotted, and there was no way the little misty fluff bunnies were going to give up on attacking me when I'd already pulled aggro, but my teammate was conveniently being ignored. Being a paladin was about to come in handy. The storm above us raged as rain slashed through the air like tiny daggers. It was cold and stung my skin, but the pain sharpened my attention, and the little fluffs gathered closer together and chattered as if they were planning on how to attack me. I was still at the very edge of the meadow, just inside enough to accept the quest, but judging by their glares, I was too close to the forest for them to actually do anything to me. "Do you have an individual stealth spell?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "It only lasts for 3 minutes. Not sure what I can get done in that time." "It's enough for you to do some damage," I said. "Okay, I'm going to aggro everything once I walk closer. The rabbits and I are at the same level, and I'm about to level up, so hopefully I'll be able to hold them off. I need you to do most of the heavy lifting since you're a level 4. You'll need to use those 3 minutes well, and then I'll do my best to keep their attention while you keep killing them." "It's going to be tricky keeping their attention while I kill them off," he pointed out. "They may be programmed to like you more, but if I'm the bigger threat—" He let the rest of his sentence hang in the air, but I already knew what he was getting at. No amount of aggro could stop them from paying attention to the one who was actually killing them. I would have to be doing enough damage for them to stay focused on me. The only problem with that was we had no idea how much that was, and I would definitely die if they all jumped on me at once. "I'll keep their attention," I promised. "Just make sure you kill them quickly, or I'm going to take too much damage." "I got you, bro," he said. Kyle started to bounce as if he was revving up. The computer programmer was lithe enough that he'd be able to weave through the bunnies with ease, but there was something very creepy about their fangs and glowing red eyes that told me the battle wasn't going to be easy. One actually chomped its teeth as it looked at me like I was prey, and its ears twitched with every creaking branch and roll of thunder. Definitely not the cute little animals I'd seen on social media. These things were willing and ready to tear us to shreds. We'd just have to be a little faster. "Just keep an eye on your health bar," I warned as the blinking stealth spell started to become transparent. "I'll start my stealth spell the second I'm away from you," he promised. "If I can kill enough of them before it drops, then you should still hold the aggro for most of the battle." "Hopefully I'll level up before the stealth drops," I said. "I'll be able to do more damage then, and it'll be easier to keep them focused on me." He nodded and then stepped into the shadows cast by one of the trees. None of the bunnies even noticed him. They were all glued to me, and one even jumped in place and chattered as if it was telling me to come closer so it could attack me. Nervous excitement coursed through me. It had been too long since I'd been able to really sit down and play an RPG. Too long since I'd had the energy to with all the work projects consuming my brain power. But now it was time to fight for my life. It probably helped that my life was actually on the line, because adrenaline was pumping through my veins, and the familiar joy from battle caught my breath as I clenched my dagger a little tighter. "You worry about you, oh great paladin. You're the one going into battle in a completely different class. I've got this," Kyle's voice echoed over the storm. I rolled my shoulders and watched him inch closer to the mass of misty bunnies. The counter for his personal stealth spell appeared next to his name, and I took a deep breath to steady myself. Kyle was insane, and he'd be right in the middle of the pack when the stealth spell dropped, but hopefully they would be paying too much attention to me to focus on my companion. I forced myself to loosen my grip on my dagger so it would be easier to maneuver, cast my defense spell, and then stepped fully into the meadow. Thumping sounds started to drown out the thunder and lightning from the storm, and the mist around the bunnies swirled faster with every passing second. Not a single rabbit noticed the rogue in their midst. Their entire focus was on me, and an aggressive chorus of growls filled the air. A few red bars disappeared as Kyle squatted down and slit their throats. But no blood poured out. Instead, they became a heavy fog swirling around their companions' stomping feet and turning the whole meadow into something from a horror movie. At least he gave Kyle more cover as he continued to attack them without anyone noticing. One did, but before it could even let out a scream, he had already sliced through its throat. "Are you going to come at me? Or do I need to come to you?" I shouted when another bunny glanced up just in time to see the rogue's blade slice into its head. A few rabbits started to thump louder, and the two closest to me nudged each other as they chomped their fangs. It was clearly an argument, but they were still oblivious to the rogues slipping through them and hiding in the shadows created by their dead comrades' foggy remains. I was the one they counted as the real threat, and all I had to do at the moment was keep looking like the tastiest treat. I'd never been so grateful to aggro anything in my entire life, because if they noticed Kyle, then there was no way we were going to make it out of the meadow alive. Distract, kill, and survive to fight another day. That had always been my motto as an assassin, and it still proved true even as a paladin, just with the added bonus of making sure everyone around me stayed safe too. One of the rabbits in the front finally decided to break the awkward staring contest they were having with me, like they still had prey instincts mixed in with their predatory nature and couldn't decide whether or not it was worth the risk. The others all squeaked excitedly as their friend leaped through the air like a lion about to pounce on a zebra. It didn't take long for the others to follow suit. Cold air pummeled me and pushed me around as they landed hard like they were made from stone and not mist. It took every ounce of strength in my body to stay standing as they started to kick me with their giant feet. I hadn't expected them to feel so solid, but they were heavy, and each blow knocked the air out of me. The one who'd attacked first had landed right on my shoulders, and the misty jerk was trying to bite my neck. I grabbed him by the ears, a little surprised I could actually hold on to him, and then sliced through his neck with my dagger. It didn't die instantly, not like the ones Kyle had killed, but I was the same level, and the rogue was 2 ahead. I had to stab it another 3 times before it finally died, but then it turned into fog just like the others had. There were still 10 left at this point, and every one of them was hopping over each other to reach me. I kicked and slashed at them with wild abandon, and the thrill of the hunt coursed through my veins. My time as an assassin had taught me the importance of a good double strike, and soon 2 more of the little puffs had turned into fog. I glanced over the frantic monsters to see Kyle on the other side of their little pile. The rabbits were so focused on me that they only noticed the rogue when he grabbed them by the ears and slit their throats. I kicked one hard into his chest, and he grinned as he killed it with 1 strike. The movement left me off balance, and I almost toppled over into the mist swirling around my feet. I managed to catch myself, but 2 bunnies latched onto my legs. A scream crawled up my throat as my health bar dipped hard, and I instinctively stabbed downward. My dagger sliced straight through the misty monster's head with so much force that it killed the creature on impact, and it drifted off to join the fog. I started kicking and slashing as fast as I could, but it was getting harder to tell where the mist ended and the rabbits began. Something warm and hot dripped down my legs, and in horror I realized one of the fluffs had bitten my thigh and was drinking my blood. A few drops had escaped and had somehow stained the rabbit's mouth. It looked just like in one of those videos where bunnies eat raspberries, but it was killing me instead of fruit. My XP bar was so close to level 3 that I could almost taste it, but my health bar continued to drop with every second. I managed a quick double strike to the top of the rabbit's head, and then fell to one knee as nausea washed over me. "How much did it take?" I whispered, and swallowed hard on the bile threatening to burst out like we were in The Exorcist. There were only 5 more left, and my health bar was officially below 50%. At least my armor would have a strength boost now, and it immediately helped fortify my muscles. Being a paladin was definitely going to help me survive. My original defense spell had already lapsed, but having low HP gave me the extra boost I needed to keep going. I reached out and grabbed the nearest bunny and stabbed it so hard in the chest that it spit out blood. The realization that it must have taken some from me, or from Kyle, hit me like a ton of bricks. It was like a mosquito that had been squashed right after feeding, but I didn't have time to think about it. There were still 4 more, and they'd all turned their attention to my companion. He'd killed enough of them that my presence was no longer important, and no amount of aggro could fight the pure, unadulterated hatred filling their bright red eyes as they tried to find the rogue. Kyle continued to slip through the thick fog like a shadow. It was hard for me to keep track of him, but every now and then the gray clouds would shift and another health bar would disappear. He was seriously good at this, and it reminded me of the times I played an assassin. We were officially down to 2 of the little fluffs, and I had every intention of taking out at least one of them. I followed their health bars through the gray fog now filling the meadow, but they were fast. My head started to swim as my HP dropped little by little, but there were only 2 left. I could handle at least one of them. I stumbled back up to my feet. The strength I gained from my armor boost helped me to stay upright, but the wound on my thigh was oozing blood at a steady pace, as if the rabbit's bite had some kind of blood thinner in it. I stayed still like a noodler waiting for a catfish, and soon the last rabbit raced in front of me. It let out a single scream as I stabbed it in the neck in rapid succession, and its health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant, while my XP officially reached level 3. Congratulations, you have cleared Rabbit Run. You are now a level 3. A new spell has been unlocked. I got you. The text box popped up in front of my face with the option to learn about the new ability, but my focus was on the health bar and the wounds all over my body. My HP was officially full again, and the bite marks were slowly knitting themselves together. I could literally feel the skin pinching together. It tingled and burned a little like someone had poured alcohol on them, but when I bent down to look at the hole in my pants, it was as if I'd never been bitten at all. Even the fabric was repaired.
You leveled up!
Kyle exclaimed and clapped me on the back as I straightened. I stumbled forward from the force, but managed to catch myself before face-planting, then turned and stared at my teammate.
Bro,
I huffed. My bad, he said with a slightly guilty expression. I was excited. Might have used a little more force than necessary.
Just be careful next time,
I sighed. Kyle had appeared beside me so fast that it was like he spawned out of nowhere. Blood dripped down the rogue's arms, and his pants were darker than before, but he had a huge smile on his face, like it was the best day ever. It was hard to be mad at him for long when he was looking at me like a golden retriever. Besides, he'd killed most of the rabbits on his own, and his XP had barely moved since he was 2 levels higher than them. I could forgive him for almost knocking me to the ground. I'd just have to make sure to expect the slap on enthusiastic congratulations the next time we had a battle.
Oh, look!
He gasped and pointed up. The storm overhead dissipated until only blue skies stared down at us through the break in the canopy. The roaring wind vanished, and even the mist slowly drifted away like the smoke over an extinguished candle. There were no bodies anywhere. No cloud-like rabbits to confirm we really had been through a fight just moments before, but there were lots of little piles of gold and a few daggers and pelts for us to claim. We really should think twice before going after a pack like that again, Kyle grumbled and plopped down on the ground. Did you notice they were drinking our blood? The little shits were straight-up vampires. I bet that's why they were made of mist. Game designers must have watched Dracula too many times. The rogue pointed to the bite marks on his arms that had already started to heal. "Look at these," he huffed. "Absolutely savage. At least they were weak enough that I only needed to use one health potion. Thankfully, you leveled up so you don't have to worry about healing." "This is going to take a lot to get used to," I muttered around a yawn. "It's one thing to see my health bar skyrocket when I level, and another thing entirely to watch my skin and muscles heal in record time, like something out of a sci-fi movie." "It's pretty cool," Kyle said as he laid back in the soft grass, closed his eyes, and then stretched like a contented house cat. "Except for the whole dying thing, this would be the best video game ever." "True," I snorted and turned to make sure the rogue was actually okay. "You did really well out there. I wouldn't have survived without you. Even without a stealth spell, you were practically invisible." "Only because they hated you so much," he said without opening his eyes. "Everyone talks about how great paladins are as distractions and tanks, but using you as a distraction worked better than Timon dressing in a hula." I shook my head at him. "Bro, how many movie references do you make on a daily basis?" "Enough to make a film buff grit their teeth." He laughed and opened one eye to stare up at me. "Krista and I took our hobbies very seriously. You remember the class I mentioned she took? Well, the guys in it really were some of the worst, most snobby film people I'd ever met in my entire life. It was as if they thrived on looking down their noses at people. I fail to see why you need to quote movies like you're breathing just because of them," I said and walked over to a nearby gold pile. The reward had gone instantly into my account when I had killed the crusty hardshell, but this time there were tiny little piles all over the place. I wasn't sure if it was because I was in a party now or if it was because the money wouldn't split evenly, but the second I touched the first coin, all the others disappeared. I paused to pull up my inventory and saw it had an extra 150 gold. "Did it split it?" I asked out loud. "Huh?" Kyle asked and sat up on his elbows to stare at me. "Are you talking to me or yourself?" "Myself," I snorted and gestured to the now missing gold piles. "Or the game. I was wondering if the gold split evenly between us." There was no answer from the game, but Kyle started tapping the air in front of him. "Looks like I have an extra 150 now," he said. "What about you?" "Same," I said and turned to collect one of the pelts. All 8 disappeared after I touched the first one, but only 4 were in my inventory now. Guess those were split evenly as well. Convenient. I was a little irritated that only half the rabbits gave us fur, since we had to collect 20 for Chapter 1, but they were made from mist, so the ratio wasn't too bad. "These daggers are garbage," Kyle interrupted my thoughts. The rogue held up a rusted dagger with dried blood along the tip, as if one of the rabbits had used it to drain their victim instead of its fangs. A shudder ran through me as I remembered looking down to see the little puff of doom trying to drain every drop of my life. I'd never watch one of those videos of bunnies with raspberries the same again. There were going to be a lot of things in the real world that I wouldn't look at the same anymore. "What color is it?" I asked to distract myself from the worry trying to creep into my mind. "Gray," he said and tossed it back into the grass. "I've looked at all of them. They're all gray. What color is yours?" "Green," I said and slid the blade back into its sheath. "Pretty sure that means it's uncommon. I've only seen gray, green, and blue so far." "Same," Kyle said. "Gray definitely has to be common gear. That's just industry standard." "Exactly," I said and gestured to my dagger. "This one is only a little bit better than the gray one we started with, so it's got to be the next level. Blue was a little bit better than this one, so it has to be the 3rd tier." "Sounds about right." He nodded sagely. If we go by the rankings from the last game, it should be common, uncommon, rare, master, and legendary. If they keep it the same, I said, and rested my hand on the dagger in its sheath. We should also be able to upgrade anything master and above. I doubt we'll run into anything like that soon, my new friend snorted. You'll be carrying that dagger for a minute. Probably, I said. It's pretty easy to wield, but I would like something with a little more oomph to it. I hadn't even realized my dagger was still in my hand. It was like an extension of my arm at this point, but I still needed better gear no matter how comfortable I was with wielding the one I had. What color is yours? I asked as I walked over to where Kyle stared down at the loot he'd piled together. It's green too, he said absently as he stared at the crappy daggers the bunnies had dropped. Do you think we should just keep them in our inventory for now? It looks like we're only a few miles from Wenkar. We could probably sell them to the merchant or the weapons master. We'd only get a few gold for the whole stack. I tilted my head to the side and studied the rest. There was another dagger without a handguard, a t-shirt that had definitely seen better days, and a single boot. Not even the pair, just the one. I didn't even realize it was possible to have one. It had never happened in any other game. It's called the Hobo's Last Resort, Kyle said as he followed my gaze. It's gray, not sure if it would leave one foot bare or if it would somehow combine with the leather boots they gave us when we came in. Not worth checking it out, I said. We should go ahead and take them. We need all the gold we can to help with the Chapter 1 encounter. Beggars can't be choosers, the rogue said and bent down to pick up the lot of them in one fell swoop. I'll put them in my inventory for now. I've got a few more things to sell once we get to the city, just stuff I acquired naturally. Naturally, I snorted but didn't press. I wasn't sure if he would be able to steal from other players or from NPCs, but it was best not to ask. It might be considered an evil act if I knew and didn't turn him in. Not that I knew who to turn him in to. Either way, it wasn't worth it to lose all my strength, especially since I wasn't sure it would ever come back. Anyway, he said, and clapped his hands together dramatically. I'm absolutely starving. We should eat something. Conveniently, I collected mushrooms. Give me a few minutes, and I'll get us a nice fire going. How? I asked. Oh, I have my ways, he said with that same easy smile I was starting to get used to. Kyle wandered around the clearing collecting twigs that were way too wet to actually ignite. It took him a few minutes to gather enough to make a pile, and he stamped down on the grass and flowers to make a makeshift fire pit. He took a mini torch out from his inventory, bent down, and pressed the blue flame to the wood. It actually worked. The twigs lit up like this was just another campfire, and somehow the nearby grass didn't catch fire. I stared in shock as the rogue flipped the miniature torch between his fingers. Nice, right? He laughed. I won it off an artificer. They're pretty rare, but we had one come through. She was terrible at poker. I almost felt bad for her, but it was her fault for not gambling responsibly. I didn't see any artificers, I said, and strolled over to hold my hands over the flames. They'd initially been blue, just like the one from the torch, but now they'd turned a brilliant orange-yellow. Oh, she's dead, he said, and pulled the mushrooms from his pockets, looked around, and went to retrieve a long stick. She died soon after the poker match, where she lost this. Don't worry, me winning the torch had nothing to do with her death. She just walked off the pier and started swimming until one of the ocean monsters got her. At least, that's what one of the guys at the docks said. I wasn't around, or I would have stopped her. Kyle's usually flippant tone was tense as he stabbed the mushrooms onto the stick and held them over the flames. It's only been a week, he said. It feels like it's been longer, honestly, and some people just can't take it. I'd heard several people talking about killing themselves since I'd arrived, my new friend included. Krista would kick my ass. He sniffed back the tears threatening to spill down his cheeks. Really, I can't believe I let myself go like that. She'd be so disappointed in me. She'd be proud of you now, I said. You said you were both fans of mine, and you just saved my life by taking on most of the rabbits. Hell yeah, she would have been proud of me, he said, and swished the now charred mushrooms through the air. I was a better assassin than the greatest assassin we ever saw. I wouldn't say that, I snorted, and then started full-on belly laughing when he gasped and put a hand over his heart. How could you? He whined dramatically and pointed the mushroom-filled stick right at me. I thought we were friends, but here you are calling me a noob. No one said noob. I put my hands up. Kyle stomped a foot, stuck his chin in the air, and then chomped down hard on one of the mushrooms. My attention immediately shifted to his health bar as I watched for a poison symbol to pop up, but his HP actually improved. The rogue laughed maniacally, pulled off the mushroom he'd bitten, and then tossed me the stick. Here, you great betrayer, eat something, he said. Some of us are actually loyal. Excuse you, I said. I'm very loyal. I just said you weren't as good as I am. Besides, you're a rogue, not an assassin. I stole their lives, he said proudly, and then plopped down in the grass to finish his lunch. I sat next to him and stared into the flames as my mind raced. I have a new ability, I said as the sudden realization hit me like a lightning strike. Oh yeah, you did level up, Kyle said as if he'd forgotten too. I stuffed the charred pink mushroom into my mouth to free up my hands and was surprised how much it actually tasted like a normal oyster mushroom. We'd definitely have to harvest some more on the way to Wenkar, but for the moment, there was a new ability for me to check out. I got you. 20% boost in party defense for 3 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. So? Kyle asked as I moved the new ability over to the spell area. Looks like I'll be able to boost your defense for 3 minutes, I said, as a smile crawled across my face. You can add that to your stealth, and you'll practically become an assassin. Look at that, he said and slapped his knee. Now all we need is a proper healer, because everything in its mother wants to fight you on sight. Speaking of which, I said and turned back to the fire. We should probably put this out and then head to the city. Yes, the rogue said with more enthusiasm than I was expecting. He hopped to his feet and pointed the mini torch at the fire, clicked a small button on the side, and then frowned when nothing happened. Dang it, what am I doing wrong? He grumbled and brought the tiny flamethrower right up to his face to study it. She said it would light a fire even if everything was wet, and that it would only catch wood on fire, and that it would retract said flames once I clicked this. I was supposed to click these both at the same time. My bad. I watched in shock as the rogue pressed 2 buttons down, and the flames literally flew right back into the mini torch. It shouldn't have been too surprising. We were in a video game with literal magic users, but the first Living Veil had never had anything that could do something like that. You said an artificer made that? I asked with renewed interest. Yep, he said and held it up for me to inspect. It only has 3 uses in it. I may have used one already, so there's 1 use left, I said and leaned over to study it. The mini torch looked like someone had fused an ancient Chinese fire stick with a pocket watch. How the artificer had gotten her hands on either was a mystery, though maybe she'd bought them off Carabas Indigo. Either way, it had worked like a dream, and if the new class could make something so cool in just a few days, then I really needed to consider adding one to our party. Artificers will be hard to come by, Kyle said, as if he could read my mind. She was the only one in all of Shellendar. I don't think they survive well on their own, like wizards. One hit. The joke he was about to make died on his lips, and I looked up to see a haunted expression in the rogue's eyes. He swallowed hard, put the mini-torch back into his inventory, and then plastered a smile on his face. "I'm sure we'll find one eventually, though," he said with obviously forced enthusiasm. I nodded and put a hand on his shoulder. "Maybe we can find one that'll make us a coffee pot. I don't think I can keep up your level of energy for long." "You don't even do it now," he countered. "I'm seriously the one putting the party in this party." "Yep," I laughed, and then gestured to the forest. "Should we head back in? It's already getting late in the day, and I do not want to find out what kind of monsters come around at night." "For real, though," he said and followed after me. "We've been pretty lucky so far. Okay, the ghoul was actually really terrifying. I'm going to have nightmares tonight, though the giant moss-covered skeleton may have to take a back seat to the vampire bunnies. Like, aren't they supposed to be cute? Who gave them those red eyes?" "They are supposed to be monsters," I said as we left the meadow behind. We walked in silence for a long time, but the counter for the stealth spell must have hit 0, because the cloak symbol popped up to show Kyle had already recast the protection. I sighed with relief. At least I wouldn't aggro every living thing in the forest. The innate ability seemed to be helping us a lot, but those 3 minutes with the full stealth spell was bliss. I don't know if it would have been scarier for them to be cute, or for what they were. The rogue picked up our conversation as we found the path to Wenkar again. His voice was just above a whisper, and his eyes darted around for any signs of more monsters. "I think things that are adorable but deadly are scarier, if I'm being honest," he continued. "Krista was like that. No one took her seriously until she flipped a switch and became the most terrifying person in the entire world. One of my friends is like that," I said. I kept my hand on my dagger and my voice low, but the only threats were the ghouls popping up and disappearing in the nearby pools. None of them tried to climb out like the other one had, but I still kept an eye on the stealth spell, and Kyle renewed it the second the cooldown was over to make sure we were never without the cover for longer than absolutely necessary. That cooldown between still felt like a full year, though. "Lucy is probably thriving." I broke the silence after almost half an hour of walking. "I bet she's already a level 6. "That's your barbarian friend, right?" Kyle asked with a sideways glance in my direction. "Yeah," I nodded. "I swear she was born to fight. Even in high school. You'd think she'd be the one being protected. She was hanging out with a bunch of guys all the time. Everyone in our group worked out enough to defend her if necessary, but let me tell you, she was the one everyone worried about." "Like a chihuahua hanging out with Dobermans," he said with a half grin. "Exactly," I chuckled. We lapped into a comfortable quiet again. I checked my map to make sure we were headed in the right direction. We were, and there was really only one actual path leading to the swamp city, but a few animal trails had popped up. I glanced at them as we passed, but most were overgrown, or worse, they had puddles with giant red health bars that popped up randomly. No, thank you. "I think we're about a mile out," I said and closed the map. "We should be there in the next half hour." "Yeah, as long as nothing attacks us," Kyle said, and then tripped and let out a shout as he fell. I swear it was like time stood still as we both stared at each other. The stealth spell Kyle had just recast was gone. It was like the game heard him say something about us being attacked and took it as a personal challenge, because the loudest, angriest roar I'd heard yet echoed through the suddenly quiet forest. Even the birds had stopped their chirping. Then another longer snarl came from somewhere to our right, and it sounded like it was coming closer. "My bad," the rogue said as he hopped up. think we can outrun it?" Twigs broke and puddles splashed as something charged us, but the tree trunks blocked it from view. Whatever it was moving fast, and it sounded pissed. "I don't think so." I unsheathed my dagger and looked around for somewhere to hide. "I think we might have to face this one." "Damn it," he sighed and then followed it immediately with, "Oh shit!" The monster's health bar had appeared in the tree line. It wasn't as big as the ghouls, but it was definitely bigger than the rabbits. Swamp Ursi, level 6. It was the biggest bear I'd ever seen in my life, and it was barreling right at us. Chapter 8. "How much longer on the cloak's timer?" I asked, and glanced up at where the stealth spell was supposed to be. 29 minutes, Kyle said as he bounced on the balls of his feet. Shit. I literally just recast it when I screamed. I think I'm going to be sick." "Calm down," I said. "We're going to make it work." I gritted my teeth and fought the urge to scream. It wasn't Kyle's fault, he'd shouted. It was natural when someone fell. And at this point, I wouldn't put it past the game to have tripped the rogue just so he'd make enough noise to break the stealth spell. "At least it's not humanoid," I said and grabbed his arm with my free hand. "Let's go. Run. "We can't outrun it, though," he panted as he tried to keep up with me. "You literally just said we couldn't. What's your plan?" "I'm making it up as we go," I said. I left the path behind and started down one of the smaller trails, the ones that led right through the puddles. We were definitely in swampland now, and there were more of the smaller pools than there was dry land. I saw a few thicker roots we might be able to use if it came to it, but for the moment I was following one of the thin animal paths on the map. "We are so going to fall in," Kyle whined as he raced behind me. "We need a plan." "I know," I said, "but that's not going to happen if we're dead. I need to find a place where we can stop and think. For right now, we're improvising." "Thought you said we'd have to face it," he gasped and put a hand to his side. The rogue managed to flash a smile. "Change your mind when you saw it?" "I'm not a fan of bears," I shot back. "They're faster and meaner than rabbits. We're still going to have to face it at some point, but I want us to have the advantage." The swamp Ursi was still on our trail. It crashed through the forest faster than we could move. The ground on the other side of the main road had been relatively solid, but just ahead of where we were running were a bunch of puddles big enough for something to come out of or to fall into. All we had to do was weave through them and hope it had bad coordination. It wasn't the best plan in the world, but it was a lot better than trying to face it head on. I could figure out something better once I wasn't running for my life. I glanced over at Kyle's health bar to make sure it hadn't dipped since he was breathing so hard. The guy was panting like he was in the middle of an asthma attack, though I wasn't sure he could still have one since we were inside the game. It was probably a reaction from life on the outside, but his HP looked stable enough for now, and that's all that mattered. "It's getting closer," he said. The rogue had managed to get his feet working properly and was right by my side. There was still a slight wheeze every time he gasped for air, but he was keeping up, and that was enough for the moment. "We need to be smart about this," I said, and raced across an even thinner trail between two large puddles big enough to be pools at a rec center. A gigantic health bar as long as my leg popped up, and a clawed hand grabbed the side of the puddle, but we were already past it before the mossy ghoul could make an appearance. I thought it might just dip beneath the water again since we were running at full speed, but it must have seen Kyle and decided it was time to go on the hunt, because the sound of thrashing water drowned out the bear's angry roars. "You've got to be kidding me!" the rogue snarled as he fell behind. "The shit-ass speed reduction is going to get me killed, son of a bitch!" I slowed down to match his pace and turned around with the dagger still gripped tightly in my hand. The mossy ghoul was about halfway out of the water, and my blood ran cold. It was a level 20. The monstrous skeleton snarled and roared as it thrashed and tried to pull itself free from the pool, but the edges were collapsing too fast. The thin trail we'd woven across was officially gone, and the two pools had become one giant pond. "It's too heavy," I managed to say around gasps for air. "It can't come up." My health bar had dipped as my muscles fought against fatigue, but thankfully I was healing now that I was standing still. "Finally, some good news!" My teammate took a knee. "I can taste blood. I think I'm dying. Just leave me here. Maybe the bear will kill me quickly." "I think the ghoul would be faster," I said, and then tugged him to his feet. "I'm not leaving you anywhere. Come on, we need to keep moving." "Where do you plan to go?" he asked and stumbled to his feet. "Valid point," I said. We'd stopped on a small piece of dirt with overgrown vines and decaying leaves. A few bushes popped up from the swamp, and enough dirt was caught on their roots to form somewhat solid land. It definitely wouldn't withstand a fight, and I did not want to fall in the water where there were probably even more monsters waiting for me. I pulled up the map and did my best to ignore the thrashing sounds from the ghoul and the swamp Ursi's roar. There was an area nearby that looked like another meadow, but we'd have to get past a bunch of puddles. I quickly closed the map and then glanced around as a plan started to form. "There's no way to get back to the city without that thing coming for us," I nodded to the bear. "It's going to have a hard time getting to us with that pond in the way, but it just crashed through several trees, so I don't think a little water will keep it distracted for long." "Maybe they'll fight each other?" Kyle asked with a hopeful expression. "Two predators fighting for prey. It could happen." "It's possible," I admitted, "but we both know enemies tend to gang up on players in video games, and there's no way we'd survive both at the same time." "We'd die so fast," he sighed. "So fast," I agreed, and then looked around. There was a tree barely big enough to cover us, but it was on solid land and not swamp water. I yanked Kyle behind it and then peeked around to see where the swamp Ursi was. The massive bear was still locked onto us like it had our GPS location, but the mossy ghoul was in its direct path, and so was the pond. I fought the urge to shout victoriously when the two collided and fell into the murky water. The bear flailed as water soaked through its fur. Its roar was muffled by water as it tried to reach for something to hold on to, but the only thing to stand on was the giant skeleton, and the ghoul was not thrilled with being used as a stepping stone. The swamp Ursi snarled and slapped the skeleton so hard its jaw dislocated, but the undead mossy ghoul just snapped it back into place, grabbed the bear, and threw it against a nearby tree. "Fuck yeah!" Kyle pumped his fist in the air. "I mean, frick, yeah? Whatever, one enemy down." "Its health bar didn't even take a hit," I pointed out. "They can't damage each other. They're just play fighting." The rogue's smile dropped. Fucking hell. The bear was swimming toward us with a determined expression, but the mossy ghoul just dipped below the water. We were hidden behind the tree, so it must have lost interest when it couldn't spot us, just like the first one. Praise God for minor miracles. We were officially down to one opponent, but the swamp Ursi was waterlogged, and its pissed-off expression reminded me of a wet cat. It was also still at full health, 2 levels higher than Kyle, and 3 levels higher than me. "What's the plan?" Kyle asked as the bear stopped to growl at something beneath the water. "We need to get it to the meadow on the map," I said. "We'll be able to fight it there without worrying about falling into the water." "You still want to face it straight on?" He gaped with eyes so wide I was surprised they didn't fall out. "Yes and no," I said. "We'll have to be smart about it, and we need to do this fast because it's already afternoon." "Yeah, I do not want to be out here at nighttime." The rogue shivered. I peered up through the leafy canopy above me. The sun was starting to dip toward the horizon. I knew how to judge time until sunset back home, but this was a video game, and I hadn't paid much attention to how fast the afternoon faded the night before. Kyle was right to be afraid. The last thing we needed was to be outside the city's protective barrier at night. "Okay," I said, and swallowed hard to coat my dry throat. "We just need to make it through the puddles and reach the meadows before it catches us." "How are we supposed to do that?" he asked with a frantic wave at the still struggling swamp Ursi. It had reached the pond's edge and was trying to come up, but was having the same issue the ghoul had. It was too heavy with all its wet fur and muscle. "It's going to take a little bit for it to get out," I said. "We're going to use that to our advantage. Now follow right behind me, and whatever you do, don't fall in the water." "Don't have to tell me twice," he gulped. The giant bear roared and bit at something in the water, but no health bar popped up above the murky water. The mossy ghoul had completely disappeared, but I was pretty sure they could travel between the pools. I glanced over my shoulder at the other dark water puddles all around us. We were in a swamp. There were way too many ways for the monster to come back up and attack us. "Okay," I said, and took a deep breath to brace myself. "Let's get this party started." I glanced over at the bear to see it had managed to grab onto enough dirt to haul half its body out from the water. It was now or never. I nodded to Kyle and then raced through the small trails toward the meadow. "I still don't like this plan," the rogue panted from right on my heels. "We're not strong enough to take it on. We both have daggers. It's a damn bear, my guy. A bear. The blade won't even make it through its fur." I know! I leaped across a smaller puddle to reach more dry land. "You still have that lighter, right?" There was a long pause, but I could still hear my teammate gasping for air behind me. A look over my shoulder showed the thin man's face was pinched with concentration, as if it was taking all his strength to put one foot in front of the other. His health bar was jumping around erratically, as if he was healing and suffering in equal measures. "There's the meadow," I reassured him, and then put on an extra boost. A roar came from behind us, and the puddles all shook with the thunderous footsteps of a pissed-off swamp Ursi. I skidded to a halt in the damp grass covering the meadow and spun around to see Kyle had made it too. The bear was gaining on us fast, and there wasn't much time to put my plan into action, but thankfully it wasn't that complicated. "The lighter." I held out my hand. "It only has one use left," the rogue said as he tossed it in my direction. "You better make it good." "I plan to," I said. Golden light poured over the treetops as the sun kissed their tops and started to sink below. We really needed to finish this and make our way to the city before nightfall, or something worse was going to eat us. Splashing water drew my attention back to the swamp Ursi. It was still so heavy it sank right through the thin path it was racing down, and it snarled as it tried not to sink beneath the water. Red health bars popped up all around it, but they were smaller than the ghouls. Carnivorous catfish, level 3. I'd never been so grateful not to fall into water in my entire life. "What's the plan?" Kyle snapped me back to the meadow. "We find sticks that can be used as spears," I said. The rogue stared at me blankly while the swamp Ursi fought to regain its footing. We only had about a minute before it came for us. Come on, I said, and raced to the nearby trees. There were fallen branches everywhere, but most had already started to decay and had wood so soft it crumbled in my hands. Those were never going to work. Spears, my companion huffed as he tossed sticks over his head like a college student trying to find his headphones. Spears, we're in a video game, not an episode of Survivor. And if you hadn't noticed, I'm a rogue. I was a computer programmer on the outside, not exactly a survivalist. Give yourself more credit, I said. You've managed this long, and rogues are notorious for sneaking up on people. That's exactly what you're going to do. Here. I held up 2 sticks as long as my arms. They weren't exactly the sharpest in the world, but one had broken off at an angle, and it would pierce through the bear with enough force. You take this one, I said, and tossed him the sharper one. I had mine in the hand with the lighter, while I held onto my dagger with the other. The 2 weapons weren't great, but they were better than nothing. I just had to make sure not to drop the makeshift flamethrower. But why? Kyle asked, and then stiffened as the bear bounded into the field. Shit. This is how we die, isn't it? No, I said, and swallowed hard against the bile rising in my throat. This is where we level up. Go hide in the shadows and activate the stealth spell. It won't work on me, but it should work for you, especially your personal one. I'm going to be the distraction. The swamp Ursi glared around the meadow as it tried to spot us, and I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. I knew the bear was massive, but seeing it in the late afternoon light was a whole different story. Its black fur was matted against its body, and a complicated blue marking lit up along its forehead. Water pooled in front of the bear's face as the marking glowed. It had magic, because of course it had magic. I glanced over to see Kyle had already disappeared into the shadows. A cloak symbol stayed steady next to his name, but there was nothing for mine. He was officially hidden from our foe, which was all part of the plan, but it suddenly sounded much more idiotic than it had earlier, especially as the swamp Ursi finally spotted me. The roar it released was so loud it rattled my bones, but there was no time to waste. I pulled the basic pants from my inventory, carefully balanced it in the hand with my dagger, and then started to wrap it around my stick as I ran around the edge of the meadow. It was harder than expected to hold the lighter, the stick, the pants, and the dagger, but I was making it work, and soon the pants were secure. I'd officially made a makeshift torch. Now I just had to light it. I realized I couldn't light the torch with the dagger in my hand, so it went back into its sheath, though not having the blade out raised my blood pressure a little. It was nice to have some kind of real weapon, even if it wouldn't do much. The bear shifted with an irritated huff as I ran around the edge of the meadow, putting as much space between it and me. The monster released the water it had built up in front of its face, and I had to dive to the ground to avoid being smashed in the face with the swirling water orb. Come on! I snapped at my own body as I scrambled back up to my feet. The bear was too bulky to shift directions easily, so all I had to do was keep running back and forth in a wide zigzag pattern. It stormed at me like a charging bull, and I noticed the water it had started to gather collapsed around its face. It couldn't summon magic while it was on the move. Good to know. I dodged to the left just in time for the swamp Ursi to barrel past me. It skidded to a halt, but not before it slammed straight into a giant white oak tree. Leaves cascaded down all around it, but my focus was on the monster's health bar. It had gone down, not a lot, but some. I forced my legs to keep moving while the swamp Ursi found its bearings again. It took a few tries to light the mini flamethrower since my hands were still wet from falling into the grass, but finally I managed to get it going. I touched it to the stick with the pants wrapped around it and let out a relieved sigh as it caught fire. "Over here!" I shouted and waved the torch in the air. The bear roared in response, and its hate-filled glare stared right at the flames waving above my head. Another water orb began to form in front of its foreheads, but this time I didn't move. Kyle had picked up on my plan. The rogue pressed something on his HUD, and boots with wings appeared next to his name. He put his extra speed boost to good use as he raced across the meadow and stabbed the pointed stick right into the swamp Ursi's side. A loud, cracking sound echoed across the suddenly silent meadow as the stick broke off inside the bear, but the attack had done its job. The monster's health bar dropped halfway, and it stumbled to the side as blood started to drip onto the grass beneath it. The water orb it had been forming burst in an instant, and an angry growl ripped through the quiet. Shit, Kyle said as he ran toward me. "I definitely pissed it off. It's your turn now, Paladin. I did my thing." "You keep distracting it with this," I said, and tossed him the torch. My teammate let out a startled screech as he caught the flaming stick and pants, but I didn't stick around to see if he was okay. Kyle had already proven himself more than capable of handling himself, and I needed to finish this. He'd done enough damage to the bear to overthrow the natural aggro it had for me, and I was going to use the distraction before it refocused on me. I didn't have any extra strength boosts from my armor since my health was still almost full. Never thought I'd be upset about that, but at least if the swamp Ursi managed to hit me, I wouldn't die immediately. Hopefully. It looked pretty pissed, and I was officially within swatting range. The massive bear was distracted with the broken stick in its ribcage. Its health bar was steadily dropping as blood oozed out from the wound, but Kyle had stabbed it just far enough back that it was hard for the creature to twist and clamp onto it with its massive jaws. It was so distracted it had completely forgotten about the fight, and I used that to my advantage. I yanked the dagger free from its sheath, leaped into the air, and then slammed the blade down into the swamp Ursi's forehead with all the strength my height and weight could offer. I let out a warrior cry loud enough to shake the leaves in the nearby trees as the blade broke through the monster's skull. The dagger went all the way to the hilt, and blood and bone crunched beneath my hand as it slammed into the creature. My feet slid down the swamp Ursi's face as I continued to the ground, but I used the momentum to leap backward before the massive bear could recover. "Kyle!" I shouted and held out a hand to the rogue. The monster's health bar was almost gone, and it had fallen to the ground right on the makeshift spear Kyle had stabbed it with. But it was still stronger than either of us, so the two attacks weren't going to do it in. We had to hit it one more time, and it had to be hard enough that the swamp Ursi wouldn't be able to recover. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" my teammate asked as he raced closer. "Light it up!" I pointed to the torch. "Oh!" he laughed and then bolted right past me. "I like the way you think!" The rogue slapped the torch against the swamp Ursi's fur, and the debris stuck in the matted mess lit up like the 4th of July. Another roar rocked the meadow as the bear tried and failed to stand back up. The flames consumed the monster until it collapsed in a smoldering lump. The health bar above the monster's head plummeted to 0, and a strong breeze blew through the meadow to extinguish the flames. A new text box sprang up in front of my face, and I swatted at it on instinct, but then sighed with relief when I realized it was just a notification. I had to stop mid-movement so it wouldn't disappear right away. Congratulations, you have defeated Swamp Ursi, level 6. You are now a level 4. A new spell has been unlocked. Do you even lift, bro? Nice, I said, and then finished waving it to the side. I'm a level 5 now, Kyle said. Oh, I've got a new spell. It boosts our speed for 5 minutes. The whole party, not just mine. Nice, I said, and then pulled up the spell description for my new ability. I have a new one too. It boosts my strength for 5 minutes. We'll definitely be using these, the rogue said, and then swiped away his display to stare at the Swamp Ursi's corpse. I can't believe we took that thing out without dying. I for real thought you were going to get eaten when you jumped at its face. It was very, very close. I laughed and ran a hand over the back of my neck. If you hadn't stabbed it, then it wouldn't have been so distracted. I walked over, yanked my dagger from the monster's burnt forehead, and then slipped it back into its sheath. Your plan was insane, the rogue said as he walked up next to me. Like really bananas. The kind of shit I'd see in a tournament back in the old game. How did you know it would work? I didn't, I confessed. I kind of expected us to die, but I'd rather go down fighting with everything we have than hide and let it eat us. I'm not going out like that, my partner said and jutted his chin in the air. Krista would be ashamed. I already let her down before. Whatever snarky comment Kyle was about to make died on his tongue. The rogue took a few deep breaths and then chuckled at himself. She always said I was a baby, he muttered more to himself than to me. God, I really thought I was going to join her. She'd whoop my ass if I died here, though. I have to make it up to her. Have to make her proud. We will, I reassured him and then glanced up at the now setting sun. Come on, we need to grab this loot and get to the city before the monsters really start coming out of the woodwork. Chapter 9. I stared at the golden sun rays and tried to figure out how long we had left. The sun had dipped down below the trees during the fight, and it had only been about 20 minutes from the beginning to the end. I guessed we had maybe another hour before it was officially night, but the forest beyond the meadow was already coming alive with the sounds of waking monsters. Grunts and growls that sounded like they came from large beasts were added to the birds' chirps and the bullfrogs' croaks. Splashing water made every hair on the back of my neck stand up, but no red health bars appeared between the tree trunks, and the catfish had disappeared below the water after the bear had collapsed the path we took. What are you thinking? Kyle pulled me back to the grassy meadow with the still smoldering body of the Swamp Ursi. I'm thinking we need to hurry. I laughed and focused on the dead monster. A text box appeared over the corpse as I squatted down next to it. There were 4 hides and 200 gold that split between us as soon as I hit the accept button. I quickly shifted to the quest bar to check our progress. We've already grabbed 6 pelts, and it's only the first day, I said proudly. If we keep this up, then we'll be able to check one task off by the end of the week. How long did you and Rosie say we had? Kyle asked and plopped down in the grass next to me. 16 days on the short end. I frowned. If we're not physically in the game. It'll be a good idea for us to aim for the shortest time, though, just to be safe. Then maybe we should aim to have the pelts in 3 days, the computer programmer said and stretched his legs out. I thought about it for a few seconds and then nodded. Yeah, that works for me. I don't think we'll stay in Wenkar for long. Maybe we can head to the plains after. I did love the plains in the old game, the rogue said, as his head rolled over to look at me. He sat up a little straighter and squinted at the swamp Ursi with a confused expression. Do you see that? It looks like there's something shiny. I tilted my head to the side but didn't see anything. I leaned down further until all I could smell was the wet soil instead of the charred corpses next to me. But then I saw it. Is that a sword hilt? I started to reach for it, paused, and then glanced over at my teammate. Do you mind if I take it? I can trade it later if it would fit you better. I'm good. He shrugged and sat forward like a kid about to watch show and tell. I really like my dagger anyway. Probably going to keep smaller weapons, something that won't weigh me down in the middle of a fight. Not all of us are built like brick houses. I thought I was skinny for a paladin. I snorted. You are, he said, but you're still a lot bigger than me. Fair enough, I said, and then reached for the hilt. It took a little tugging to free it from beneath the swamp Ursi's body. I thought it would just come free or maybe reappear in front of me once I touched it, but of course not. The game wanted to make me work for it. I ended up putting my feet against the bear's side and yanking with all my strength before the sword finally slid out. A text box immediately popped up once the new weapon was in my hands, and I climbed to my feet as if that would help me read it better. Though honestly, it was better seeing it against the trees than the bear. Name, Bearfang, blue. Type, stabbing and slicing. Damage, 25 points. Attack speed, moderate. Bonus damage, NA. The blade was curved like an exaggerated fang, but the sides were sharpened and there were short incisions near the hilt, so if I stabbed the blade all the way into an opponent, it would take something with it when it came out. Not bad, a lot better than the dagger I currently had, since it was the blue we'd decided was rare instead of uncommon. I had a little experience with swords while I was an assassin, though usually daggers were my favorite. It might take a little getting used to, but it was relatively lightweight, and the whole thing was about as long as my arm. I swished it through the air a few times, nodded, then studied the plain hilt with brown leather around the steel. That looks epic, Kyle said with an appreciative nod. Is it one-handed? Or can you dual wield now? It's a short sword, so it should be one-handed, right? It's one-handed, I said, and quickly switched my dagger's sheath over to my left leg. The sword's belt fit easily over the harness I already had in place, and I shifted it a few times to make sure it hung just right. It shifted with me, and the curved blade rested just above my knee so it wouldn't get in the way while I was running. Okay, I said, and then turned back to the bear. Shouldn't it be disappearing? Maybe there's something else, Kyle said. I didn't have to work this hard when I killed the crusty hardshell, I huffed, and the bunny's loot was all out in the open. Well, they did turn into fog, so it wasn't like there was anything left for us to move, the rogue said and flipped over so he was on his hands and knees next to the body. Fair enough, I said and squatted down again to help him search. I thought all the loot just showed up for us to accept or deny. That's what happened with the Grey Avenger. A text box hovered over his body, and the same thing happened with the crusty hardshell. That's because you weren't in a party, he grunted and stuck his hand under the swamp Ursi. God, this thing reeks. Aha! He yanked out a thin silver ring and held it up to the light. Nice, he said. These things are hard to come by. We do need to have something in every armor slot to finish Chapter 1, I said, and slapped him on the back. Congrats on your first ring. What are its stats? It gives me a 5% strength boost, he said, and slipped it on his middle finger. Not great, but not too bad either. Better than not having anything, I chuckled and helped him to his feet, then frowned at the bear before it suddenly dissolved into nothingness. Okay, so if we're in a party, we actually have to find the loot on a monster? I mean, not usually, Kyle said and kicked the air where the bear's corpse had been. It usually does appear next to the body, but this guy was a real dick, so it makes sense that he'd fall on everything. Right, I said, and mentally adjusted my expectations. At least I don't have to skin anything. Honestly, I think I might draw the line at that. My teammate shivered. My great-uncle took me hunting with my dad exactly once. Neither of us really liked it, but it was one of those family tradition things. He took down a deer. Guess it was impressive because he took the antlers and hung them in his house. Place was seriously creepy. Anyway, he tried to make me help with draining the blood and skinning it. I threw up on him. Never asked again. I stared at Kyle for a few seconds as the image of a teenaged version of him appeared in my mind's eye. I could definitely see him throwing up on someone instead of skinning an animal, but then again, I'd probably do the same. Greg, on the other hand, had once gone on and on about how in his anatomy class they'd had to skin a cat, and how it had been hard to keep everything intact around the fatty area on the throat. I'd never noped out of a conversation so fast. Pre-meds could keep their creepy autopsies. On the plus side, the big guy had learned a lot about feline physiology, and it had already saved the kittens once when Juicy Fruit ate something he shouldn't have. Lucy had suggested he become a vet, but the idea of Greg putting down animals was insane. He'd sob harder than the owners. It was one thing for him to do an autopsy on an already dead cat, and another thing entirely to put it down himself. I shook my head to pull myself away from the memories and the growing dread in my stomach. If I let myself wander too far down memory lane, then I'd start worrying about where the crew was, whether they were in the same city already, or if they were even alive. No, I had to stay hopeful. It was the only way I'd make it through. I smell awful. Kyle broke the silence. Swamp water. Ugh. It's like death literally clings to it. I lifted my shirt and took a sniff. My eyes immediately watered, and I bent over, coughing. I gasped for air and held my neck as far away from my shirt as possible. Yeah, that's gross, I gasped. All the more reason for us to get out of here and find Wenkar. It took me a second to finally get the coughing under control. I had to breathe through my mouth for a little bit until the smell faded back into the background. I don't think we can go back the way we came, my teammate said as he strolled closer to where we came into the meadow. That swamp Ursi really did a number on the trails. They weren't very sturdy to begin with, but the bastard practically obliterated them. I walked over to stare out into the growing shadows. Yep, the thin trails we'd managed to cross were officially gone. There was no way we were getting back through there, although the idea of trying to sneak past the level 20 mossy ghoul had goosebumps erupting all over my skin. I wasn't sure if it was stronger after the sun went down, but I didn't want to find out. To the map, I muttered more to myself than Kyle. The map appeared in front of me, and I quickly studied it. We were way off course. It would take at least 2 hours to make it to Wenkar from the meadow, but it looked as if there were a few solid trails. At least, they were thicker than the ones we'd run across earlier, so hopefully it would be more like roads than just debris caught around root systems. How can there be so many puddles? Kyle whined as the rogue looked at his own map. We're going to have to swing all the way out here and then come back around to reach the city." "Yep," I said. I ran a finger over the paths, roads, and trails like it was a maze, and I was trying to figure out the best route. Which, honestly, was kind of true at this point. I finally found one with fewer puddles and thicker lines that hopefully meant sturdier ground for us to run on if anything caught us. "I think if we go straight past the white oak over there and then take that first road, then it should be the shortest path," I said. There was a long silence, but then Kyle nodded and waved away his map. "Sounds good," he said. "I think I know what you're planning. It's still going to be dark by the time we reach Wenkar. All the more reason to head out now that we have a plan and the loot," I said and clapped him on the back. "Ready for more running?" "No," he whined. "I hate running so much." "Guess we better get it over with then," I snorted. The forest on the other side of the meadow was alive with too many bullfrogs and birds. Fireflies flew over the ponds and puddles we jogged past, and I saw more than one set of glowing eyes beneath the murky water. Kyle cast the party stealth spell before we'd even passed the white oak, and we ran for a solid 5 minutes, even after the spell ran out. I managed to keep my breathing relatively steady. Thank you, men's group, and Ryan for telling me cardio was just as important as weight training, but my teammate was another story. He was gasping for air a minute in, and when I glanced over my shoulder, the rogue was holding his side. "Don't worry," he panted. I'm totally fine." I didn't believe him, but we didn't really have the option to slow down. There were too many puddles everywhere, with health bars peeking right over the surface, as if the monsters could smell us even if they couldn't see us. I wondered if that was how the swamp Ursi had been so locked onto us, even though we were supposed to be hidden behind Kyle's innate stealth spell. Or maybe it was just following the last place it had seen us before we ducked behind a tree. Either way, the innate spell wasn't nearly strong enough for us to be out in the open with night approaching fast. "We're about to be exposed," Kyle gasped as the cloak symbol started to blink for the second time. "Maybe we should slow down and keep to the shadows for the next 30 minutes, just so we can be sure we're fully covered?" "Sounds good," I said and took the path to the right. It was thin and bounced beneath my feet, just like the one we'd taken into the meadow. I watched my step placement to make sure I was staying on the thicker roots, but it was hard to tell with all the leaves and random debris clinging to the path. "I've been thinking," my teammate whispered from right behind me. "Do you think the swamp Ursi could smell us? It was, oddly good at finding us even though we had the innate stealth spell and were in the shadows behind that tree. I mean, it was pretty much running in a straight line, but we should probably think about it, right? Because if it could smell us, then the other monsters can too." "I was just thinking about that," I agreed, and then double-checked that there was nothing around to hear us. There wasn't, so I pressed on. Great minds think alike. The stealth spell will probably be stronger when you level up, but for now it makes us invisible. So even if they can smell us, they probably won't be able to figure out exactly where we are. "I don't know, man," he said and moved to walk beside me as we reached a wider trail. The bear definitely seemed locked in. "Yeah, but we didn't have your full stealth spell, just the one that comes from being a rogue in a party," I said. "It's possible it could track us better either because of its species or just the fact that it was a much higher level. The mossy ghouls didn't, though. They were completely confused the second we were invisible." "That's because they don't have nostrils," Kyle chuckled and nudged my shoulder with his. "They did manage to growl and make noises without lungs, though." "Huh. They also seemed able to see everything else." "Could be their sense of smell is worse than the swamp Ursi," I pointed out. Maybe living in the water with all the decay scent around them makes it hard to track that way. Ooh, he whistled and then straightened a little to look around. I really need to be quieter. Honestly, I never realized how loud I was until this game. Anyway, I think you're onto something. The living creatures will probably be able to scent us better than the undead. Monsters like the bunnies might have a stronger sense of smell too, I said, and shook out my shoulders to release some tension. Granted, the ones we ran into didn't, but they were also vampiric, so maybe they were partially dead. This is starting to feel like I'm working on a debugging issue. The computer programmer pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, so we'll need to keep an eye out for anything living. Also anything humanoid, because that slowdown mechanism is a real pain in the ass. It is, I agreed. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you behind. Appreciated, he said with a sideways smile. If Krista could only see me now, she'd be so jealous. She always wanted to know why you chose some of the strategies you did. She was part of those subreddits that literally broke down every in-game movement you made to figure out how you knew what the best strategy was at any given moment. You and your crew worked so well together, too. It was like you were mind readers. We've been friends since high school, I said. That's a long time to get to know each other, but you're pretty quick to catch on. Can't have you being the brains of this operation, the rogue said and jutted his chin in the air. You said you were an office worker back in the real world, right? Absolutely not. I have my pride as a computer programmer on the line. Excuse you, I said in mock offense. Office workers are brilliant too. I'll have you know I fix dozens of problems every day without breaking a sweat. Wow, Kyle said, and snapped his fingers like we were at a bad poetry reading. You're really leaning into the dramatics. I almost thought I'd offended you for a second. It takes more than that to get under my skin, I snorted. Lucy alone could make a grown man cry with her barbs. And then if you get Stephen and Jared going, phew, they're brutal. They sound like good friends, he said wistfully, and then poked the air in front of his face. Stealth shield is back up. We walked in silence for a few minutes after that, just weaving through the trails on the map as we made our way closer to the swamp city. I guessed we were about 2 miles out now. It was crazy to think we'd gotten so off course since we'd only been a mile away when the Swampersy started chasing us, but the winding paths through the swamp weren't nearly as easy to traverse as the main road. Fireflies buzzed over the water, and the loud rumble of bullfrogs saying hello to each other filled the space where our conversation left nothing but silence. I was sure the rogue was thinking about his lost love, or maybe his own friends back home. He hadn't said anything about meeting up with other gamers, so it had probably been a couple's weekend for him and Krista. I opened my mouth and closed it a few times as I tried to come up with something to talk about, but honestly, the quiet was better than filling it with small talk. Small talk was literally the worst. Pretty sure it was invented by a sadist who just liked watching people squirm. It was a little surprising Kyle hadn't started to chat about whatever movie popped into his head, but it had already been a long day, so maybe he just needed a few minutes without chatter. I watched him from the corner of my eye as he pulled a leather water bottle from his inventory, popped the cork, and drained it faster than a pint back at the tavern. I really hope they have alcohol in Wankar, the rogue said and returned the water bottle to his inventory. I could use an ale the size of my head. I nodded and pulled up the map. Then a smile spread across my face. A section that had been blacked out before suddenly burst into life, and I nudged Kyle with my elbow. Pull out your map, I said, and paused in the middle of the trail we were on. I think I just found a shortcut. No way. He immediately stopped to stare at the air with a vacant expression. Oh shit, you're right. This'll get us there like right after nightfall. Maybe not right after, I laughed and pointed at the last rays of sunlight. Still, it's a lot faster, and there aren't nearly as many puddles. Music to my ears, my guy, music to my ears, the rogue said and waved away the map. Shall we? The sooner we're out of these woods, the better. Couldn't have said it better myself, I said, and glanced over at the spot where the stealth spell usually sat. If I was right, then we had about 15 more minutes before Kyle could recast it. We'll be running without cover. Will you be good with that? Yeah, he said. Just try not to aggro everything in the swamp before we can make it to safety. I'll do my best, I said. I veered to the right where the map said there was another path. It was hidden behind a few bushes, but it was wide and on actual dry land, not just leaves and dirt stuck around roots. I'd spotted what looked like a field about 1/4 mile away, but it was currently blocked by more maple and oak trees. How do you have so much energy? Kyle panted as he caught up to me. I mean, really? We both have the same health bar, I said. You're totally fine. It's just your brain telling you that you still have asthma. How did you know? He gaped and then fell behind for a few seconds. All I heard from him for a bit was a panting string of those colorful phrases he apparently required to express feelings. I just shook my head and kept going. You long-legged freak, he huffed when he caught back up. Slow down. Freak? I lifted an eyebrow at him. Yes, freak, he reiterated. How do you have a smile on your face while running? It's not right. I couldn't help it. I let out a bark of laughter so loud it bounced back off the nearby trees. We both skidded to a stop. Panic crashed across Kyle's face, and I was pretty sure I had the same terrified expression. The last time we'd made noise had brought a swamp Ursi, but the swamp was eerily quiet. The air seemed thicker than it had a few seconds ago, and the smell of sweet decay and water filled my nostrils every time I breathed in. The sun had officially disappeared, but there was still iridescent moss, glowing mushrooms, and lazy fireflies to light the surrounding areas. No health bars popped up, but any cover we'd had from the innate stealth spell was officially gone. Again. I pressed my lips together and waited. Every second felt like an eternity as I waited for something, anything, to happen. But there was nothing. Holy shit, Kyle whispered as he scooted closer. I think we're safe. I think so too, I said with a confused look around. I don't get it though. The sun's gone. There should be more monsters. Something definitely had to have heard me, right? You'd think, he said, and then patted my arm. There's a field over there. Do you think there's a boss waiting for us? It would make sense why there aren't any monsters attacking, right? There wasn't anything close to the meadow with the bunnies. Maybe. I frowned and pulled up my map. Rabbit Run had been clearly marked, but the field was weirdly blank. Just an empty space with a trail running right through it. There wasn't even a pond or some marker to show more water, like someone had taken an eraser and wiped out whatever had been there. Okay. I took a deep breath and ran a hand through my hair. It was slicked through with sweat. The swamp was so humid it was like being in a bathroom right after a shower. The longer I stood there, the more I noticed how my clothes clung to me and how it felt like my lungs were breathing in soup instead of air. We have to go through it to get to the main road, I said. It was practically right next to it, and then Wenkar was only about 1/4 mile from there. The barrier should be really close, Kyle said more to himself than to me. Even if we just make a run for it, we should be able to make it, right? As long as nothing huge comes after us, I nodded in agreement. Or anything humanoid. Right, the rogue said. He started to bounce on the balls of his feet the way he had before. It was like a ritual he had to do to rev up, but it helped me too. I found myself bobbing along in time with him. We turned to each other, nodded, and then took off toward the field like there was another swamp Ursi on our heels. The path was relatively clear, but there were some low-hanging branches right at the end, so I couldn't see what was on the other side before we burst through. "What the hell?" Kyle slowed to a stop and just stared. "I was expecting enemies." "Me too," I said. Instead of monsters, there was nothing but a small hunting shack off to the left, nestled between two huge white oak trees. The wooden boards were blackened with time, and there was a torn cloth over the only window. A plain slab door had been wedged shut, and a looped rope acted as a handle. There wasn't a single red health bar anywhere. "Maybe we need to walk closer, and it'll offer a quest?" my teammate asked in a hushed voice, like something inside might hear us. "Maybe," I said. "We should just keep going. We can come back tomorrow and check it out during the daytime." Valid point, the rogue said. "The stealth spell is ready to go again." "Perfect," I said. "Let's hurry up and get to the city." An inhuman roar shook the trees right as the cloak symbol reappeared. I met Kyle's eyes, and we both sagged a little with relief, but we didn't stick around to find out what had made the noise. With our luck, it would be something very much alive with an amazing sense of smell that could pick up our scent through the stealth spell. I really hoped we both had something coming down the line that would be strong enough to hide us from everything, but until then, we just needed to make it a quarter of a mile. I motioned for Kyle to follow me and snuck across the field, giving the shack a wide berth and keeping my eyes open for any signs there might be an enemy on the way, but no health bars loomed from the darkness. "I think we're going to make it," Kyle whispered as we reached the main road. "Look, the city sign is right there. I can see it through the trees." Finally, I grinned from ear to ear. The barrier had been just outside the city sign back at Shellandar, so it was probably the same for Wenkar. We just had to make it there, and then we could find a tavern, celebrate, and pass out for the night. The shack and the other monsters could wait. "You've got to be shitting me," Kyle said, and broke through my plans for the evening. Every ounce of hope drained from my body in a single moment. 3 4-foot-tall humanoid frogs walked across the path between us and Wenkar. They were dressed in long cloaks held closed with bright purple belts that reminded me of the marking on the swamp Ursi's forehead. Each one held a long pole with a glass container on it. The red liquid inside shimmered way too much like blood to not be, and 2 disembodied eyeballs slammed against the side of one as if it could see right through our stealth spell. Their eyes started to glow purple as they narrowed in our direction, and the frogman holding the container blinked as his own eyes started to glow. 3 red health bars as long as my forearm appeared over their heads as the frog with the now purple eyes shifted to stare directly at us. Bullfrog monks, level 3. "At least they're only level 3, Kyle laughed. "We can handle them." All 3 bullfrog monks stared down the road as if they'd heard us, but only the one in the lead still had glowing eyes. It croaked quietly to its companions, and the one to his right threw its head back and let out a croak so loud it rattled my bones. "Oh," I said blankly. "Shit is that?" My teammate trailed off without finishing his sentence, but I knew where he was going with it. "Is that the same noise we've been hearing all night?" I asked as the bushes near the frogmen started to shake. "Yep. Yes, it is." "Please, please, let it just be normal frogs," the rogue whimpered. "I don't think we're that lucky," I said, and pointed to the health bars now popping up through the trees. "At least we have the stealth spell," he said. "I don't think it's going to help," I said, and made direct eye contact with the lead monk, the one with glowing eyes focused directly on us. "I think these things have magic." Chapter 10. Kyle let out a dramatic sigh as if this was literally the worst day of his life. Then the rogue ran a hand down his face, glanced over at me, and turned back to stare at the bullfrog monks. There were more now. 4 more had answered the call the others had released into the air, but these had brown belts instead of blue, and their glass containers were filled with crystal clear water and what looked like giant tadpoles. The biggest difference was the health bar above their heads. Bullfrog Monk Mothers, level 8. "We're going to die," Kyle announced. "Are you going to say that every time we fight something bigger than us?" I teased, though honestly our odds weren't looking that great against 4 level 8s and 3 level 3s. "Maybe," he huffed. "Really though, what's the plan? Please, please tell me you have a plan, one that preferably results in both of us living." "I don't plan on dying here," I said. "We have a game to beat." The bullfrog monk holding the glowing purple eyes stepped forward, and an iridescent mist lifted from the bloody glass container. It flowed all around the monster and then shot forward. We didn't even have time to react. Kyle let out a startled shriek while I lifted my hands to cover my face, but there was no pain. My health bar didn't dip. "The stealth spell," I whispered to my partner. "It's gone," he agreed. "The cooldown, too. I don't have access to any of my spells." I quickly checked mine, but it was the same. Even the new one that gave us a defense boost for 5 minutes. Everything was on cooldown, but the monk's eyes weren't glowing anymore. All 7 of the frogs were gathered together to block our entrance into Wenkar. The sign itself was only a few feet behind them, so they had to be right at the barrier's edge, and an idea struck me like a bolt of lightning. "I don't like that they're this powerful when they're only a level 3, Kyle was muttering to himself as I reached over to tap him on the arm. "What?" "Do you ever watch football?" I asked. "I mean, yeah," he said, and then perked up. "Oh. You following me?" I asked with a sideways glance in his direction. "We just have to make it past the sign." "We're going to have to move fast." The rogue shifted from foot to foot. "I'm currently a lot slower than normal. Those are humanoids." "We'll just have to push through," I said, and shook my arms out in preparation for the fight. "I'll drag you with me if I have to." "You know they're going to throw everything they have at us, right?" he asked. "Yep," I said. "That's what makes these games fun. They're between us and safety, so we have to give it our all, just like we would in any other game when opponents too big to fight show up." "Yeah, but in normal games we wouldn't actually die," he grumbled, and then took a deep breath, nodded, and cracked his neck. "Let's go before that one in the lead can cast another spell." "Looks like his friends are already working on it." I pointed to the other 2 level 3s and their now glowing eyes. "Just remember to keep moving." "I'll be right next to you," he said. I turned my attention back to our opponents and noticed even the bullfrog monk mothers had started to glow, but instead of just their eyes, it was their entire bodies, and the tadpoles in their glass containers were in the process of morphing into what I was sure was backup. They hadn't moved yet, but I thought back to the swamp Ursi and how it had lost its spell when it attacked. The monks must be the same. Good to know. "Now!" I shouted and darted forward. I barely made it 2 steps before one of the monks with glowing eyes stomped a foot on the ground, and suddenly the solid dirt path began to bubble and turn into a mud patch. Kyle let out a yelp as the rogue's feet sank beneath the muck like he was caught in quicksand. I grabbed him by the shirt, dragged him forward, and shoved him in front of me. "Just a little further!" I called as the rogue stumbled into the lead monk. He knocked into the frogman so hard that they both tumbled backward into the other level 3s, but the bullfrog monk mothers all moved out of the way in time. The glowing aura around them faltered for just a second, and the ground was firm beneath my feet again. "Let's go, let's go, let's go," Kyle said as he straightened and gestured for me to go. "We do not have time for this." "We're almost there," I encouraged him and motioned for the rogue to go ahead. "Don't look back." I pulled the bear fang from its sheath and sliced through the frog people with wild abandon. It did absolutely nothing to the higher-level monsters, but one of the level 3s died on the spot. I kept swishing the sword through the air as I followed after Kyle and refused to look back. An enraged croak filled the forest, but we were officially past them. My teammate spun to the side to avoid actually running into the Welcome to Wenkar sign, and I was only a few feet away before something slammed into me and knocked all the air from my lungs. Black spots swirled in front of me as I fell to my knees. My health bar plummeted so far it blinked in warning, and darkness clouded my vision. Kyle's voice screamed something, but it was so far away I couldn't make it out. The rogue looked panicked. He glanced over at the city sign, then at something behind me, and then I'm pretty sure he started cursing again before he raced over to grab my arm and drag me closer to the barrier. I tried to move my arms and legs to help, but it was as if they weren't attached to me anymore. My health bar was blinking faster now, and there was a buzzing sound in my ears like flies over a corpse. I was not going to die like this. I couldn't. But I couldn't seem to get myself together either. "Almost there," Kyle was saying. "I just need you to push a little further." I glanced over at my spells to see their cooldown times had ended despite only a few minutes having passed. It must have had to do with the bullfrog monk's spell, but I could figure that out later. I hit every single one, and my HP finally jumped up. It was only a sliver, but it was something, and strength flooded my limbs. Not enough to get up and run, but enough to help me army crawl past the Welcome to Wenkar sign and give Kyle a break. "You have reached Wenkar. This city is a safe zone. You will not be attacked by monsters while here." I'd never been so grateful to see a text box in my entire life. "Drink your healing potions," Kyle ordered and plopped down in the wet grass next to me. "Now, bro." I nodded numbly, flipped over onto my back, and pulled all 4 healing potions from my inventory. They didn't get me all the way back to full health, but I was almost halfway, and normal healing could do the rest, since we were officially in Wenkar. The main goal was to give it a boost and not die. The buzzing noise in my ears finally disappeared too, and I'd never been so glad to hear angry croaking. "You for real pissed her off," Kyle said, and nodded to a bullfrog monk mother standing a few feet away. Her frog-like face was twisted in rage, and she let out a bellow so loud it echoed off the nearby trees. She started to glow again as a leafy mass started swirling in front of her, and I realized with a jolt what had hit me. The bullfrog monk mother had cast one of those things right into my back, but thankfully the barrier dispersed it the second she released it. She let out another enraged croak and took a threatening step forward, but light shimmered in front of the frog woman, and she slammed a webbed hand against the invisible wall. The other frog people were hovering over the one I'd killed. Their glass containers were set gently on the ground, and to my absolute horror, they were eating him. One of the monks ripped off an arm, brought it over to the bullfrog monk mother, still silently vowing to end me, and then gestured for her to take it. She did, and the frog woman made direct eye contact with me as she devoured what I assumed had been one of her kids. "That's twisted, man," Kyle whistled. "Like, really, really twisted." "Yeah, it is." I shuddered, and then looked around for my bear fang. It had fallen from my hand when I'd been hit with the spell, but thankfully it had skittered just past the Welcome to Wenkar sign. I kept an eye on the frog woman as I stood and retrieved it, and she bared her sharp teeth in my direction like a silent threat. "She's totally going to eat you the second you leave this city," my teammate said as he came over to slap me on the shoulder. "I think that was her kid you killed." It was me or him. I sheathed my short sword, turned to my teammate, and then checked his health bar. "You came out okay?" "Barely." He sighed dramatically and put the back of his hand to his forehead. "I almost lost my life to come and save you from those evil monks. A paladin in an epic battle of faith with frog monsters. And here I am, just a humble thief doing what he can to survive." "I'm pretty sure it was a battle over dinner," I snorted. I gave one last look at the frog people and then strolled down the path to the city. 2 more of the bullfrog monk mothers had come over to glare at me before I left, but none of them could pass the city sign. Even their spells couldn't, so I was safe to turn my back on them and go find somewhere to wash up, eat, and try to shake off the memories of the last few minutes. "How are you feeling?" Kyle asked as he rushed to catch up with me. "I really thought you were going to die for a minute there. Almost left you, if I'm being very honest, but I couldn't do it. Not just because Krista would be disappointed, but because I can't survive without someone there to aggro everything when I leave a city." The rogue's tone was flippant, as if he was just joking around, but I saw the panic on his face when I went down. The guy may have debated for half a second, but there was no way he would have left me there to die. He'd run right into the danger and helped drag me closer to the sign like a Navy SEAL in the line of duty. "I'll always be there to draw off the bad guys," I laughed and bumped his shoulder with mine. "You were pretty cool back there, by the way. Not sure I would have run back outside the barrier for you." "Yeah, right." He rolled his eyes so hard, I was surprised they didn't pop out and roll around the road. "You literally pulled me out of that mud pit. I never thought I'd have to go all Indiana Jones and worry about quicksand, but here we are. Never thought I'd be stuck in a video game either." "We're making it through," I said, and watched my health bar slowly inch back up. Kyle's had taken a massive hit too. Not enough to almost kill him, but the rogue was down a quarter of the way, so he must have been injured when he came to save me. "I'm glad we teamed up," I said as we followed a bend in the road. "Psh!" he snorted and lifted his chin in the air. "Of course you are. You can't find someone this amazing just anywhere. Granted, we may have started off rough, but I promise I won't hit you again." "Don't make promises you can't keep," I chuckled. "You'd fight me over the last pretzel. Also, I would like to remind you that you did not, in fact, hit me. You tried. You failed. You You were so drunk the swing was telegraphed a year before your fist flew. Okay, first of all, he jabbed a finger in my direction, I am a fantastic fighter. I just took out those frog people like they were nothing. If it wasn't for me, then you'd be their literal dinner. Second of all, I would fight you over the last pretzel. I lifted an eyebrow at him and then burst out laughing. The sound echoed off the trees and made the nearby puddles ripple like King Kong was walking through the forest. I couldn't breathe. I had to bend over to put my hands on my knees just to catch my breath, and a single tear ran down my cheek. Kyle joined in, and soon the two of us were laughing so hard we were about to fall over. It was as if all the stress from the last 2 days was gone, even if only for a moment. Man, I needed that, I gasped when I finally managed to control myself. Me too, he said, and swiped at the tears streaming down his own face. Today was rough, and honestly, those frog people were terrifying. Do you think they'll still be there when we leave? I don't know, I said with a glance over my shoulder. We should probably find another way out, though. I couldn't see the Welcome to Wenkar sign anymore because of the bend in the road, but the monks' croaks were still everywhere. It was the only thing they could force through the barrier, and I was pretty sure they would stay there all night to threaten their revenge. Something splashed in the water behind me, and I whirled around with my hand on the bear fang, but there was no red health bar anywhere. I figured it must have been a fish or something, and I sighed with relief as I ran a hand over the back of my neck. Sweat and the overly wet air made everything cling to me, and I suddenly needed a shower more than anything else. Even the hunger and thirst drying out my throat and gnawing on my stomach were nothing compared to the disgusting feel of dirt, blood, and the day's events. I need a drink, Kyle said and slapped me on the back. Come on, Paladin. I have the feeling you need one too. Don't worry, I won't be drinking too much, and I promise it won't be considered an evil act if you have one beer. That would be too cruel, I snorted and turned back to the path. A heavy fog covered the road, but I could just barely make out shadows through it that looked suspiciously like buildings. I sent one last look over my shoulder to make sure the frog people hadn't figured out a way through the barrier, took a deep breath, and then strolled into the heavy gray clouds. The second we were through, the entire forest lit up with fireflies and floating lanterns drifting through the murky waters. They were shaped like lotus flowers, and I spotted a few patches of the actual plants closer to the nearby banks. Wenkar was smaller than Shellandar had been, and there weren't nearly as many players. I spotted a few near the lotus flowers and realized they were tending them like they were a garden. A few more people were tying off boats loaded down with vegetables. I spotted some floating gardens in the distance. They were like mini islands with wooden borders. I was pretty sure they were converted canoes, but they were too big, and 1,000 questions raced through my mind about how they got the seeds, the soil, and why they were so big when the canoes the players were using were normal size. This place is dreary, Kyle said. We'd both stopped the second we were through the fog and saw the city. The rogue had his hands on his hips and a huge frown like an interior designer who found yellow carpet in a bathroom. It's not too bad for a swamp city, I said and pointed to the pretty moss and a few jasmine vines stretching across thatched roofs. Every building was on stilts, even the ones with ground beneath them. There were black marks a few feet higher on each wooden pole, as if the water level was usually much higher, and lichens spotted the undersides of the houses. Wooden walkways stretched throughout the city. Some were suspended above the water, while others looked as if they'd been dropped in mud and scooted close together to form a path. There were a few larger structures that I was pretty sure were for the NPCs, but none were big enough to be an inn. There were plenty of smaller houses, though, so maybe the rooms were just further apart rather than being in one building. Like the Maldives, but for poor people. Very, very poor people. "This place is falling apart," I said. "Nah," Kyle said, though the rogue didn't look convinced. "It's just rustic." "Rustic?" I snorted and waved a hand at a nearby thatched hut. "That thing looks like a strong breeze could knock it down." "All the more reason for us to stay for a single night," he countered. "Come on. The first round is on me." I shook my head and followed the rogue across a creaky wooden walkway. My heart leaped every time the boards beneath my feet shook, and I watched for any signs it was about to give out and drop us in the murky water, but it was surprisingly stable. I still let out a relieved sigh when we made it to the large circular island right in the middle of the city. The largest building in Wenkar stood directly across from us, with light pouring out into the grass. Moth-eaten curtains covered the door as if they were trying to keep the heat in, and I could hear people shouting and laughing. "That's got to be the tavern," Kyle said and rubbed his hands together. "I can practically smell the ale from here." "Booze hound," I teased, but gestured for him to lead the way. I scanned the other buildings as we passed and noted where the NPCs were set up. I didn't see the characters themselves, but there were signs above different doorways, and it wasn't hard to figure out which hut belonged to the weapons master, since there was a giant anvil out front and a massive forge to the side. "How does he work without catching the roof on fire?" I muttered to myself. "Video game logic," my teammate said as he followed my gaze. "Fair enough," I said, and turned back to the tavern. The sun had only set an hour ago, but it sounded as if everyone was already 3 sheets to the wind. I heard someone shouting about cheating, followed by a crashing noise, and then cheers and clinking glasses. "Don't get into any fights," I warned Kyle, and then pulled the cloth curtain aside, took a deep breath of somewhat clean air, and then stepped into the chaos. Pitted wooden tables like the ones in Shellendar were spread out haphazardly. Glass pints and pitchers filled with dark ale were more prevalent than food plates, but there were a few bread loaves with pieces torn off. The same hay that made up the thatched roof was spread out on the packed dirt floor, and an area in the back had been cleared out to make room for a game of bones. "Welcome to Wenkar!" a drunken hunter shouted as soon as he spotted us. "Damn! A paladin? For real? I thought you'd die before you could make it. Did you just log in?" "He's a level 4, you dipshit," a necromancer huffed and rolled his eyes. "Obviously they fought their way here, or maybe not. The rogue is a level 6, and I bet those damned frog bastards would have taken a bite out of him if they saw them." The hunter burst into laughter and smacked the necromancer so hard on the back that the thinner man almost face-planted into the table. There was a hollow look in both their eyes, and it was the same one the adventuring party had back in Shellendar. The duo had clearly gone out at some point, but they were still level 2, so they must not have made it far before turning right back around. Not that I could blame them. The giant crusty hardshell and the alluring eels had been terrifying, but the bullfrog monks were a whole different level, and I was pretty sure they weren't regulated to a small area like the ghouls seemed to be, especially since their croaks were practically everywhere in the forest outside the city. They also had a lot more magic. That level 3 had managed to knock out all our spells in one go. Granted, it hadn't lasted too long, but long enough that we were lucky to be alive. "I'll have you know we faced down 7 of those froggy bastards, and we're still here to tell the tale." Kyle jutted his chin in the air, grabbed an ale pitcher from the table, and gulped down what little was left. "We're the best team in this whole game." I wouldn't say that, I said, and put my hands up when everyone turned to stare at us. We're just getting by. We are pretty good, though. Did you really defeat 7 of the frog monks? A wizard gaped up at me from a nearby table. Really? We survived, I clarified before my teammate could say anything. Barely. If it wasn't for Kyle, then I would have died after the bullfrog monk mother hit me with her spell. You survived that? The hunter asked with eyes so wide I was surprised they didn't fall out. A direct hit? A direct hit! Kyle exclaimed, and then slapped me on the shoulder so hard I was pretty sure there was going to be a mark. Granted, his health bar dropped faster than a drunk sorority girl's panties, but thankfully he had me there to keep his ass alive. I single-handedly dragged this guy all the way into the barrier. You only brought me close. I rolled my eyes. I did the last bit. Everyone stared at us like we were unicorns. Honestly, I would too if I hadn't been through it myself. Running past the frogs had only taken maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like it was an eternity when we were in it, especially after that spell had hit me in the back. Damn! The necromancer whistled and shook his head, turned to the barkeep and shouted, Their first round is on me! I got the second, the hunter said quickly. I'll take the third, the wizard said. Thanks, I said with a warm smile. The players in Wenkar were a lot more welcoming than the ones in Shellandar had been, though the swamp seemed infinitely more terrifying than the beach. Of course, we hadn't gone into the sand dunes where those giant centipedes made their home, but there were so many ponds around that there was no telling when a ghoul would make its appearance. Kyle plopped down at the table with the hunter and the necromancer, while the wizard went to grab the 2 pitchers the barkeep had placed on the pitted bar. I squinted in the flickering light from the wall torches and finally made out her gamer tag. Fastest guns in the Valio, Level 2 Artificer. The woman's face was young like most of the other players, but there was something old and wary in her eyes. She was only a little shorter than me and maybe weighed 120 pounds soaking wet. Clearly, she wasn't eating the food the bar served, but hunger didn't slow down her quick movements. Welcome to Wenkar, she said in a melodic voice as I walked up to the bar. I was wondering if I'd see you around. The bartender nodded to my gamer tag and then smirked when I jolted a little at her recognition. Don't be so shocked, she laughed. My old tag was Inara the Wonderful. No shit, I gasped, and Kyle let out a scandalized screech. Paladin, I beseech you! He fell dramatically on the table as I turned to stare him down. Wash thine tongue with soap, quick! Lift something heavy so we know you didn't lose all your strength for speaking such foul, cursed words, for it is the worst kind of evil, you know. I rolled my eyes hard in response, but he kept staring at me until I lifted up a bar stool with little effort. Ta-da, I said in my flattest tone. Phew, he whistled and reached for the pint the wizard had poured him. I thought I was going to have to party it up with somebody else. Be careful with those words, wouldn't want you to be corrupted. Oh my God, is it because I've been cursing so much? Have I corrupted you myself? The call is coming from inside the house. I blinked a few times as the rogue went on with his usual dramatics, but a smile still crawled across my face. He was ridiculous, but honestly, Kyle was probably the best partner I could have asked to come out of this whole mess. Well, I would still prefer to be with my old friends, but he'd fit in perfectly when we finally found everyone. He and Lucy would gang up on me immediately. Some part of me wanted to avoid that for as long as possible, but another part couldn't wait. It would be just like old times, especially when Jared and Stephen joined in, while Greg tried to keep the peace. So, I said, and forced myself to turn back to the bartender, I recognized the name she told me as one of the best druids I'd ever played with. You decided to be an artificer this time? How did you change your name? I thought they were all imported. I used a new account, wanted a fresh start to be an artificer. She grinned and poured me a drink. This is on me. Thanks, I said, and took a long sip. This is exactly what I needed. Sounds like you had a hard time making it here, she said. Did you really fight 7 of those frogs? I've only seen them from a distance, usually when I'm testing a new weapon, and always close enough to the barrier that I can easily dodge inside before their spells hit me. They're inordinately powerful. Yeah, I sighed and chugged a little more ale than I meant to. I hate to admit it, but if it weren't for Kyle, then those frogs would have had me for dinner. I managed to kill one of them, but then one of the mothers hit me with a spell that almost did me in. You have to watch out for the mothers, she said sagely and wiped down the counter. Those tadpoles they carry around can become level 1 bullfrog monk warriors, and they pop out of those glass containers ready to fight on sight. Said like someone who knows what she's talking about, I said with a pointed look at her level. How aren't you further along? Because I fight from a distance, she snorted. I also only hit them once and then get behind the barrier. My skills aren't high enough yet to make one-shot killers. I'll probably level up faster then. I'm about to be a level 3 already. Nice, I said. Are you planning on staying here? Yeah. She nodded firmly. I have no intention of going out adventuring. It was one thing to go and play around when we were just respawning. I value my life way too much to give it up that easily, but I can at least arm the people leaving. Speaking of which, I said, and pulled out the mini flamethrower from my pocket. This lighter thing is officially dead. Kyle got it from another artificer. Do you think you could fix it? Maybe, she said, and studied the device. It'll take the night, and it'll cost you. That's fine, I said. Something tells me it's going to come in handy. Until then, do you think I can get something to eat? Sure thing. The artificer grinned wide. The swamp has a lot for me to cook. Not sure how it was in whatever city you just came from, but here you can get everything from gator tail to my homemade fish fry with largemouth bass. I do have a few recipes with lotus root, but I'm still working on them since the game doesn't provide me with dates or goji berries. I stared blankly at the woman for a few seconds, and she took the opportunity to continue talking about how irritating it was that she couldn't actually cook anything. It's a good thing I have things to tinker with, or I'd go completely insane, she finished and produced a plate of delicious-smelling fried foods. How do you know so much about food? I asked before I bit into something that tasted somewhat like chicken, but with a very different texture. I knew Inara from a few quests, raids, and general in-game shenanigans for the first Living Veil, but it's not like we all talked about what we did for a living. I didn't even know where she'd been living back in the day or how old she was. It was the same for everyone back then. Well, except for my crew. The tough woman was staring at me as I ate, but still hadn't answered my question. It was as if she was debating how much information to give me. I didn't really tell people much about myself either, but things were different now that we were all stuck in the game. I was a chef on the outside, she answered, but only after I'd taken another few bites. I picked artificer because I thought it would be like putting together recipes for the restaurant. It's pretty close, actually, but I didn't think I'd be stuck in here forever. You won't be, I swore and jerked a thumb over my shoulder. We're going to finish this game and free everyone. The bartender sighed, studied me, and then nodded more to herself than to me. Well, if anyone can, then it's you, she said. You were a great assassin back in the day, I bet you'll be an even better paladin. You guys made it past those frogs, and you don't even have a healer on your crew yet. Know any good ones around here? I asked, and then turned to study the other patrons. I didn't see any clerics. Not even a bard, though honestly that was a blessing in disguise. I really did not want to hear somebody singing off-key while they strummed whatever worn-down instrument they managed to dig up from the loot. I think I know somebody. The bartender smiled as I popped another one of the meat bites in my mouth. Gator tail. Took forever for me to figure out how to cook it correctly, but it's good when it's right. Just have to make sure it doesn't get chewy. Squid and octopus are the same. I almost choked, but managed to continue eating. It helped that it was absolutely delicious, but the idea of eating an alligator had never been appealing to me. I swallowed the bite in my mouth and then tried out a potato. At least, I really hoped it was a potato. The bartender in Shellendar said you just press a button, I said. So did the bakery owner. How do you have so many recipes? Maybe because I'm an artificer, she said thoughtfully. My class is designed to create new things. Huh, I said, and filed that away for later. It could be one of those small inconsistencies that would add up and give Kyle a way to hack into the system, but for now I doubted it would be more than an interesting factoid. So, I cleared my throat and then washed the potato down with some ale. That healer? I'll send her over tomorrow when you come in for breakfast, she said. You'll need to come by to pick up your little lighter flamethrower combo. If you guys hit it off, then you can help her get out of here. This place is great for me, but young people like you should be fighting to be free. Thanks, I said. Are there any rooms we can rent for the night? Ha! No! She barked out a laugh and then shook her head. I've been trying to figure out that mechanism. It's an option for barkeeps like me, but there's a fee, and then I have to come up with prices. They really want us to charge a ton, and I have to add rooms. I'm not interested. Everyone just picks a hut and stays there, though most people try to leave immediately. The swamp isn't exactly friendly. I've noticed. I snorted and paid for the food. Thanks for everything. Take the ale and the food with you, she said with a warm smile. You should take a shower, too. Most of the huts have a couple cots and a bathroom. It's nothing fancy, and the water doesn't get hot, but it's clean, and it comes with a lotus flower soap that smells like straight-up heaven. Noted, I said, and grabbed the plate and pint glass. See you in the morning. I turned to leave and saw Kyle was in the middle of an intense retelling of our Rabbit Run side quest. The rogue was living his best life, and the city wasn't big enough for him to get lost, so I headed out to find an empty hut. The walkways creaked beneath my feet like they were about to give way any second, but I managed to make it across without falling through. A few huts had curtains hanging over the entryways, and I could see candles lit inside, but I finally found one on the outskirts with an open doorway. The thatched roof was held together by jasmine vines, but at least I wouldn't have to smell the swamp, and a wall sconce ignited the second I walked in with the food in my ale still in hand. Inara was right. There were 2 cots with worn blankets and a doorway in the back that led to an uncovered bathroom. It looked like the toilet dumped right into the swamp, but the pipes for the shower and sink ran all the way to a building in the distance with what looked like a very complicated filtration system. I briefly wondered if it was the artificer's doing, but as long as there was clean water, I didn't really care how it was made. I set my dinner down on the cot to the left, yanked off my boots, and then strolled over to the bathroom. I sucked in a deep breath as the cold hit me like icy rain in winter, but soon I relaxed and got to work on scrubbing everything off.
There you are,
Kyle boomed as I walked back into the main room with my clothes in hand. "Oh, that's way too much of you. I don't want to see all that." My clothes were soaked through with blood. I shrugged and hung them over a clothesline connected to the wall near my cot. "Glad you found the place. Inara said she'll introduce us to a healer tomorrow. With any luck, we'll get along, and then we can get back on the road." "On to bigger and better things." The rogue yawned and plopped down onto the other bed. "Can't wait. Oh, we should go back and check out that shack. I can't shake the feeling that something important is there. Might be lore, might be a side quest. Either way, why else would they have it out in the middle of nowhere?" Kyle's sentence trailed off as sleep dragged the rogue under. He snorted, rolled over, and dragged the thin pillow under his chin to prop it up. I shook my head at him and then fought back a yawn of my own. The day's activities were officially getting to me, but tomorrow was the start of a new day. I grinned as I slid beneath the thin blanket and thought about the healer we would meet with. We desperately needed one, especially since I was pretty sure Kyle was right about the shack. We needed to go back and check it out, but it would be hard to do with so many things hunting us and no one to replenish our HP. There was no doubt in my mind the bullfrog monk mothers would try to kill me if they saw us. I just hoped they wouldn't come out in the daytime. I laid there for what felt like hours. My eyes burned with exhaustion, but my mind kept replaying the fight with the frog people. They'd just come out of the woods like it was normal for them to pass by Wenkar, even though it was a safe zone. They were stronger than anything else we'd ever faced, and even the level 3s had magic. They had to be important. They were also way too dangerous to take on alone. "I need to move," I said and tossed off the blanket. It was cold and misty outside our little hut, and everything in Wenkar had gone completely dark. Even the tavern's lanterns had been snuffed out. There were a few fireflies skimming the water's surface, and the lotus lanterns had all closed like they were asleep for the night. I walked around the large grassy area as I tried to think of the first game. It had been so long since I'd played it that some of the plotline was fuzzy. Jared would know it. He'd been a lore hound in every game we'd ever played together. If there was a story to be found, he was going to find it, and the rest of us just had to help kill everything in his path. The extra information had helped us to find better loot and to know what kind of monsters we were going to be fighting against in the higher levels. I hadn't heard any mention of anyone finding lore yet, but then again most people seemed determined to stay in the cities, and no one was going to risk their actual lives just for some hidden knowledge. Well, almost no one. I knew a rogue who was crazy enough to help me hunt for it. "All right," I said to the quiet night sky. "New priorities. Finish the chapter, find my friends, and hunt down any lore we can." Light and heat bloomed from behind me, and I spun around to see a giant of a man lighting the forge. The weapons master stared vacantly across the grass at me as if he wasn't really seeing me, but when I walked closer, I noticed his eyes were milky. "You're blind," I whispered more to myself than him.
"Welcome to Wenkar. My name is Van Sumpfman,"
he said in a deep voice that rumbled through my chest.
"I'm glad you made it here, but you won't survive without better weapons. Even a blind man can see that."
Chapter 11. The weapons master stared ahead with those milky white eyes as if he hadn't just given me a veiled threat. Or maybe he just had the best marketing technique in the game, because I was officially worried about my bear fang not being good enough to get me through until the next upgrade. Can you upgrade a weapon? I asked as the silence dragged on.
These are my prices,
The giant man said.
Take them or leave them. I don't negotiate.
He turned to stoke the forge, and I watched as his corded muscles bulged beneath his soot-covered shirt. Every action was deliberate, and if I hadn't seen his eyes myself, then I'd think he was able to see everything with perfect clarity. I wasn't sure what was more terrifying, the fact that he could make weapons without any issues, even without sight, or the warning about not being able to make it without better weapons. I pulled my attention away from his back and focused on the price list. Yeah, there was nothing there that I could afford or even equip. All the weapons were a few levels higher than me, and the upgrade function required at least 500 gold each. The game really didn't make it easy to survive. Kyle and I would just have to keep killing our way through minions until we were able to afford better items, or until we looted something worth keeping. But on the plus side, I'd confirmed that equipment could be upgraded, just like in the first game. The exhaustion from earlier had officially made it to my brain, and I yawned so wide I almost tipped over. It was time to try and sleep again. I'd probably only get a few hours, and there were still a lot of unanswered questions about the frog people, but that could wait until later. It wasn't like I'd be able to defeat them anyway, not until I was a higher level, so figuring out their purpose wasn't high on my list of things to do. Kyle was still knocked out when I came back into the hut. The rogue snored so loudly it shook the walls, and I waited a few long seconds before he took in a breath. He probably had a CPAP machine back home, along with an inhaler for the asthma his body was convinced he still had. Good to know, I said, and then climbed back into bed. My teammate's health bar was still at 100%, but he snored and stopped breathing again. The HP didn't dip, so it had to be a psychological thing. Kyle must have lived with the condition for so long, his body kept it up even when he was perfectly healthy. I wondered if anyone else would have the same problem. Would someone who was wheelchair-bound have trouble walking? Would somebody with a heart problem be at risk when they were frightened? The questions kept running through my head until I finally nodded off. Do you think the water is, what's the word, drinkable? Potato? No. Kyle's rambling questions dragged me out of a deep sleep the next morning. For a long second, I wasn't sure where I was, but then everything came crashing back. I was stuck in the Living Veil sequel. There were monsters, quests, and other players fighting to survive just like me. But I was going to get out. I was going to find the friends who'd logged in with me, and I was going to bring the friends I'd made along the way. Potable! The rogue shouted so loud my ears started to ring. Hell yeah! That's the word. Potable. Do you think the water is potable? Drink it and see if your health bar goes down, I grumbled and threw off the thin blanket. Oh, did I wake you up? Kyle's head poked out from the bathroom. A toothbrush dangled from the rogue's mouth, and I was pretty sure he was naked, though only his shoulders were showing at the moment. His chin was still covered in a 5 o'clock shadow, despite the early morning light pouring through the open-roof bathroom, and his hair was wet like he'd just hopped out of a shower. I stared at him in complete disbelief for so long my eyes started to burn, but then I blinked and forced myself out of bed. Yeah, man, I sighed and strolled across the room. You shouting at the top of your lungs about potable water woke me up. Go figure. I thought I was being quiet. He shrugged and then spit out the toothpaste in his mouth. Bathroom's all yours, my guy. Thanks, I sighed and then started my daily routine. The clothes I'd washed the night before were already dry, so I pulled them down from the line they were hanging on and then headed to splash some cold water on my face. It worked better than a cup of coffee, and soon I was fully awake and ready for the day. "Are you coming to breakfast with me?" I asked when I saw Kyle shaking his clothes as if that would make them dry faster. "Breakfast?" he asked mid-snap. "At the tavern?" "I didn't see a bakery yesterday," I said. "Did you forget what I told you last night about her introducing us to a healer?" His blank stare was the only answer I needed. The rogue had completely forgotten everything we talked about after he laid down. It wasn't a surprise, since he'd knocked out almost the instant his head hit the pillow, but still, I didn't really feel like rehashing the day's game plan, especially since the healer we were meeting would want to hear all about it too. "I'll go with it," he finally said. "I really don't remember much. I vaguely remember something about going to find the shack again, but honestly, everything blurred together after that third ale. Don't worry, I kept my promise and didn't get shit-faced. It was tempting, though. Everyone wanted to buy me drinks after they heard everything we'd been through in the swamp." "Are you sure you're not multiclassing as a bard?" I joked as I waited for him to finish getting dressed. "Excuse you." He huffed and then hopped into his jeans, frowned down at them, and jumped a few more times until they were high enough for him to button. "I really should have washed these last night. Wearing wet clothes is the absolute worst. Oh, God, there's going to be chafing. How are you holding up in those leather doodads you have on?" "Doodads?" I lifted an eyebrow at him. "I thought you were my age, not 90. "Hey!" he shouted, and then focused on trying to get his shirt to hang right. He adjusted it a few times, but then gave up and stomped closer to where I stood near the door. "I'll have you know that doodads is a very hip word in the computer programming world." "Oh, is it?" I snorted and pulled the curtain back for him to go ahead. "Are you sure? Or did everyone at your office just let it go because they wanted to show respect to an ancient old man?" Kyle shot me a glare, but there was no real heat behind it. The dramatic man huffed like a pit bull told it wasn't allowed on the furniture, stuck his chin in the air, and hurried toward the tavern. I shook my head at him, but noticed the rogue didn't go so far that he couldn't run back and help me if I needed it. He even looked back a few times as if he wanted to double-check that I existed and was real. I waved each time, and soon we were walking through the curtain into the tavern. "Kyle!" The necromancer from the night before waved a hand high in the air. "Come sit over here with me. The others won't be waking up for a while. They sleep late. Not that there's anything for them to do except go adventuring." The thin man glanced up at me as my teammate and I sat down, and I saw his eyes linger on my gamer tag just a little longer than absolutely necessary. But then he turned back to Kyle and started asking questions about our plans. "I have no idea," the rogue said, and then bumped his shoulder into mine. "I'm just here for the ride. The paladin is in charge of questing." The necromancer turned to me, and for a brief moment there was pure, unadulterated hatred in his eyes. It wasn't the first time another player had hated me, but usually I wasn't actually face-to-face with them. The thin man narrowed his eyes for a second, opened his mouth, and then went right back to talking to Kyle. I didn't recognize his gamer tag. Standing Ovation 6969, Level 3 Necromancer. It did sound familiar, but not enough that anything clicked in my brain. I sincerely doubted we'd ever played together, especially since my ex had been our resident necromancer, but maybe my team and I had beaten him to some loot or something. Either way, that was a completely different lifetime, and he needed to get over it. Or at least speak up so we could have it out and become friends like Kyle and I had. "Are you still planning on heading straight to Zoradin?" the necromancer asked Kyle. Not sure. He shrugged and then waved at Inara as she came out from the back with 2 huge bowls. Inara, are those for us? Do you see anyone else around here? The artificer asked in a teasing tone. You could be hungry, the rogue pointed out. If looks could kill, then the one Inara leveled at Kyle would have been a one-way ticket to whatever awaited players who died. Some part of me was still hoping that it would be waking up in the real world, but at this point the possibility was getting smaller and smaller. I'd officially been in the game for 3 days, and if Rosie's calculations were right, then I had about 13 more days to finish everything, but we hadn't even completed Chapter 1 yet. Hey, handsome, Inara said as she set the bowl down in front of me. You planning on joining us here in Wenkar? Or are you already out on your next adventure? I'm here, I chuckled and took the spoon she offered, transferred the money, and then dug into the fish porridge. Wow, this is really amazing. The game gave you this recipe? Yep. She frowned down at the mixture. They gave me a pretty wide berth on what I wanted to make. Just have to have all the ingredients. As long as the guys can bring it in from the swamp, then I can figure out how to make it. Huh, I said with a look in Kyle's direction. I thought Rosie had a limited number of recipes. Probably because she was a mathematician on the outside, the rogue snorted in between bites. She's great at calculating odds, but it takes a real chef to know how to make stuff like this. Just like in the real world. Flattery won't make your meal free, Inara said. The barkeep slapped the back of Kyle's head playfully like an older sister reminding her younger brother of the pecking order. The rogue shot her a hard glare, but it lost some of its effectiveness with a mouth full of porridge. The two stared each other down in a quiet argument before Inara winked, spun, and sauntered off to take the orders of a few barbarians who'd just come in. She was always such a pain in the ass, Kyle grumbled into his breakfast. But it's good to know she puts her money where her mouth is. Her food actually is delicious. Krista would be so jealous that I finally got to try some. You know each other? The necromancer asked with wide eyes. I thought you just met. We played a few games back in the day, my teammate confessed. She was way ahead of my girlfriend and I when we first started out, but don't let Inara's tough outer exterior fool you. She's a big softy. She let us join her party so we could level up faster. I heard that, the barkeep said as she rushed by to fill the orders. I'm not a softy. Don't tell people that. I will stab you. Sure you will. Kyle laughed and then pushed his bowl away, patted his stomach, and then glanced over at my porridge. You going to finish that? I bite, I warned before stuffing a huge spoonful into my mouth. I'm surrounded by vicious monsters, the rogue grumbled. One is threatening to stab me, and the other is making me starve to death. My only true friend here is Brad. Brad? I asked and turned to look at the necromancer. I didn't name myself, he grunted and stood abruptly. Kyle, it was wonderful meeting you, but I can't stand the company you're keeping, so I'm going to go. The necromancer shot one last withering glare in my direction and then hurried out of the tavern without another look. What did you do to piss him off? Kyle asked. No idea. I shrugged and focused on polishing off my breakfast. The last game was a long time ago, and life has gotten in the way a lot. I can't tell you half the people I used to go up against. Don't worry about Brad, Inara said as she dropped by with 2 more bowls of porridge and 2 large coffees. He's had a bug up his butt since he came into this game. He's not so hopeless that he'll be dinner for the frogs, and he's not so brave to go on adventures with the stakes so high. Have people actually sacrificed themselves to the frogs? I asked in shock. Yep, the barkeep said, and then rushed to bring the barbarians their food. Damn, Kyle whistled. I mean, I saw a few people in Shellendar give up and jump off the docks, but those eels kill fast. The rogue's smile faltered for a second, and his fingers dug into the pitted wood table, but then he took a deep breath and slowly let it out. There's no point dwelling on what I can't change, he said, but it sounded rehearsed. I was thinking about that last night. It was one of Krista's mottos. She would repeat it any time something went wrong. That and shit happens, use a pooper scooper and keep on keeping on. That last one could be a sign, I laughed. Not in your house, he teased. Can you imagine having your Christian groups over with that in your hallway? I mean, really, they'd be scandalized. Gasp, I said in a deadpan tone, and then took a very long drink of my coffee without breaking eye contact. There's more to my personality than that, you know. Yeah, but I don't hang around churchgoers usually. This is like a wild, up-close look. He snorted. It's fascinating. You're an idiot, I chuckled, but at least you pull your weight. He gave a solemn nod. Praise Jesus. I couldn't help but break down and laugh at that one, and Kyle smiled from ear to ear at his own cleverness. Is this how you two usually get along? A woman asked as she slid into Brad's vacated seat. Usually, Kyle said and tilted his head to the side like a curious dog. I'm Kyle. Nice to meet you. Ashley. She offered a warm smile that filled her emerald green eyes. I'd prefer it if you didn't call me by my screen name. My sister picked it for me. I like Pina Coladas 93. Be nice, Inara warned Kyle before the rogue could even say anything. She didn't stop long enough to actually talk to him, but the message was loud and clear all the same, and I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing as the rogue huffed and crossed his arms over his chest. Inara must have made a huge impression on him if he'd stayed silent with just a 2-word warning. Where is your sister? I asked the most difficult question first. Not with me, she said as her eyes turned hard. We logged in at the same time, but we were across town from each other, and I guess we didn't end up in the same city. Josh's friends didn't pop up in Shellendar either, Kyle said and clapped me on the shoulder. We're off to find them. Actually, we should probably check and make sure they didn't come here. If his crew was here, then I would have noticed them, Inara said. The barkeep had seriously good hearing. Inara was all the way across the tavern next to the barbarians, or running back and forth between the kitchen and the dining area, but she still managed to stay in the conversation. I threw a look over my shoulder as someone came in. Some part of me was hoping Inara was wrong, and at least one of my friends had found their way to Wenkar, but it was the hunter from the night before who looked as hungover as possible with heavy bags under his eyes. His 5 o'clock shadow had come and gone and was now turning into a full-blown beard. Good morning, he grunted, then plopped down, waved at Inara as she raced back to the kitchen and stared at me with bloodshot eyes. Brad says he remembered you last night after you left and that you're an asshole. Are you? Guess that depends on who you ask, I said and nodded gratefully as Inara reappeared with fresh coffee. Thanks. You bet. She winked and set a bowl of porridge in front of the hunter. Don't take everything Brad says seriously. He's still bitter about not ranking high in the first game. He blames everyone who was higher on the leaderboard than him, especially Josh and his friends. You were higher, I pointed out as I sipped my coffee. Yeah, she laughed, but I kicked his ass the first time he tried to give me attitude. I'm also the only one who feeds him around here. As you should, Kyle nodded firmly. You're a saint. It's not any of our faults that his team sucked. The hunter nodded in agreement and then tucked into his porridge like he was officially done with the conversation. So, Ashley said and brought our attention back to her. About finding my sister and your friends. It'll be dangerous, I said. Yeah, he's a total magnet for trouble, Kyle said around a yawn. We traveled from Shellandar to here yesterday and hit up a side quest with vampiric bunnies, a few ghouls, a bear, and then we ran into those frog people. Absolutely bananas for a single day. Also, he doesn't know perfectly respectable movie quotes. I pinned him with an exasperated stare when he mentioned the movie quotes. What? He sent me a broad grin. You did say there was more to your multifaceted personality. I narrowed my eyes a bit, but I chose to sip at my piping hot coffee before responding. Pretty sure the ghouls were after us because of you, I muttered against the rim of the mug. You're the one who aggroes any humanoid monsters, probably why those frog mages noticed us even with the stealth spell on. They saw you even with the stealth spell? Ashley gasped. Yeah, the hunter snorted. Those little bastards with the bloody glass bowls can see right through magic. They can knock out your magic, too. How do you know that? Kyle asked. I thought you said last night that you don't leave the city. I did once after dark. The hunter shrugged. I partied up with Brad just to test my stealth boost, but one of those things saw me. I barely had time to get back behind the barrier. Do they just hang out next to the sign? I asked. No idea, he said. I only went out once. I think they do, Inara said as she stopped by our table again. I've only heard them coming out at night, though, or whenever it rains too much. Like normal bullfrogs, Kyle said. Makes sense. The game does seem to mimic the outside world. Not one for one, but pretty close, the barkeep agreed. I don't get a lot of travelers from outside, but there have been a few, and I've talked to them about everything they've discovered. Most people are trying to leave the swamp, not come in. Fair enough, I said. We're just passing through. But you'll come back at some point to see me, she said. It wasn't a request. The look the barkeep leveled at me was a straight-up order, even if there was a small smile on her face. Ah, speaking of coming to see me, she jolted and dug into her apron's pockets. Fixed this last night. The artificer who made it was really brilliant. I bet they did some kind of tinkering on the outside, but I managed to figure it out. You'll have 3 more uses. Couldn't give you any more than that. It's part of the primary mechanism. 3 is better than none, I said, and gestured for Kyle to take it. It was yours initially. Thanks for fixing it, the rogue said as Inara shifted to give him the mini flamethrower. Completely forgot about it after we used it last time. Figured Josh dropped it in the meadow while we were fighting the bear. It was safely tucked in my inventory, I reassured him. I was going to give it back to you last night, but thankfully we ran into an artificer. An amazing artificer, Inara said with a smug expression. And don't you forget that. Now, I'll let you 3 get back to talking it out. It's still early, but the sooner you leave, the sooner you can come back to check in on me. If you bring me materials, then I'll build you cooler weapons. Nice, my teammate said. I was going through the quests, and I'm pretty sure there's one where we have to upgrade weaponry. Do you think you can do that for us? Only if you're alive, she said. The barkeep gave us all a long look, as if she wanted to say something else, but instead she turned to the hunter and gestured for the man to follow her. Come on, she said. Let them have their discussion without you joining the conversation. Unless you wanted to party with them and go adventuring.
Absolutely not, he said around a mouthful of porridge. I'd sooner take over this tavern and deal with drunks all day. The hunter grimaced and shot a glare over at the barbarians as if talking to bar patrons all day was equally as terrible as fighting for his life. Inara rolled her eyes at the man as he stood, grumbled about people being the worst, and then followed the barkeep into the back. Ashley shifted in her seat.
Her blonde hair fell in gentle waves down her back, and the cleric had the vine tattoo design all over her body. There was a mixture of emotions in her emerald green eyes, as if she didn't even know where to start, but she'd been watching all our interactions carefully. "I get that going out on adventures with you guys will be dangerous," she started slowly, as if she was trying to pick the right words. "My sister was the gamer. She used to play all the time. Honestly, I'm sure she's out trying to complete the game and find a way back to the real world. She'll kill anything she has to find me, and I'm going to do the same."
"A good sister," Kyle nodded. "My sister would probably laugh and start a tavern if she were in the game. She'd be living her best life. God, I'm so glad she doesn't play video games." I patted the rogue on the shoulder and then focused all my attention on Ashley. The cleric class was usually where girlfriends and easygoing players ended up, since they didn't usually get involved in the fighting too much. They were supposed to stay in the back, heal their party, and occasionally stab something, but only if absolutely necessary. Greg had thrived in the position, and it was one of the reasons he became a doctor, but honestly, it was hard work, and not many people could actually play it well. I'd seen entire teams fold like pancakes because of a bad cleric. It required the ability to see the entire battlefield and decide who needed the help most. There were plenty of AoE spells she would be able to cast that could help both Kyle and me at the same time, but there would be specialized spells later, and she'd have to decide who to spend the mana on. Ashley would have to be able to calculate mana usage, HP, and threat level like a war general, and she'd only have seconds to do it. Granted, we'd made it all the way to Wenkar without a cleric, but things were only going to get harder as we leveled up. If she wasn't up for the task, then we would die for real. "What do you do on the outside?" I asked. The blonde woman tucked her hair back, took a deep breath, and then pressed her lips together as if she'd decided it was best not to answer. "Please tell me you're not like a professional cheerleader or something," Kyle said, and then put his hands up defensively when she shot him a hard stare. "Not that they wouldn't have skills, but a cheerleader would make a better fighter than a cleric. We need someone who can analyze situations quickly. You said your sister was the gamer after all, so I'm guessing you didn't play much, and that's why she told you to play a cleric. I'm sure she planned to keep you safe and you to be able to watch her back. I'm going to stop talking now." The rogue deflated a little and looked over at me for help, but I was laughing too hard at his floundering. It took me a second to finally catch my breath. Kyle was really great. He was the best teammate I could ask for, especially since he had a tendency to ramble and be unintentionally funny. "I think what he means to ask is if you have the skills needed to be a cleric," I said. "Yes, that." He ran a hand through his hair. "Krista was so much better at talking to people." "I don't know," I said. "You have the makings of a bard. I've seen you strike up conversations with complete strangers before." "That's true," he said and preened a little. "I'm just not as good as Krista. She could talk water out of a rock." "You two must have been a force to be reckoned with," I said. "Is she in the game?" Ashley asked with a curious look at the rogue. "She was," Kyle said, and all the air in the room seemed to evaporate at once. "Oh," the cleric gasped and covered her mouth. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's none of my business." No, he said with a dismissive wave. "It's a perfectly legitimate question. I'll talk about her a lot." Every word seemed forced, as if the rogue was having trouble with his silver tongue. I put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed reassuringly. He swiped at the tears now silently sliding down his cheeks, took an unsteady breath, and then blew it out,
as if he was barely holding himself together at the seams. Anyway, he broke the uncomfortable silence. What did you say you do on the outside? Ashley pressed her lips together again and then finally huffed. I was an executive assistant. Kyle and I both shared a look, and then the computer programmer slammed his hand down on the table with a wide smile. Hot damn! He shouted. Now that's a job that will easily translate to being a cleric, unlike certain paladins who will remain nameless, but we all know who I'm talking about. He was an office worker. Like, how does that translate to being a badass warrior who slices through their enemies? Careful, he was an assassin first, Inara said from behind the bar. Seriously, her hearing was next level. Is he mocking me? Ashley asked. There was confusion on her face, but a fire in her eyes. Kyle was 1 second away from being punched straight in the face, and the rogue was still rambling about how I wasn't an assassin anymore. Ashley's attention was solely on the dramatic man, and her breathing shallowed as if she was fighting the urge to lunge across the table. He's being genuine, I said after a few more heartbeats. Really, you don't need to hit him. You're more than welcome to, he deserves it, but not for picking on you. Hey! Kyle shouted and stared at me in utter betrayal. I can't believe you'd say something so true. I'm a paladin, I teased, and then smiled reassuringly at Ashley. Being an executive assistant requires the kind of skills that a cleric will need. You're used to juggling 5,000 tasks, calendars, and every meeting your boss has to go to. Yeah, but none of that was an actual battle. The cleric frowned and chewed on the corner of her bottom lip. I might freeze up when you're in danger. It's one thing to know what I'm supposed to do, or even try to prepare for it, and then another thing entirely when it actually happens. Just think of it as working on calendar conflicts, Kyle said with a suddenly sober tone. There's only 2 of us right now. Your primary job will be to stand in the back as far away from the battle as possible, and then we'll do the rest. When our HP drops too much, then you'll buff us. It's all about timing, like a dance. Like making sure my boss's mistress and wife aren't in the office at the same time. She laughed and then rolled her eyes. Now that's an asshole I wouldn't mind being in this game. I bet he'd go out thinking he was the toughest person in the world, and then he'd get eaten. It's only what he deserves for being such a scumbag. Cheaters are the worst, I nodded in agreement. They are, Inara said and lifted an empty pint glass she'd been cleaning in salute. They can all take a long walk off a short cliff. Amen! Both barbarians cheered. A blush crawled up Ashley's cheeks as the cleric dipped her head. It was clear she wasn't used to being the center of attention. I'd met a few executive assistants at work before, and they were the ones really running a company, even if the higher-ups didn't remember their names. She'd definitely be able to keep an eye on 2 people in the middle of a battle. So, she said, and then cleared her throat. If you think that I'll be helpful, then I'd love to join you. Sounds great! The rogue slapped the table. What say you, oh great paladin? I'm not sure that stabbing you would be considered an evil act, I muttered, then grinned when he put a hand over his heart in shock. Absolutely evil, because I'm a delight, he said as he jutted his chin in the air. Ah, well then, I guess we need someone around to keep me from acting on that impulse, I chuckled. I'll do my best. Ashley shot a wink in Kyle's direction. Can't say I'll be successful all the time, but I'm sure I can keep him alive. Just have to cast a healing spell, right? Now, how do I do that again? Wow, Kyle whistled as his head swiveled between us like he couldn't figure out who to glare at first. I can't believe there's 2 of you now. Well, I, for one, will not be going down that easily. I'm wily. Like the coyote. It's not an evil act if he doesn't die, the cleric pointed out, right? Like a little pinprick wouldn't be considered evil. You're just letting out the evil spirits in his body. This is a medieval video game. There's bound to be some book somewhere that talks about the importance of keeping the spirits balanced. I'm sure there will be, I chuckled and nudged Kyle. Come on, you're still the highest-ranking one in the party. It's your job to accept the quests and add the party members. Responsibility, the rogue spat like the word tasted bitter. Absolutely disgusting. Can't stand it. I need you to get on my level, like, right now. Having a rogue in charge? Insane choice, really. Not really a choice, I reminded him. Kyle rolled his eyes, but then sent a party request to Ashley. The blonde's eyes glazed over for a moment, and then she tapped the air in front of her face. In seconds, the cleric was officially added to our party. Her health and mana bars were right below Kyle's. Nice, she sighed with relief. Now, I know you two weren't planning on sticking around, right? So, where are we off to? First things first, I said and met Kyle's eyes. The shack. He nodded solemnly. Exactly, I said as I turned back to Ashley. You ready to go check out a possible side quest? Of course, she smiled brightly. Side quests are where you find the best lore. If you don't die, the rogue next to me pointed out. You're still just a lowly level 2. Guess you'll have to watch my back, wily coyote, she countered, or you won't have a healer for when you inevitably get in over your head. Chapter 12. Pay your tab before you leave, Inara said as we all stood up from the table. A trade request popped up so fast that I almost fell over backward. The box was right in front of my face with the total for the dinner the night before, breakfast, the coffee, and fixing the lighter. I noticed there weren't any charges for ale, but the artificer said those were on the house, and apparently she'd meant it. Kyle clearly hadn't been given the same benefit, because my favorite rogue let out a groan that turned into a whine so loud it would make any toddler proud, complete with a stomped foot. He waved at the air in front of his face, but the text box must have stayed put, because he narrowed his eyes at something. Inara, come on, he huffed. You're not really going to charge me, are you? I was your disciple. And you were a pain in the ass then, she countered. You're lucky I didn't charge you extra for that chair you leaped onto and cracked last night during your wild retellings. That was an accident, he shouted and threw his hands in the air. You know I get excited when I'm recounting. I do, the barkeep nodded. You used to go on for hours about whatever code you were working on at the time. If it weren't for Krista... Inara's words cut off like someone had pressed the mute button. She gritted her teeth for a second and then started to blink rapidly while looking up at the ceiling. Kyle wasn't much better. The rogue had gone completely still, and his hands had balled into fists. I didn't think he'd yell at Inara. His eyes were too full of regret for that, but both of them had been caught off guard by his girlfriend's name. Krista was the only one who could keep me from going off on wild tangents. He finally broke the silence. You're right. Without her here, there's no stopping me. Guess it's a good thing you decided to stay here and man the bar. It takes a man, after all. The teasing tone had come back into his voice, and Inara rolled her eyes again. You're damned right I'm more manly than you, she said. Someone has to stay here and make sure the ale keeps flowing. You're bound to find yourself in tons of trouble. At least Krista sent someone your way to keep your ass alive. 2 someones. She's working hard, even in the afterlife. I'll have to thank her profusely when I see her. He smirked and wagged his eyebrows provocatively. Gross. Inara visibly shuddered, but then pinned the rogue with a hard stare. "You make sure you don't see her any time soon. She'd be furious. You lot just come back here when you're done adventuring. I'll have the food and ale ready. Might charge you more to cover costs, since you'll be able to afford it."
"I thought I was supposed to be the thief,"
Kyle snorted. "Inara always had a pretty solid hold on the sleight of hand," I said. "Probably why she was a chef on the outside." "Glad you remember," the artificer said with a smug smile. "Now, go earn money and kill things so I can keep this tavern afloat." "Might be a while before we return," I warned her. "We're going to the plains after this, and we need to finish the game." "I'll be here," she said and patted the bar. "Thank you for introducing me to them," Ashley said as she walked around the bar to hug Inara. "My sister thanks you too. You're a good person."
"She's a mean old lady,"
Kyle huffed and then finally paid his tab. "Taking what little gold I've been able to eke out for myself over the last few days. Really, she's a monster. But she can cook, so I guess I'll have to give it to her." "You're darn right you will," the barkeep said, and then watched us as we turned to leave. I could feel Inara's eyes on my back, even after the cloth curtain closed behind me. The artificer had been very adamant about staying behind in the city, but something told me we'd see her on the outside eventually. She'd either sneak through the swamp on her own or team up with a group that could handle her. If we were very, very lucky, then the artificer might even find us and join our party, but it might be too hard for her. The way she'd stumbled on Krista's name told me just how close the two had been. Being around Kyle without his girlfriend would be difficult, but then again, the two got along like siblings, so maybe they'd help each other get through the grieving process. I tried not to think about how messed up I'd be if any of my friends died. We'd known each other most of our lives. I couldn't imagine living without them forever. Kyle had to feel the same way about Krista, but the rogue was better at stuffing his emotions than a professional gambler was at keeping a poker face when he had a pair of twos. "Do we need to get anything before we leave?" Ashley asked. Kyle jumped a little as if he'd forgotten the cleric was there already, and I put a hand on his shoulder reassuringly before turning to our newest addition. "We need to buy some health potions," I said, and tried not to look in the weapons master's direction. The big man was hammering out a sword with a red-hot blade. His milky white eyes stared straight ahead, and his head was tilted to the side as if every ping of the hammer against metal told him the status of the weapon he was making. "He's blind," Kyle whispered in shock. "Yeah," I said. "His name is Van Sumpfman. Met him in the wee hours this morning. Very creepy. Said we wouldn't make it very far without better weapons." "He's not wrong," the rogue said, and openly gaped at the muscular giant. "How can he make weapons when he can't even see?" "Skill," Ashley answered with a nonchalant shrug. "Do we really need potions? I should have a party healing spell coming my way. I'm practically level 3 already, and it sounds like everyone gets a spell that affects the whole party then." I immediately pulled up my skills. You're right. My level 3 spell is I Got You. It boosts the party defense by 20% for 3 minutes. "Hers will be better," Kyle snorted. "Not that defense spells aren't important, but healing spells are superior." Obviously, I rolled my eyes. It won't be so good that we don't need to restock our health potions, though. "Newbie, the potions are on you," the rogue said with a wide grin. "Don't worry about buying too many. 4 each should be good until we reach the next city. I can float you the money if you need it." 8 would be better, I pointed out. Zoradin is at least 2 days away since it's smack dab in the middle of the plains. "You heard the man," he said, and shooed the cleric away. "I don't know," I said, and tapped my chin thoughtfully. I feel like you should be the one buying them. You're a level 6 now, right? And didn't you say in Shellendar that there's a stronger health potion available after level 5? That does sound like the better option, Ashley said. We're going to be fighting anything and everything we come across. Josh is a paladin, so anything that sees him will want to take a piece out of him. You're going to be dead weight if anything humanoid spots you, right? And I'm more popular with monsters than most mages and hexblades, so I'll be picking up all the flack if Josh loses aggro. Fine, he groaned and ran a hand down his face. Fine, I'll just buy everything, shall I? Thanks, buddy, I chuckled. God's gonna get you for this, Morty Byers, Kyle said and jabbed a finger at my chest. Is that from One for the Money? Ashley asked with a confused expression. No idea, I shrugged. Never even heard of it. Okay, that one's pretty obscure, he confessed. Still fits, though. Since you're a paladin, a good smiting from your almighty God is a good quote. I lifted an eyebrow and fought the urge to give him a lecture about using the Lord's name in vain. It was a leftover reaction from years of youth groups, so I didn't give in, but he must have seen it, because the rogue gave me a sheepish grin and muttered an apology. My bad, he said. Too far? Just a little, I said. It's okay, though. I know God's not going to smite me just because I want you to buy us better health potions since you're a higher level than us. Now, stop whining and go do what you have to, oh fearless leader. His mouth fell open in shock. Was that a Space Jam quote? Wouldn't you know? I snorted. It does tickle something in my memory, Ashley said and tapped a long fingernail on her chin. My sister used to make me watch the old one from 1996, the one with Michael Jordan. That one was the better one, Kyle said. Sorry, Brendan Fraser. You're always my favorite actor, but the original is the best. The only sequel he's been in that I'd watch 1,000,000 times is The Mummy Returns. Objectively, one of the best movie series of all time, our new cleric agreed. I've lost track of how many times I've watched it. I may have watched it more than Pride and Prejudice. Which one? The rogue narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin in the air like her answer would determine their relationship going forward. Both, she said, as if that was the only correct response. The 1995 version was more book-accurate, of course, but they had like 5 hours to lay it all out, and no one will ever be able to surpass the scene with Colin Firth coming out of the water. However, Matthew McFadden absolutely killed all the little nuances of who Darcy is as a person, all the micro-expressions of him fighting with himself. Whew! Ashley fanned herself as if it was suddenly hotter in the swamp, and I just watched with an amused smile. I knew all the movies they talked about, though some had come out before I was born. My mother had watched them on repeat, and Lucy had made all us guys sit down and explained why Darcy was peak manhood when we were teenagers, so we'd have something to aspire to. Greg did a fairly good job of it, but the guy's humble nature had always made it easier for him to apologize. The rest of us had more trouble with it, especially Stephen, but it had finally clicked when Christina threatened to leave him for being a jerk. I'm almost afraid to ask. Kyle pulled me from my thoughts as he turned to me. Do you even know what we're talking about? Yes. I rolled my eyes so hard my grandmother would have told me they would get stuck. I think my favorite Pride and Prejudice adaptation was Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies, the book, not the movie. Both were good, but the movie was missing the time when Darcy told Caroline Bingley to shut it, and also didn't have the part where Wickham ended up a paraplegic and Lydia had to take care of him. The rogue stared at me like I'd grown a second head. You read? He gaped. Whenever I have the time, I nodded. Can't turn down a good zombie story regardless. Lucy shared it with all of us, but I was the only one who actually read the trilogy. There are 3 of them? He asked and put a hand over his heart. I'm going to have to read them all when we get back to the real world. Maybe over Krista's grave. She loved the first book, but never mentioned that there were more. His words stumbled a little at the mention of his girlfriend's grave, and I fought to keep my voice neutral. The game had told me the family of the Grey Avenger would be able to mourn, and some part of me hoped either our bodies in the real world died, or we returned if we were actually in the game, even though Kyle's had a different message after he looted the body. I've got them in paperback, I said. We'll get together for the funeral, and then you can entertain her with your dramatics. Did she read Austenland? Ashley asked. I have that one in paperback. I'll let you borrow it too. The rogue pressed his lips together, blinked back tears, and then broke into a huge smile. Damn, he whistled. She really did send you two. I was really a blessed man. If I was ever going to start believing in your God for real, then it might be this moment. You'll have to tell me all about her, our cleric said and gestured to the nearby alchemist. I want to hear everything. It's going to hurt, but it's so important to keep going and remembering all the good things. Sometimes the bad, if you really need to fight through it. She used to be obsessed with making sure the dishes were done, he snorted as they walked away. Like even 1 spoon from my coffee in the sink would drive her bananas, but sometimes I just didn't feel like washing it. I did learn to be better at cleaning, though, so I guess it wasn't all bad. I watched the two talk and laugh for a few seconds before I turned to study the few players who'd decided to stay in Wenkar. They mostly seemed to be farmers who paddled out to the little floating gardens. I wondered if they had anyone in the game, or if they'd come in alone. There were bound to be thousands of people searching for their friends, loved ones, and families. Anyone who didn't log in under the same IP address seemed to be sent to a different city, but at least I didn't have to worry about Greg and Lucy not being together. The more I heard everyone's tales, the more it definitely sounded like everyone on the same Wi-Fi router were dropped in the same area. At least the game wasn't that cruel. Though watching loved ones die wasn't a blessing, especially since no one knew what was going on, and I knew a lot of players had encountered monsters just like I did on the beach. If it hadn't been for the Grey Avenger coming to my rescue, then I wouldn't have made it to the first city. Fury washed through me as I thought about all those who'd still been disoriented and weren't sure what was going on before they lost their loved ones. Kyle and Krista had made the choice to go back out and fight, so they at least knew the risks. Not that it made it any easier for him to live without her, but he had the knowledge that she'd given up her life for him. It was completely different than the people who'd just logged in, then were attacked. I made a silent vow to find out why the video game designers had trapped us in the living veil. I'd finish the game and get out, or Kyle and I would find enough lore for the hacker to sneak into the code, release everyone, and then discover the location of the jerks who cost so many lives. Wow, does he always have such a hard resting bitch face? Ashley asked as the dynamic duo strolled back over. Yes, Kyle answered without hesitation. Pretty sure broody is his default. I'm not brooding, I said, and accepted the 8 health potions the rogue transferred to me. Okay, maybe a little broody. I was thinking about how we're going to find whoever trapped us here. A good plan, he said with a determined glint in his eyes. We'll make them pay for everything they've done. Ashley stared between us and then nodded like she'd just made a decision. I think I'm going to like you two, she said. Oh, I bought some extra provisions last night after Inara told me about you guys. I also ate a ton this morning, so theoretically I should be good for the rest of the day, or at least until night. Okay. Kyle tilted his head to the side like a dog. I don't know why you felt the need to tell us that, but I'm glad you're stuffed." "Clerics need more food," I said, and then started toward the main road. You'd know that if you actually read through all the class descriptions instead of just jumping right into thievery. "Excuse me for knowing exactly what I want," the rogue said as he fell into step beside me. "Come on, cleric. This one is bound to invite trouble the second we step through the boundary," said the guy who went all aggro on half the swamp yesterday, I countered. "There's a lot of humanoid monsters out there. Are you sure you're going to be able to escape when you're spotted?" "How dare you!" the dramatic man shouted at the top of his lungs. "I'll have you know I am very sneaky. Sneaky!" I glanced over my shoulder to see Ashley standing in the middle of the wooden walkway. Her emerald green eyes scanned the swamp as if she wanted to memorize every leaf and lotus flower, but then the cleric took a deep breath and started following after us. "You're louder than Wesley when I told him it wasn't my job to make his coffee," the blonde said as she reached us. "Wesley?" I asked. "One of the office managers." She rolled her eyes and made a disgusted face. "One of those guys who thinks the world owes him something and still calls administrative assistants secretaries or toots or sugar." "Ew," Kyle said. "You should have punched him in the throat." "Oh, or made his coffee and then spit in it. That's what Krista would have done. Or used toilet bowl water. Honestly, she was terrifying when she was pissed off. Glad it didn't get directed at me very often." "You said she was a wizard?" Ashley asked as we neared the bend in the road. "She was," he said. "Her favorite was the lightning spell." "It is pretty badass," the blonde agreed. "I'm looking forward to all the spells I learn as a cleric. Granted, none of them will be quite as epic as a wizard or a necromancer, but it'll be cool to see y'all's health bars going back up. Besides, the healer classes always have glowing magic." "I thought you didn't play a lot of video games," I asked, and slowed a little as the city sign came into view. "I don't," she said. "I'd play once a month with my sister. If I didn't have to stay late to help organize projects or rearrange schedules for random meetings that could have been emails." "What kind of games did you play?" Kyle asked with a nervous look around the forest outside the barrier. "Usually whatever game she was obsessed with at the moment," the cleric responded more quietly than before. "If it was an RPG, then I would support. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry too much about healing everyone, because they were pretty good at taking care of themselves, and much higher levels than me. But I did like scouring the maps." Something blinked in the corner of my eye, and I looked up to see Kyle had already cast the stealth spell. It wasn't much help the last time we'd run into the bullfrog monks, but anything was better than nothing. "So," Ashley whispered when no one said anything or took a step closer to the barrier, "what's the plan?" "He's the man with the plan." Kyle turned to face me with an expectant look in his eyes. "You do have a plan, right?" "Of course," I said. My breakfast threatened to make a reappearance as I thought about the last time I'd been on the other side of the barrier. It was less than 24 hours ago, but the struggle to stay alive had left an impression. I clenched my fists as my heart started to race, and my palms grew sweaty as the memory of that final spell from the frogmen resurfaced. I could practically feel it slamming into me like a ton of bricks all over again, but I forced myself to breathe through it. "Just keep breathing." The memory of Greg's voice played through my head. "You just have to force your body out of panic mode. You got this, bro. You're stronger than your mind." He hadn't even been talking to me. It was Stephen who'd had a panic attack right before a high school presentation. The whole thing was 60% of our grade, and my usually silver-tongued friend was losing his shit. If Greg hadn't talked him through it, then the marketing firm Stephen had built in L.A. wouldn't have been born. I closed my eyes and remembered all the times Stephen had fought back his panic at public speaking. It was one thing to talk in a group of people, and another thing entirely for him to stand in front of an entire class. I was finally understanding just how hard my buddy had fought to overcome his own mind, and I refused to let him down. It felt like an eternity passed before my heart stopped trying to burst through my rib cage. I could still remember the coppery taste of blood in my mouth, the way my health bar blinked so fast it could have caused a seizure, but I was finally back in control of my own body. "You good?" Kyle asked as he leaned against the welcome sign. "Yeah," I said. "Didn't think it would hit me this hard. I'll be all right now." "We have the innate stealth boost," the rogue said. He looked out of the barrier at the buttery light poking through the forest's canopy. "It's still pretty early. I think we should be able to make it back to the shack without running into any of those frog people." "We'll be good," I said with a reassuring smile. Ashley studied me like a calendar invite that didn't fit in the schedule, but then the cleric broke into a wide smile. "Good to know even the strongest players can freak out sometimes," she said, and then strolled through the barrier like it was nothing. "Honestly, I thought it was just me who lost their minds during games." "Oh, I used to shout all the time." Kyle laughed and followed after her. Krista was the level-headed one. She'd walk in, kick ass, and then continue on like it was nothing while I shouted about burning cities down. "Yeah, that checks out," I snorted. It took all my self-control to force my feet forward, but finally I left the welcome sign and the barrier behind. The field with the shack was only about a quarter of a mile away, but I was jumpy the entire time. My hand stayed on the bear fang's hilt, and I constantly scanned for any red health bars. There were none, but I was very aware of every breeze and leaf that crunched beneath our boots. I even noticed the rippling water from the nearby ponds. "It's kind of cute," Ashley said as we emerged from the trees to see the shack. "Cute?" I laughed. "That thing?" "Yeah, cute," she said. "It's so small it's like one of those overnight cabins, or like a yurt. I don't know what they're called, but they're used for glamping." "I don't know how much glamping you've done, but I don't think they use places with rotted boards and broken windows." Kyle burst out laughing so loudly that any coverage we had from his innate stealth boost was officially gone. If I was right about how much time passed, then we still had about 20 minutes before he could cast the other one. I'd cast our defense boost right after he'd cast the stealth spell, so the cooldown timers would theoretically be the same. "It's murder chic," I snorted when nothing rushed in to kill us. "Just look at the way the door is wedged into place. I bet the rope is very helpful for tying up anyone who tries to escape." "Oh, maybe it's longer on the other side." The rogue was gasping for air at this point, and Ashley's ears were bright red. "Careful picking on your healer," she huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. "I may let you die." I'm sorry, I said, and got myself under control. "I just don't understand how that can be cute." "It's cozy," she said. "Okay, it's a little creepy, but with a little fixing it could be perfect." "A lot of fixing," I said. Yeah. She rolled her eyes, but then a small smile crept across her face. "You guys might be right. This place does give off murder vibes. My sister always says that I see the potential rather than the reality." "It could make a great she-shed," Kyle said, as he suddenly grew serious. "I think we'd basically have to rebuild it, though, and it is way outside the barrier. Monsters would attack it every night, and then you'd have to rebuild it." "The smell would be terrible, too," I pointed out. "There's no way the hot wind wouldn't just waft the decay smell into the clearing." "Yeah," Ashley drew out the word as she walked closer. You know what? Maybe it's not as cute as I thought. I think it was a hunting shack, I said. There's probably blood in there. Maybe lore? She perked up. I do love lore. I told you earlier that I liked to explore the map. Never leave an area darkened, that's my motto, but also no lore left unfound. It's the only thing about gaming that I really enjoy. I do need all the lore we can find, Kyle said. The more we know about what's happening in Corrales, the easier it'll be for me to figure out a way into the coding. Then let's go kick some honey buns. I laughed. I strolled closer and tried to ignore the ringing in my ears like an early warning siren. Kyle would have to accept any side quests waiting inside for us, so nothing should attack me right away. I still kept one hand on my bear fang as I reached for the rope door handle. A loud creak filled the space where our laughter had been a moment ago. The door's hinges were so rusted that they got stuck at first, but I finally managed to yank it all the way open. "What's in there?" Kyle asked as he poked his head around to look inside. "That's it." "Guess so," I said and walked inside. The hunting shack was just big enough for a cot, a shelf, and a small hearth with an opening in the room. Gray ash filled the tiny fireplace like no one had ever cleaned it out before, and the mattress was stained with dark reddish-brown spots that I didn't want to think about too long. No quest offers popped up, no warnings, not even a loot option. "Weird," I muttered and took a careful step closer to the cot. Why would the game have this place here if there wasn't anything useful? "Your guess is as good as mine," Kyle said, and then jumped back as one of the floorboards broke beneath his foot. "Damn! This place is about to fall apart." "I don't see anything," Ashley said from the doorway. "Is there a quest I'm too low to see?" "No." I shook my head and carefully knelt down next to the bed. Everything in me wanted to leave the mattress alone. The stale stench of sweat and mildew filled my nostrils as I lowered myself until I was eye level with the cot. The dark stains were crusty. Flakes fell down onto my arms as I carefully lifted the thin pad to peek underneath it. Nothing. I dropped the mattress, wiped off my arms, and then turned to stare around the hunting shed. Kyle had moved onto the hearth and was now covered in so much ash he looked like a ghost, but the rogue hadn't found anything either. "There has to be something here." He frowned and sat back on his heels. "You sure there wasn't anything underneath that mattress?" "Positive," I said. The bookshelf was empty. I checked behind it, but there were no discarded books filled with lore. "Maybe we have to be a higher level," Ashley suggested. "My sister always complains that some quests don't even show up until after you reach a certain point in the game." "That's a very real possibility." I sighed in frustration and ran a hand through my hair. "It's the best reason I can come up with." Kyle nodded in agreement, then climbed to his feet. "We'll check it out when we come back to visit Inara. We'll be leveled up by then." "What's the plan now?" our cleric asked as she stepped out of the way to let us out. "Are we headed to Zoradin?" I walked out into the field, looked up, and then covered my eyes as I tried to judge the time. Sunset fell pretty fast in the swamp, but it wasn't even noon yet. I couldn't even see the sun above the treetops. "We've only got about 5 miles before we're out of the swamp," Kyle said as he stared ahead blankly. "That's if we take the main route, which has already proven to be pretty dangerous. Not as dangerous as running past those puddles with the ghouls on the lookout," I said. Good point," he shuddered. "I am not interested in fighting any level 17s. Wasn't there a level 20? I can't remember. I was too focused on the bear." "I would much rather not run into any of those things," Ashley said with a quick look around as if monsters were about to spawn out of the grass. Don't worry, I flashed a reassuring smile. We'll keep you safe. Speak for yourself, Kyle huffed and stuck his chin in the air. I'll leave you both behind if it means saving my ass. Says the guy who risked getting pummeled with spells to save me last night, I snorted. You literally ran right into danger to pull me. My sentence trailed off as I noticed something behind Kyle. It was in the hole where his foot had gone through the floorboard. I stepped closer, and the rogue quickly moved out of the way and followed my line of sight. Holy shit balls, he shouted. Is that what I think it is? What is it? Ashley asked and hurried over to the door. Is that a journal? Did we just find lore? Maybe, I said. I knelt down and tugged the worn leather journal out from the hole. It was covered in blood, and most of the ink was smeared as if the whole thing had fallen into water at some point. I double-checked my HUD, but there was no congratulations text box. Just a message asking if I wanted to accept or drop the loot. I accepted, but my heart sank a little. I don't know if this is lore. I frowned. It just asked me to accept loot. Another player probably dropped this. Someone who died here, Kyle said and jerked a thumb toward the cot. Explains all the blood. Where's his body, though? Maybe someone else looted it, I muttered as I continued to flip through the pages. This didn't have a specific gamer tag attached to it. Maybe it was considered a lost item, Ashley suggested. Is that a thing? You know, for someone who doesn't game very often, you're actually pretty good at guessing, our rogue said. That's probably exactly what happened. The guy probably stuffed it in here or dropped it intentionally so it would be unattached to him. But why? I asked. Why wouldn't he want someone to read it? I used to hide stuff in my desk that I didn't want anyone to find, Ashley said. Okay, they were snacks, but maybe the guy who owned this journal didn't want anyone to find it, or maybe he wanted us to find it, but only if we were really looking for it. I think you're right, I said as I started reading the last entry. Don't leave us in suspense, Kyle said and nudged me with his knee. Read it to the class. I smirked, but started reading off what I could make out. If you've found my journal, then it means you've made it to this hunting shack. You're probably wondering why... Why what? Ashley asked from the doorway. It's smudged with blood, I said, and then skipped to the next passage I could read. We thought it would be easy. We got the key from the raid, and the new quest opened up. The temple was supposed to be fun. We were going to level up and find lore, but we were wrong. Don't go. There's only death. I tilted the journal to the side, walked into the sunlight, and held it up, but the rest of the page had been soaked through with blood, and the ink was completely obscured. What temple? Our cleric asked as she and Kyle followed me out. I don't see a temple on my map. Do you have one on yours? No, I said, and then stared around at the clearing. It said the quest opened up when they had a key from a raid. I think we should avoid it, Kyle said with a glare around the grassy field. This guy said not to go, and I may not know him, but he clearly died, so maybe we should take his advice. It's not like we can find it right now anyway, I pointed out, and then put the journal in my inventory. We'll take a look at the rest of it later and try to find more information. I think we should do a raid, Ashley declared, and then shrugged when we both turned to stare at her with wide eyes. What? If we have enough players, we can do it, right? Theoretically, I said. We can talk about it if we ever run into one. The level and monster will be important. True, Kyle said thoughtfully. But if the guy is right and the temple has lore, then we might need to reevaluate. I thought you wanted to follow his advice, I pointed out. Yeah, but lore, the rogue said. I need it if we're going to hack the system. True. I sighed and pulled up my map. Okay, we should be able to leave the swamp behind long before nightfall. At least, as long as we don't run into too much trouble. A crack of thunder rolled through the air as the sky started to change, and I stared in shock at how quickly it all happened. Another afternoon storm suddenly whipped through the tops of the trees, and the sun was smothered in dark gray clouds in a matter of seconds. Fat raindrops started to fall in heavy sheets while lightning arched overhead. I thought the storm from yesterday was because of the side quest, Kyle shouted over the suddenly tumultuous thunder. Me too, I said. It's probably the swamp's normal weather pattern. At least it didn't last long. Let's just get out of here while we can. To the main path! The rogue punched the air and then darted toward the tree line. I followed with Ashley right next to me. The cleric wasn't as fast as us, but she managed to keep up well enough. I gave her a thumbs up and then jumped as lightning struck the field right where we'd just been standing. Phew! The blonde huffed when we were safely under the tree's canopy. That was a lot. It's still raining, Kyle pointed out as the warm raindrops pelted through the leaves overhead. But we should be safe from lightning with all these trees next to us. I looked up as we started down the road. Actually, the opposite. They're more likely to draw lightning. But let's keep moving and get to a safer... It was like the game heard us discussing safety and decided to guarantee a total lack thereof. A loud and ominous croak bloomed from somewhere to our right, and then another one answered off to our left. Wenkar was only a quarter of a mile away. We had to pass through it to go to Zoradin, but suddenly the entire forest was filled with the sounds of the bullfrog monks. Run! I screamed.